Chapter 477. Lies. Thales was stunned for a full 3 seconds while the platform rumbled faintly. During those 3 seconds, Thales stared at Ricky, who seemed to be implying something under the firelight. Many scenes of him coming face to face with his past seniors flashed in his mind, as does calmness and elegance. It's not just me. Every mystic in the world can use their own methods to easily destroy the world in an instant. Giza's horrifying smile. You are walking further down the path of misfortune. Mystics, this is not a gift or a blessing. It's a curse and misfortune. Taurus's mysterious figure. Remember, child, stay true to yourself. Even if you think you have it under control, you still cannot let your guard down. The rising platform trembled slightly, snapping Thales out of his daze. So, what do you mean? The surprised Thales asked anxiously. The mystics didn't kill the gods? That's a lie they made up? Or were they deceived themselves? But Ricky only sneered faintly. Zachriel watched them with a profound and silent gaze. Thales was still indignant. Or is it that the calamities have never surpassed the gods? And the gods are far more powerful than the mystics? Abnormally powerful? Ricky did not say a word. He only closed his eyes gently, as if he was chewing on the eagerness and confusion on Thales' face at that moment. Ha. Under Zachriel's contemplative gaze and Thales' questioning gaze, Ricky's shoulders trembled violently, and he laughed uncontrollably. Ha. Ricky raised his head amidst his laughter and looked at Thales, who could not find anything funny about him. Kill, surpass, far surpass, and powerful? Look at these words you chose. At that moment, Ricky's smile slowly melted. His gaze was incredibly fierce, as if he wanted to stab Thales in the eyes. The understanding of mortals is always poor and narrow, Ricky said slowly, but they are always self-righteous and do not know it. Just like you now, my dear. Thales was stunned. I don't understand, the teenager said subconsciously. Ricky turned his head away, without caring about anything else. When you talk about two people who are related, you always imagine a chessboard, right? Chessboard? Thales was confused again. Ricky slowly raised his hands and clenched them into fists in the air. The sound of his joints cracking could be heard. Then, the two parties involved will be placed on the two ends of the chessboard in your imagination, and a game will begin. Abiding by the rules that you made up, they will play with each other to decide the winner, the loser, and the stronger one. He looked at his fists, his tone full of mockery and disdain. Thales frowned. Are you talking about the gods and the calamities? And maybe demons? Thales stole a glance at Ricky. Ricky snorted softly. He looked at Thales, and his fists slowly approached each other in the air before they collided lightly. You're like a silly brat who doesn't know how to think, and only knows how to nod and smile foolishly. You pick out two characters from a mythological bardic poem and a historical play, and discuss who is better. Your standard is, let's see who A or B can lift the big, smelly, and hard rock covered in mud in the gutter at the second corner of his house. His tone was still as disdainful as ever. Thales was stunned for a second before he shook his head violently, as if he was trying to clear his overburdened brain. Wait. Can you stop using metaphors? Thales said in annoyance. I'm already confused enough. I really can't stand this. The prince looked frustrated. Ricky only lowered his fists, narrowed his eyes, shook his head and clicked his tongue. But Zachriel, who had been silent all this while, interrupted at this moment. You mean we think that the two sides of the chess game can follow the same rules to compare, but in fact one side of the chess game can ignore the rules we think of, directly cross the chessboard, and eat the opponent's chess pieces? Zachriel stared at Ricky. Thales was slightly stunned, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Ignore the rules we think of? Does he mean? This time, Ricky finally put away his teasing and looked at Zachriel seriously. No, I mean. The demon and the knight of judgment stared at each other for a few seconds before he finally spoke softly. Perhaps the two parties in the game should not have been placed on two sides of the chessboard in the first place. Thales was stunned. Should not have been placed on two sides of the chessboard? Ricky's gaze froze slightly, and he pointed at his own head. What they are playing is not the same game of chess, not the same kind of chess, not even chess. It is not even appropriate for both of them to appear in your mind at the same time. Zacriel's expression changed slightly. Ricky turned to Thales again, as if he really enjoyed the feeling of teasing the prince. And my dear, you arrogantly asked me just now, but what I asked was, who won this game? Thales was stunned and speechless. Zacriel's expression was solemn. Ricky's expression was still calm, and he looked a little pleased. But at that moment, Thales remembered many memories he had neglected for a long time. A tense confrontation in the Sunset Temple. That's right, I am Lishierrund, the head ritual master of Sunset Temple, the only spokesperson of the Sunset Goddess in the world. The unusual exchange in Bright Moon Temple. If the gods truly exist, if they are truly the creator of all things in the world, how could they allow this to happen? In the black track under Dragon Cloud City, the light on Silver Shadowman's body shone. I was quite lucky after I died. I received the blessings and gifts from a certain great existence. When he thought of all the history of him dealing with the gods, Thales trembled slightly. Mortals often use their own limited imagination to understand the gods in their hearts. They are the gods they look forward to, fear, loathe, revere, love, and worship. Ricky and Zacriel were both stunned. They turned their gazes and saw Thales, who was in a daze. They subconsciously repeated the words they heard before. Mortals always use their own barren thoughts to understand the gods. Because their lifespans are short, they imagine the gods to be eternal existences. Because they are weak, they presume the gods to be existences with unparalleled might. Because they think of themselves as a member of the multitude of living beings, they imagine the gods to be of a higher and stronger kind. Thales took a deep breath, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. The problem is eternity, power, life, these mortal things. If the gods are truly beyond the understanding of mortals and stand in a different perspective, then do they really see these things in their eyes? Under Ricky and Zacriel's strange and surprised gazes, Thales' eyes darkened. He stared straight ahead. His tone was grave, and his tone was ethereal. Because the true gods may be far beyond our imagination. They are another kind of existence. Thales exhaled and quietly sank into deep thought. On the slowly rising platform, Ricky and Zacriel looked at each other in surprise. Who said this? Zacriel asked softly. Dragon Cloud City's Bright Moon Temple. Thales did not even turn his head. He seemed to still be immersed in his thoughts. High Priestess Jewel. When Zacriel heard the name Dragon Cloud City, he could not help but frown deeply. Ricky was silent. Then he sighed softly. Very good. This is probably the most detailed description of an indescribable god that I have ever heard in my life. An indescribable god. Thales furrowed his brows. He suddenly felt that the seemingly neurotic High Priestess Jewel had said to him in Bright Moon Temple 6 years ago, on that night filled with blood and conspiracies, might be extremely important. Your Highness. Ricky sighed. Even the way he addressed Thales became formal without him realizing it. You always surprise me. Ricky's gaze became solemn. Bright Moon. As expected, when Bright God Church is destroyed, the Church of Holy Sun is divided, Sunset Church is stuck in its ways, Breaking Light Church is corrupted, and the two temples are fighting against each other using Errol's name to cheat each other of their food and drinks. Only the seemingly weak and aloof Bright Moon. Ricky sighed with emotion. Even though the mountains are gone, the Bright Moon is still in the sky. The Northlanders do have their ways. But in the next second, Ricky retracted his rare solemn tone and changed the topic. But, if she said that, are you sure her salary won't be deducted? This joke brought Thales and Zacriel back to reality. Ricky pulled the cloth bag over him and took out a piece of jerky. Eat it. There's only one. Ricky smiled and tossed the jerky to the weak Zacriel. For the sake of your prince. Zacriel was slightly stunned. He glanced at Thales. The prince shrugged and revealed a complicated and resigned smile. The knight said nothing else. He lowered his head and quickly bit off the piece of jerky. The three of them were silent for a while. Each of them had their own thoughts. You haven't answered my question. Zacriel's eyes were clear. He put the last piece of jerky into his mouth. What are you trying to do? But this time, the Knight of Judgment raised his head and looked at the mercenaries around him. Also, as an underground demon, how did you become the leader of the traitors of the Tower of Eradication? How did they willingly follow an inhuman existence? Zacriel narrowed his eyes and sized up each member of the disaster swords. Do you trust these people that much? Ricky followed the Knight of Judgment's gaze and looked at each of his subordinates. Crassus of the disaster swords was silent for a while. Do you know Knight of Judgment? Ricky's gaze was profound, but there was a hint of pity and sentimentality in his tone. Do you know why we are always short on manpower, and why we even need to rely on Shadow Shield for this operation? Zacriel did not answer. He only waited quietly. In Thales's eyes, Ricky supported his chin with his hand, sighed softly, and pointed not far away in a very human-like manner. He pointed not far away, Salander Klein. Thales and Zacriel's gazes followed the direction of his finger, and turned to look at the middle-aged disaster swordsman who wielded his sword extremely quickly. He comes from the Tower of Reformation, and he is one of the dishonorable products of the Northlanders' land expansion war decades ago. His father is a Northland noble with a title, and his mother is a barbarian who was kidnapped in the mountains. Because of this, he will never be accepted as a member of either side of his parents. Klein, who was not far away, turned his head around in alarm. When he realized that Ricky and the others were looking at him, he immediately cast them a questioning look. Ricky waved his hand at him, indicating that everything was normal. On the surface, the Northland nobles in the Tower of Reformation treated him as a chess piece to appease the barbarians after the war, and pretend that they were at peace. But behind their backs, they only felt that he was a dirty, ugly bastard. The barbarian elders relied on him to negotiate and bargain with the Northlanders, but at the same time, they despised him as a sign of their own subjugation, and the shame of their tribe's defeat due to their rape. Ricky's tone became a little sad. No matter how much he honed his skills, Klein's identity will always be before his abilities. But he will never know who he is, because he is neither a Northlander nor a mountain barbarian. He will forever be a homeless orphan who wandered between two tribes. Thales spoke with a smile. Thales and Zacriel did not speak. They only looked at each other. Ricky snorted softly and turned to the other side. Falcon Joseph. He is a Kellanzani from Thornland. He once served as a special agent for the royal family in Alumbia Kingdom. Thales recognized the person resting by the stone platform. He was the spy the mercenaries had sent to the prison of bones beforehand. Like many of his peers, he lived in a muddled and muddle-headed world in Alumbia's laughable and pitiful political struggle. For the sake of the kingdom's mission, which he did not know was real or fake, he blindly obeyed his superior's orders. He did not hesitate to betray his conscience, and he was stained with blood. He captured, tortured, interrogated, and persecuted batch after batch of enemies of the kingdom. He thought that by doing so he could gain a stable life in the world, so that he could lie to himself every night when he held his wife and children in his arms that he only wanted to support his family. Ricky's gaze was complicated. He shook his head at Joseph, who also sensed something and turned around to look at him. Until one day his father-in-law was also labeled as an enemy of the kingdom, and was imprisoned. And Joseph's superior, who also wanted to support his family, turned Joseph's wife and children into bargaining chips to extort confessions from him. From that day onwards, the excuse he used to deceive himself shattered. Zacriel did not know if he had triggered something, but he sighed softly after he finished listening. Ricky's emotions seemed to have been stirred up. He turned to Thales, and his gaze became slightly gloomy. And Sean, who unfortunately died in battle, was a Nadarjan from Lagudin State in the Eastern Peninsula. Thales remembered Sean, who used an axe and was eventually killed in battle against Barney Jr. He could not help but be stunned. That's right. He used to be the most promising and representative occupation among the Nadarjans, a bandit. He was quite good at it, and his results were outstanding. Until one day, he fell in love with a lady he kidnapped. Ricky stared at Thales in a daze, but it was as if he was looking at another person. Sean gave up on everything. He only wanted to marry her, get married, and have children. For this, he did not hesitate to fall out with his gang and become enemies with them. He killed them repeatedly. Ricky sighed softly. There was an indescribable pain in his voice. But after going through countless hardships, everything settled down, and he was happy. He had children and lived a stable life. But his kidnapped wife poisoned herself, her daughter, her son, and everyone else's food except Sean's. Thales widened his eyes. Ricky's words continued. As a weak woman who could not control her fate, she took her final, most miserable, most helpless, and also the cruelest revenge. Ricky said slowly. From that day onwards, Sean understood that perhaps the world had already decided that he did not deserve happiness. He only deserved to sink into hell. Zacriel pursed his lips and said nothing. Ricky sucked in a deep breath and looked into the distance as if he had snapped out of his daze. Of course, there was also your comrade in the Royal Guards, whom you knew the most. Colin Samuel, who lost everything after the tragedy 18 years ago, and his old acquaintance's daughter, Marina Novork, who was born a noble but ended up in a corner of the world. When he heard Samuel's name, Zacriel's expression became gloomy. He said out of the blue, "I'm sorry." Thales did not know who he said it to. Samuel. Marina. Thales stared at the two people in the distance in a daze. He then looked at Klein and Joseph. These are disaster swords? Ricky stared at the knight for a few seconds and shook his head, unbothered. Every person who becomes the scion of the Outer Tower has their own story, Ricky said. As he spoke, the light in his eyes became serious. Every person is an inhuman existence rejected by this world. Rejected by this world. At that moment, Thales remembered the lonely figure who only had a sword a long time ago. There is a reason why it is called the sin of Hell's River. We should have left the mortal world forever, but we deceived the ferryman of Hell's River time and time again, and avoided death's summons at the last moment. So, our existence is the sin of Hell's River. It is proof that it did not manage death responsibly. Thales was lost in his thoughts. Do you understand now? Ricky raised his head with a stern expression, and answered the Knight of Judgment's question just now. They are not following me. What they are following is the resentment and anger that comes from despair and injustice in their hearts. It grows stronger because of it, but they have nowhere to vent it. They can only burn in their empty wounds. Zacriel's gaze froze. At that moment, Thales clearly felt that the Ricky in front of him was different. The power of eradication in his body boiled again, and it gave the teenager a premonition of extreme danger. Scorching. Oppressive. Heavy. Thales shuddered. The scene of the disaster swords and shadow shield fighting against each other in an oblivious manner appeared before his eyes. Ruthless, crazy, and merciless. Zacriel clearly felt something. The Knight of Judgment's entire body stiffened. His right arm trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing his desire to attack. But Ricky did not care about the Knight of Judgment's abnormality at all. His gaze was like a blade, and it coldly cut through the air before him. Even his voice had gained a little more of the chilling vibe from before. This is far from what those so-called swordsmen of eradication in the Tower of Eradication, who have been corrupted for many years, are used to fawning over the children of nobles from various countries, and who seek benefits from both sides of the powerful forces. They are hypocritical and aloof. In the next second, Ricky stared straight at Zacriel, as if he could see through his soul. Join us, Knight of Judgment. His tone was firm and brooked no argument. We have too many similarities. You are a powerful warrior, but just like the other pitiful creatures, you cannot escape the cage of fate. You may not understand what we mean, but you will. We will let you see that fate is not inescapable. Zacriel remained silent. Ricky's expression was still terrifying. He extended his right hand to the Knight of Judgment. In this dark world, we found each other alone, just so that one day, you and I can see the tomorrow we hope for, and walk towards the Palace of Rest. Thales arched his eyebrows. He felt that Ricky's words had an inexplicable meaning. But Zacriel only shifted his butt, cradled his injured left arm, and turned his head away. Sorry, I made a vow. This sword will only be swung for the Emperor's order. The knight's voice was hollow and hoarse, but there was a calmness and firmness in it. It has no other use. The knight's words were simple and straightforward. It made Ricky's expression stiffen, just like the palm he extended. This sword will only be swung for the Emperor's order. As he listened to the unique words translated from the ancient empire, Thales' heart sank a little. He remembered how Nalji and Nair looked before they died. Ricky frowned as he stared at the stubborn Zacriel, who refused to budge. In the end, with disgust and resignation, he shook his head. Damn the people of the Empire. The Emperor's order, The demon then turned to Thales. Thales, who was burned by the flames of war between the two, subconsciously twisted his butt, changed his sitting position, and straightened his appearance. The teenager quirked an eyebrow. Ahem. Maybe you should look for that red-haired guy over there with a crossbow. He should be helpful for your group's promotion and recruitment. But before Thales could finish speaking, no, Ricky did not care about what he said. He only looked away and waved his hand in disappointment. You can forget about it. Now is not the time. Thales, who had been looking forward to it for some reason, did not even have time to finish his joke. He did not even have the time to retract the smile on his lips. An indescribable, faint awkwardness surged in his heart. Am I that bad? At this moment the Knight of Judgment added, by the way, aside from lunatics, no one is interested in cults that engage in self-hypnosis. Ricky was silent for a moment. You mean lunatics? Self-hypnosis? Ricky chuckled softly and returned to his calm and profound nature as a leader. You know, a long time ago, I mean before the two magic empresses were empresses, Ricky leaned back against his stone platform, and an unsettling smile appeared on his face. They had another nickname among the wizards, another nickname that has been forgotten. Magic empresses. Nickname? Thales tensed up, and he subconsciously pricked up his ears. Zacriel was also slightly startled. His gaze moved past Thales and returned to Ricky. Magic Empress? Ricky was not in a hurry to answer. He tilted his head and sized up the Knight of Judgment with great interest. Zacriel, tell me. Didn't you find it strange when you purchased mystic gun cores from the Empire? Why did only the Empresses have that kind of technology? Why did they affect the situation of the entire world? And 18 years ago, your colleagues, your kingdom, your past? When you look back on the past, do you feel that the world is so unfair? In the next second, Ricky's tone became deep, as if he was a mysterious fortune teller. Do you feel that fate is so heartless? Fate. Ricky's series of questions almost made Thales and Zacriel dumbfounded. Zacriel frowned. What are you hinting at? Ricky smiled. He looked to his left and right, as if he was worried about something. Listen carefully, my dear. Just like the Truth Brothers, before they became empresses, the two mystics, Bloodspike and Helen, were known by the wizards as. At that moment, the demon looked at Zacriel and Thales. There was mockery and warning in his eyes at the same time. The twins of fate. Thales and Zacriel were both stunned. Fate, twins? Wait, combined with what he said earlier. Is he hinting at what I am thinking? While he was so shocked that he could barely think, Thales saw Ricky speak in the most complicated and incomprehensible tone. Knight, your king is very great. But he could not win against fate. Zacriel stared at the demon in a daze. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously shook his head. Trust me. Ricky raised his head and looked at the dark walls around him in the dim firelight. The prison of bones is not the end. Fate is a bigger prison. Fate is a bigger prison. Thales breathed absent-mindedly while his heart was in a mess. And we have the key to open the prison. Ricky took out the green crystal from his bosom and looked at Thales. The fervor in his eyes made the latter feel a chill in his heart. Perhaps it is the only key. For a moment, Zacriel and Thales were speechless. Now, Ricky smiled. Who is the lunatic here? Who is the one hypnotizing himself? Silence. A long silence. Amid the endless noise, Zacriel finally sighed. But he lowered his head in the end. Why, your name is Ricky, right? My name is Ricky now. Ricky shifted into a relaxed posture. He retracted his sensational expression and smiled. Why don't you consider my suggestion again? Zacriel raised his head. His gaze became clear again. He stared straight at Ricky. I suddenly have a feeling that you don't look like a demon. Instead, you look more like a human. At that moment, Ricky was completely stunned. His loss of composure and Zacriel's words made Thales suddenly realize that the man in front of him was an anomaly. What he said cannot be completely trusted. Interesting. Ricky remembered something and snickered. How do you know what a demon looks like? Zachriel did not speak immediately. He stared at Ricky for a very long time. In many records, demons from hell are cruel, harsh, and tyrannical, Zachriel said in a low voice. Inhumane. Ricky raised his eyebrows slightly. He stroked his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. About that. True demons are indeed inhumane. In the next second, Ricky suddenly leaned forward with his hands on the ground. He lowered his gaze and looked up at Zachriel and Thales. He flashed a mysterious smile at the two of them. For example, they can be so inhumane that they make you think that they are humane. Thales shuddered slightly as he stared at Ricky's rather human-like smile and mulled over the hidden meaning behind his words. The teenager felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Chapter 478. I remember now. You came to look for me in the dungeon. In the silence between the three of them, Zachriel spoke softly. It's because of the modified dragon breaker. And you have been hinting that our misfortune is because of the two supreme mystics who cannot be spoken of. Ricky turned around and smiled. Who doesn't suffer from fate? Zachriel was not fooled by Ricky's evasive answer. He calmly continued to ask. He calmly asked, so the purpose of the disaster sword's existence is the opposite of their name. To fight against calamities? Under Zachriel's question, Thales suddenly realized that the organization he led was a better breakthrough than asking about the mysteries surrounding Ricky. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. Correction. Ricky showed a disdainful expression. We are the scions from outside the tower, not the disaster swords. Zachriel fixed his gaze on Ricky. You want me to join you, but I know nothing about you. Only the Secret Intelligence Department has your records, whether it is those strange powers of eradication, or your long-term activities as mercenaries in the Western Desert. But Zachriel shook his head. But what makes me curious is that the Secret Intelligence Department has always turned a blind eye to you. When he heard the name of the Secret Intelligence Department, Thales felt a chill in his heart. He thought of something and looked at Zachriel, but the latter only shook his head slightly. Ricky smiled faintly. If this can dispel your doubts, Knight, our relationship with Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department is closer than you think. When he heard this, Thales became wary. He remembered Dragon's blood from 6 years ago. At that time, the relationship between the Secret Intelligence Department and Lampard was also closer than he thought. If only Thales was not the last one to know about it. Perhaps Zachriel's relaxed tone gave him hope, because Ricky smiled and continued to speak. More than 100 years ago, Hill Crassus, who walked out of the Tower of Eradication, came to Constellation to avoid being hunted down. At that time, the Red King furiously attacked Sharp Blade Valley, and the relationship between Constellation and the Tower of Eradication was at its worst. At that time, Crassus made a deal with the Red King, John II. He obtained the king's permission and protection, and was able to hide in the Western Desert in the name of a mercenary group. Zachriel and Thales were both stunned. Ricky smiled and gestured to the people around him. This is the origin of Blood Whistle. And it is also what you see today us. 100 years ago, Crassus made a deal with the Red King, and Disaster Sword made a deal with Constellation? A thought flashed across Thales' mind. What deal? The king has the royal guards and a group of vassals serving him. Why would he need to rely on an outsider? Zachriel asked in a grave tone. Convince your subordinates to join us, Knight, and I will tell you more, Ricky interrupted Zachriel confidently. Believe me, we don't have any conflict with your beloved kingdom. In fact, we even have a long history. And I can help you. Ricky's tone was bewitching. But to his disappointment, Zachriel only lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while. But there is a reason why the Tower of Eradication calls you the Disaster Swords, right? The Knight of Judgment asked softly. Ricky sighed. Correction, we've never admitted that we're calamities. He seemed to be very concerned about this. But at that moment, Zachriel suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone. Based on what you said, more than 100 years ago, the first Crassus built your organization in the name of mercenaries and hid in the Western Desert. Do you know what I remember? Ricky raised his eyebrows and made an expression that said, so? In the next second, Zakriel's tone became serious. Coincidentally, at that time, a certain underground organization that started off as bootlegging merchants in the Western Desert also grew stronger in Eternal Star City, with the tacit approval of many powerful nobles, until it controlled the entire underground world. Ricky was slightly stunned. When he heard this, Thales thought of something. The knowledge he gained while he struggled in the underground world before he became a prince returned to his mind. Started off as bootlegging merchants in the Western Desert. Underground organization. Powerful nobles. Gradually grew stronger in Eternal Star City. Control the underground world, isn't that Blood Bottle Gang? Thales subconsciously uttered the name. He could not help but feel surprised. At that moment, Ricky's expression became unpleasant. Thales suddenly understood many things. Zakriel had built a bridge for him to obtain information. Of course. Zakriel confirmed Thales' guess with a cold tone. Later, we all knew who was behind Blood Bottle Gang. Blood Bottle Gang. Thales could not help but think of those two strange figures again. One was elegant and graceful, and the other was sweet and pleasant. However, Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. The demon suddenly realized something. He had underestimated the human before him. But Zakriel was like a knight who followed up on his victory. He said coldly, then when Blood Bottle Gang was flourishing, Crassus and the Outer Tower's legacy he had just built were called disaster swords by the Tower of Eradication? At that moment, Ricky's face turned ashen. Thales remembered. Ralph once told him that during the fight between gangs 6 years ago, Blood Bottle Gang had hired a swordsman with a strange power of eradication, and he listened directly to Asda. That was not all. Thales looked at Ricky, whose expression was getting worse, and remembered another detail. When he was in Dragon Cloud City, Asda said before he left, he wants to go to the Tower of Eradication. Thales could not help but clench his fists. He had never wanted to see the mastermind behind Blood Bottle Gang as much as he did at that moment. Asda and, well, maybe only Asda, built together with Blood Bottle Gang, and attacked together with the Calamities. Zakriel's tone was filled with mockery, as if he had seen through the lie. Yes, come tell me again. Are you not disaster swords? Ricky was silent. Thales watched their confrontation cautiously. At some point in time, the aggressive Ricky and the speechless Zakriel had switched places. The one who was on the offensive now was the Knight of Judgment. You don't intend to join us, do you, Knight? Ricky's gaze gradually turned cold, and he finally raised his head. You went along with my wishes just to get information out of me. Just like how you guessed that I was a demon just now. Zakriel snorted coldly. You did not come to me just to recruit me. Zakriel gritted his teeth and raised his voice. Blood Bottle Gang and the Calamities played a part in the turmoil 18 years ago. You, who had such a good relationship with them, were naturally part of it, right? Ricky did not answer his question. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, the attitude of the demons became incomparably cold. Looks like you're good at more than just fighting, Knight. I am only good at fighting. Zakriel met Ricky's gaze fearlessly. He even gave him tit for tat. But swords are not the only way to fight. The two of them stared at each other, their gazes like swords. Thales felt a chill down his spine as he watched from the side. Finally, after a suffocating standoff, Ricky turned around. Samuel. Ricky shouted coldly, that's right. I think Zakriel's legs are a little numb from sitting. Could you kindly accompany your old officer for a walk? Samuel walked over from afar. He cast a puzzled glance at the two people who were about to start fighting, and he nodded. My pleasure. Zakriel snorted and shook his head. The Knight of Judgment did not wait for Samuel to support him. He stood up, dragged his heavily injured body, and limped into the distance. So he can walk by himself. Ricky stared coldly at Zakriel's back. Wariness surged in his eyes. Just now he was just showing his weakness to me. This man was not a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. On the contrary, his insight was sharp, and his understanding was astonishing. Even when they were talking outside the battlefield, he would still bully his enemy, show weakness and set up traps. He would obtain the information he wanted. The Knight of Judgment. Ricky tightened his grip on his sword. He made you nervous. Ricky turned around. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon with a hint of schadenfreude. You lost to a human in a battle of words, and got a lot of information from him, didn't you? Ricky's expression darkened. Thales sighed softly. But just now, you said that a real demon is so inhumane that you think he has a human heart. As he listened to the teenager repeat his words, the absent-minded Ricky furrowed his brows. What? Thales looked up. A real demon? Thales asked in puzzlement. What does that mean, Ricky? You mean that you are not a real demon? Ricky's cheeks twitched a little. But Thales was not done yet. Also, I tried to replicate your power of eradication in the tavern, didn't I? Thales said softly, paying attention to Ricky's expression. I know that the power of eradication is the pride of humans. And I also know that the blood clansmen and orcs have powers that are very different from the humans' power of eradication. Thales became serious. If you really have the body of a demon living underground and in hell, Ricky, then why do you have the power of eradication? Is it really, as Zachriel said, that you have possessed someone else? If that is the case, then where did this body of yours come from? Ricky's expression became unpleasant again. He suddenly realized that the teenager in front of him might not be easier to deal with than Zachriel. As I said, Your Highness, there are all sorts of miracles in this world. Ricky looked at him deeply. And my existence is a little more complicated than you think. A little more complicated. Just as Thales was thinking about how he could get more information out of him, Ricky suddenly interrupted. So you used the sin of Hell's River to replicate other powers of eradication, right? Ricky narrowed his eyes. Did you figure this out on your own, or did someone teach you? Thales vaguely knew that Ricky was trying to change the topic, but he had to admit that the thing he used to change the topic attracted the teenager's attention. The sin of Hell's River. Blacksword's face appeared in Thales' mind. Is this important? Ricky smiled. Of course. If you thought of it, then you're pretty good. But Ricky's expression immediately changed, as if a cold wave had arrived. If someone else taught you. Ricky said coldly, as if he was serious. Then he deliberately wanted to harm you. Or he didn't want you to improve at all. For a moment, Thales was completely stunned. Harm me? Thales was about to retort in disdain when he thought of Ricky's identity as a demon, but he suddenly remembered the scene when he parted ways with Blacksword. About the sin of Hell's River. After tonight, you better not use it again. No way? The teenager subconsciously clenched his fists. When he thought of this, the mocking words that Thales was about to say paused for a moment. Harm me? What do you mean? Ricky took a deep breath. Thales suspected that what Ricky wanted was the satisfaction of seeing others confused while he answered their questions. He leaned back, shook his head and said with a smile, because the sin of Hell's River's transformation characteristics have so many uses, and there are so many ways to improve yourself. But you chose the stupidest, the least effective, the most troublesome, and the most boring one. Ricky's eyes flashed, and his expression was profound. Imitation. Thales frowned. Is there a problem? Ricky snorted coldly. Of course there is. The first Crassus once discussed this problem. Thales thought of something. The first Crassus? That's him. I know that it might be very effective, interesting, and impressive in the beginning. This time, Ricky was not his usual self. He stared at him seriously and sternly. Omnipotent power of eradication, is it? When he heard the words omnipotent power of eradication, Thales' expression changed. Yes, he does know something. When he saw Thales' tacit expression, Ricky sneered. So, you think that in the future, when you encounter powerful elites and useful powers of eradication, you will activate your sin of Hell's River, imitate and replicate them, and easily take them as your possessions, your spoils of war. You will then obtain their powers as if you were cheating? Thales asked. The teenager was stunned. He had never thought about this problem. Jayla's strange blade technique, Waya's edge of no return, Nicola's twist of fate. He had imitated quite a number of people over the years, but, so to you the power of eradication is an apple or a sword. Ricky's expression grew sterner, and his voice was especially clear amid the rumbling sounds around him. You can eat it when it is delivered to your mouth, and you can use it when it is placed in your hands? Thales was a little dumbfounded by his sudden and fierce tone. Ricky then snorted softly. Tell me, Thales. This time Ricky, who would either address him as Your Highness in a distant manner or call him my dear in a teasing manner, actually called Thales by his name. Ricky said coldly, do you think that this is the meaning of the sin of Hell's River, and even the true essence of the power of eradication? Thales raised his eyebrows and twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly. No? Of course he was not stupid enough to say yes. However, Thales had a feeling that Ricky would become a different person when he was talking about certain topics, regardless of whether it was the duel with Barney and Zachriel, the story of his subordinates, or the sin of Hell's River. It was as if that was the last respect he had left. At that moment, Ricky stared straight at Thales, as if he wanted to see through his heart. Barney, if I remember his name correctly, have you imitated his power of eradication? Thales, who was thinking about what kind of person Ricky was instantly stunned. Barney? Chapter 479. No? Puzzled, the teenager asked, what's wrong? But this time, Ricky obviously did not want Thales to answer. Barney's power of eradication is the thawing of glaciers, which is known for taking advantage of the situation. But can you sense the existence of taking advantage of the situation in his fight? Thawing of glaciers? Taking advantage of the situation? Wait a minute. Thales was stunned when he heard the familiar term. Thawing of glaciers. Isn't this the power of eradication of the fortress flower from 6 years ago, Sonia Cecire? Is her power of eradication the same as Barney Jr.'s? But Barney Jr. The leader of the disaster swords turned his head around and looked at Barney Jr., who was under strict guard in the distance. He voiced out Thales' thoughts. He's a ruthless person, isn't he? Ricky looked at Barney Jr.'s indistinct figure with a little emotion. Even with that kind of body, he could still seize the opportunity to force me into that state. Thales froze for a moment and remembered Barney's fight. No matter how hard he tried, he could not connect the fortress flower, the valiant female warrior Sonia, who fought with ease under the siege of Giza's endless tentacles, with Barney Jr., who risked his life and fought fiercely while covered in blood. Thales was very puzzled. Ricky turned his head around and continued to ask, do you know Barney? What kind of person do you think he is? What kind of person is Barney? Thales suddenly remembered how the man looked when he lost hope and wanted to end his own life. The teenager was about to answer, but he suddenly realized that he could not give his opponent more information, so he could not help but shut his mouth. But Ricky did not care. He lowered his head and answered his own question. Let me guess. He raised his right hand and slowly tapped his fingers. He should have had complete night training when he was young. It can be seen from his footsteps and habits. But he has become like this. He dares to put his life on the line, just so that he can strike an effective blow at the most dangerous moment. Ricky's gaze froze. This is not a coincidence. He must have experienced something unforgettable when he was young. So he decisively and resolutely gave up the orthodox swordsmanship that he was used to. In the end, he took a risk and completely changed his fighting style, becoming what he is now, sacrificing everything for a single victory. While Thales listened to his seemingly logical analysis, he recalled Barney Jr.'s unusual fighting style, and tried hard to keep up with his rhythm. Ricky raised his head again and looked at Barney Jr. Even his thawing glacier was greatly affected. I can barely recognize it now. Thales raised his eyebrows. But you still recognized it. Ricky shook his head and revealed a mysterious smile. You missed my point. While Thales scratched his head in confusion, Ricky sighed, as if he was talking to himself. I think cool Barney probably did not have a good life when he was young. He might even be antisocial, cold and gloomy. And his tragic experiences over the past decade or so have shaped his extreme, ruthless fighting style. Not only to his enemies but also to himself. I think he is probably tenacious, stubborn, and even a little stubborn. He is not easy to get along with, just like his power of eradication. Thales recalled Barney Jr. in prison, then remembered the Royal Guard's experiences over the past 18 years. He did not speak. Ricky retracted his sighing expression and smiled. Tell me, am I right? Thales looked at Barney in the distance, then looked at Ricky suspiciously. You heard it from Samuel. They are old acquaintances. Ricky laughed when he heard that. But he only continued to turn his head and pointed at Zacriel, who walked beside Samuel. Zacriel, the famous Knight of Judgment. What kind of person do you think he is? Zacriel. Thales pictured him painfully trying to stop Barney from committing suicide. Ricky must have recalled the scene when Zacriel charged at him. He said absent-mindedly, Samuel told me about his power of eradication, and I have seen it for myself. That guy is basically a huge army with all kinds of soldiers. With just a wave of his hand, he can make everyone panic and throw them into chaos. What's rare is that he can move freely between movements and stillness without any sluggishness. At that critical moment, he still has the leisure to think about things other than fighting. God knows when he stuffed the tarp on me. Chaos of armies. Thales whispered in his heart. This time he subconsciously thought, if I want to imitate that power of eradication. To achieve that kind of result, he has to observe the complicated battlefield down to the smallest detail. He has to be extremely cautious, see everything, understand the enemy's situation in an instant, make accurate judgments, react immediately, and coordinate his body and mind. He has to take care of both the enemy and himself. He has to be a genius. Ricky sighed. If he wasn't a warrior, he would definitely be the best chess player. He would multitask, have a quick mind, have great foresight, and see the overall situation. And our conversation proves this point. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. As he listened to Ricky's evaluation of Zacriel, he seemed to have slowly grasped some of the meaning behind Ricky's words. Ricky picked up his water skin and drank a mouthful. Then he tossed it to Thales without a care. So, I guess that he is a cautious person in his daily life. He takes care of everything, has keen senses, and takes care of the overall situation. He is a person you can entrust your life to. But Ricky immediately sighed. This is probably also unfortunate. Compared to Barney, who sacrificed everything for a single victory, Zacriel has too many things to worry about. The factors he cares about are too complicated. His omnipotence and genius have become his curse and burden. But he obviously doesn't like to complain and vent. He only acts quietly and bears all the burdens alone. Those who carry too many burdens will always falter. Given time, they will either become self-contained and unable to extricate themselves, or they will become crazy and violent, unpredictable. As he listened to his narration, Thales was secretly shocked. Did Ricky know Zacriel before? After Ricky finished speaking, he smiled and said, Look, through the power of eradication, I can learn a lot about them. But why? Thales frowned and shook his head. Samuel must have told you this as well. You gathered information about your target beforehand. Ricky snickered. As Ricky laughed, Thales pursed his lips. All right. The teenager's thoughts turned, and he dug out a figure he had not seen for a long time from his mind. If there is a powerful supreme-class warrior who has a rare power of eradication. Ricky listened to Thales' words with interest. Can make him change his momentum and posture, pull back his sword, and stab the next. He can make many feints or feints. While he is caught off guard and is unpredictable, he can deceive his enemy and win. What can you learn from this? After Thales finished speaking, he remembered the person who defeated him countless times in the training field over the past 6 years. He also remembered Dragon Cloud City. Feints? Oh, that's not common. Ricky was stunned after he finished listening to the narration. He began to ponder, which was rare. You have to know that almost every warrior is taught to be resolute when attacking, firm when defending, steady in their footsteps, and focused in their minds. Once they make a move, they must not have second thoughts. If they are on the battlefield and still expect to pull back after swinging their sword and find a better posture, these people are usually new soldiers, and they die the fastest. Ricky raised his eyebrows and said uncertainly, But that friend of yours, he might be a rather special person. But that friend of yours, perhaps he is a rather special person. Perhaps he is a different kind of genius, able to turn his disadvantage into an advantage, giving him one more chance to regret his decision than his enemy. Thales chased away his memories and looked at Ricky seriously. Then, what kind of person do you think he is? This time Ricky pondered for a long time. If I had to guess, he is confused. Huh. Thales was stunned again. Confused? Ricky nodded and made a guess. To pull back his sword and stab the next. I guess this kind of person might always want to do things better. To a certain extent, he is a perfectionist. So this kind of person, I'm afraid he doesn't live a comfortable life. It's hard for me to imagine him not feeling confused and perplexed when he faces himself alone. Thales blinked in disbelief. No way. That dead face. Perplexed? Thales could not help but automatically imagine Nicholas standing in a big city, staring at the map in a daze while facing the traffic, scratching his head in confusion. Perplexed? Or perhaps, the star killer standing in front of the neon lights at night, looking up at the sky, smoking a cigarette in melancholy amidst the breeze and steam whistles. Thales snorted and quickly covered it up with a cough. Impossible, he said subconsciously. No. The scene is too beautiful. The style is strange. I don't dare to look. I don't dare to look. Ricky also laughed when he saw Thales' expression. But after a few seconds, he suddenly put away his expression. Do you think this is funny? Thales immediately froze. Ricky's tone was rather formal. For a moment, Thales thought he was back in class, whether it was the class in his fragmented memories or the class in Asda in reality. This made Thales subconsciously put away his smile, and he sat up straight. Everyone's power of eradication is unique. It is formed through the user's long-term life and battles, and it gradually becomes one with them. It is closely related to their personality, experiences, and habits, and is inseparable. Even if it is the same power of eradication, in different people's hands, the difference will be like heaven and earth. Unique. The same power of eradication will be very different. Thales listened attentively and immediately remembered Sonia and Barney's thawing of glaciers. Ricky's tone became softer. Just like that, the style of the power of eradication matches the user's characteristics, echoes with each other, and reflects their understanding of battle, themselves and their enemies. It is the unique emblem that is branded on every warrior. The unique emblem that is branded on every warrior. Unique emblem? Thales immediately remembered the topic of their conversation, and doubt rose from the bottom of his heart. But the sin of Hell's River, the so-called omnipotent power of eradication. Ricky stared at him. His gaze was cold and sharp, and his tone was crisp and firm. You, on the other hand, want to perfectly display the great strength that countless experts have accumulated in every battle, every life and death experience, and every kind of experience through only a few minutes of observation and contact? Do you want to demonstrate the great strength that has been shaped by their personalities, experiences, bodies, and even their enemies and opponents? Thales was stunned. Personality, experience, body. Even enemies and opponents. Ricky narrowed his eyes. When you were obsessed with imitation, the biggest mistake you made, Thales, was to treat the power of eradication as a tool that was separated from the warrior himself. You imagine the power of eradication as a platter made up of a few lifeless parts. You thought that you could take away one part at any time and ignore the other. You thought that you could only choose their strengths and ignore their weaknesses. You thought that you could only imitate the warrior's strength and benefits at this moment, and easily throw away the sweat, and price they paid in the past few decades of their lives. You thought that you could only remember the state you want to imitate at this moment, and ignore how they became what they are now from the past. Thales frowned heavily and began to think carefully about Ricky's words. Ricky leaned forward and stared at Thales intently. His tone became even fiercer. Did you know that even the most despairing suicide squad needed the help of Shaka wine during their suicidal charge on the battlefield in Western Desert? But Quill Barney, a man of noble birth, managed to do it so easily. This meant that he had to brush past the tip of a blade countless times. He had to train his spirit between winning by a hair's breadth and losing everything at the last moment. He had to abandon his hesitation about the pros and cons, seize the opportunity at that moment, and turn it into his normal state, and become the man he is today. So his thawing of glaciers, his strength, and his fighting style are things that I can imagine, but I can never learn. Because I can't feel the terror of a hair's breadth, I can't practice that kind of decisive fighting style. And I can't reproduce his fighting style, which is full of distinct characteristics. Ricky's eyes flashed and he spoke firmly. So no, Thales, the power of eradication is not a kind of power, nor is it a weapon, much less a state. It is the warrior himself. Thales trembled slightly. From Eternal Star City to Dragon Cloud City, and then to Western Desert Hill. Even though Thales himself had awakened to the sin of Hell's River and practiced sword arts, in truth, he had always been indifferent towards the power of eradication in his heart. It was very simple. Asda's words had affected his judgment. The power of eradication was just an accessory created by the wizards for the knights. In this world, forbidden magic represented the highest knowledge. Moreover, after experiencing mystic energy, and even knocking on the door, entering the thing stage that Taurus mentioned. But it was only now that Thales suddenly realized that he had forgotten again. He had forgotten the old crow's teachings and his own understanding of magic. Humility. Yes, magic might be all-encompassing and all-encompassing. It may seem vast, boundless, and enchanting. But the power of eradication, according to Ricky, it was much more focused and simpler than magic. Because it is the warrior himself. Thales pondered. Ricky's words continued, each sentence harsher than the last. In other words, Thales, your current sin of Hell's River is a true reflection of yourself. You only know how to adapt to the situation and can't find your unshakable self. However, Ricky's next sentence was like a long sword that pierced the bottom of his heart. This is your power of eradication, and it is the current you. You are forced to move forward, dragged forward, without a goal, without direction, swaying left and right, drifting along with the flow, and even, at that moment, Ricky's eyes widened in anger, as if he wanted to see through Thales' soul. Without a self. Thales was stunned. When he watched Ricky rely on his observations of the power of eradication to deduce the characteristics of Barney Jr., Zachriel, Nicholas, and the others, he found it rather interesting. But when it was his turn, Thales took a deep breath. If my sin of Hell's River is me. The teenager lowered his head in a daze. Without a goal, without direction? Swaying left and right, drifting along with the flow? Without a self. Ricky did not notice Thales' abnormality, but the teenager was in a daze. For a moment he could only hear his own breathing. Has he always been like this? Then Ricky spoke again. His stern tone brought Thales back to reality, as if he had been blown away by a cold wind. The omnipotent power of eradication? Imitation? No, it is not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. If you are not me, if you do not know my personality, if you do not know whether I am radical or cautious, if you do not know whether I like to stab or slash, if you do not know my habits when I fight, if you do not know the strength I use when I hold my sword, if you do not know which muscles I use when I attack, if you do not know the situations and history of my battles in the past, if you do not know the life I have experienced and the past, and how I came to form such a power of eradication. Ricky's gaze became more and more terrifying, as if he was looking at an unbearable humiliation, as if Thales had committed a heinous crime. Then, you will not be able to imitate the most important and essential part of my power of eradication. The things that make it and I the way I am. Thales, who had been thinking deeply about a certain sentence just now, could only listen quietly. If you have not experienced the Night of Judgment's life, you will not be able to obtain Zachriel's multitasking, and ignore the terrifying burden he has to bear at all times. If you have not seen Barney's world, you will not be able to only enjoy Barney's terrifying lethality, and ignore the devastating price he has to pay when he cuts off all means of retreat. Ricky snorted coldly, and his reprimand was merciless. No matter how exquisitely you imitate the sin of Hell's River, the product of it can only be a substandard product, a nondescript dregs. Substandard, nondescript. At that moment, as Thales stared into Ricky's eyes, he suddenly felt that the fixed impression he had towards the power of eradication, the complacency and pride he had towards the sin of Hell's River had been completely crushed at that moment. No, perhaps it's not just the power of eradication. And Thales subconsciously clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Himself. Ricky stared at the slightly dejected Thales and shook his head gently. More importantly, when you rely on imitation and ignore these things, It means that you lack the most basic things towards the power of eradication that other people condense with their lives, towards each of the people you imitate, towards each of your opponents, and even towards yourself. At that second, Ricky straightened his posture, and his gaze was incredibly serious. Respect. Lack respect? Thales was shocked by his attitude. But at the same time, the teenager could not help but start thinking. Black Sword, the imitation and duplication he taught me 6 years ago, the so-called omnipotent power of eradication. Could it be not a good thing? Ricky's tone could almost freeze the entire underground prison. You are not imitating at all, you are plagiarizing. For a plagiarist, the sword in his hand or in his heart will never be his own. The imitation you imitated is just superficial, and will forever lack the most important core. You will never become those great warriors who have internalized the power of eradication in their lives. Ricky finished speaking and stared at Thales without moving. He waited for his response. Thales did not speak. He did not know how to respond. After a few seconds, the teenager exhaled laboriously and asked, "So the so-called omnipotent power of eradication in the sin of Hell's River is actually nonsense?" Ricky snorted coldly. "No." He leaned forward and gently raised his index finger at Thales. "This statement is correct. But you're on the wrong path." Under Thales' confused gaze, Ricky spoke softly. "The meaning of imitation is understanding. Understanding your opponent." Understanding? Thales blinked. Ricky looked around, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "I don't know Barney, I don't know Zacriel, and I don't know that confused friend of yours. But I can understand them on another level through my feelings for their powers of eradication." Another level? Thales thought hard. The eyes of the leader of the disaster sword shone brightly. "For example, through analysis and speculation, I can know. When I face Barney, I might not be able to withstand his life-risking attack head-on. Instead, I must use other factors from the side to delay, disrupt, and frustrate his attacks until I finally defeat him. When I face Zacriel, I can't compete with him in terms of being able to think about the entire situation perfectly. I can't even hesitate or think too much. Instead, I have to focus all my attention on what I'm strongest at. I have to use that to break through his defenses. Only then will I have the power to fight." As he spoke, Ricky suddenly froze. Thales, who had been listening to him with an open mind, had a puzzled look on his face. "I see. Ha." Ricky tapped his palm in realization. He looked in Barney Jr.'s and Zacriel's direction, and he seemed to have understood something. Barney going up against Zacriel will probably be a good duel. Ricky's excitement faded away, and he turned around. "And when I face that confused friend of yours, my best choice is not to fight him head-on, to fight him one after another, to drag out the fight, or to give him a chance to deceive me and launch feints to find my weakness. Instead, I should conceal myself, hide my motives, and before he can react, I will deliver a fatal blow from behind or even from the shadows. I will defeat him in an instant." Thales frowned, but Ricky immediately changed the topic. "But do you know," he stared at Thales with a profound look, "you can do all these better than me." Thales thought of something. Ricky sighed. "My power of eradication has its own characteristics. My opponent's style has already become fixed, and this is how I can bring out my strongest points. But you, Thales, your sin of Hell's River is constantly changing. You can do more, understand more, grasp more details, and understand your opponent faster, better, and more perfectly through this so-called imitation. You can understand your opponent faster, better, and more perfectly than I can." Understand my opponent? Thales mulled over the meaning of this sentence as he compared it to Ricky's example. The power of eradication is one of the most amazing powers humans have. How many elites have gone through countless trials and tribulations to achieve such an achievement? Ricky seemed to be rather sentimental. And the sin of Hell's River's imitation is not to simplify this process. On the contrary, it is to better understand this process of your opponent, and then better adjust and strengthen yourself, increase your advantage in battle, and give you options to deal with the situation. Thales' eyes lit up. "You mean, I don't want to copy my opponent's advantage, but to find my chance to win?" Ricky smiled. The surprised teenager recalled the elites he saw, through the sin of Hell's river. The volcanic eruption in Arakamerch's body. The colorless but determined power that filled the fortress flower. The silver needle-like glare that drifted about Nicholas' body. The gray color on Raphael's body. Thales suddenly understood. He did not want to become them. Instead, he wanted to surpass them. Through the imitation ability of the sin of Hell's river, you can deduce their experiences, characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. You can grasp the most essential and purest parts of their martial arts and skills, and turn them into your advantage when you fight against your enemy. You should not lazily skip this step and dream of becoming them, and copying their achievements. Ricky used his finger to point at Thales, who seemed to have understood something. Remember, the important thing is how you are, and not how strong your opponent is. The important thing is how much you gain, not how much you can imitate. Once you master this, you will be able to find a way out in every situation, and find a way to deal with every powerful enemy. Thales shuddered slightly. It was as if a train of thought that had been blocked for a long time in his mind had been cleared. Ricky narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales, whose eyes were becoming clearer. The stern look on his face slowly melted. The advantage of the sin of Hell's river's endless changes is not to allow you to imitate the real and become all your opponents. Instead, it is to allow you to face all your opponents calmly and fearlessly. Ricky took a deep breath and looked at Thales, whose expression had changed. He sighed softly. This is the true omnipotent power of eradication. Thales stared at him firmly and nodded slightly with a serious expression. I understand. But Thales hesitated for a while but still asked, why are you telling me this? Ricky stared at him and did not speak for a while. But before Ricky could answer, thud. A slight tremor came from under his feet. Everyone's expressions changed, including Thales. A few seconds later, the rumbling stopped, and everything returned to silence. Thales looked at his feet in surprise. This is... Thales' expression darkened when he felt the sudden lightness under his feet. The platform stopped. At that moment, everyone on the platform stood up, and it caused a small commotion. Ricky. A few seconds later, Klein walked over slowly with a torch in his hand. He said solemnly, we've reached the ground. Ricky nodded and waved his hand. The disaster swords got into action, and were ready to move out. Thales subconsciously looked around, and to his dismay, he realized that he and his companions were still captives. Why did I tell you? Ricky turned his head around and stared at Thales. He said meaningfully, he said with a seemingly profound tone, I told you, my dear, you have a key that can open a door we have been looking forward to for a long time. Key? Thales frowned. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a temple priest when you talk so mysteriously? Ricky was slightly taken aback. But then he smiled. Yes, there has been. While Thales was stunned, Ricky raised his head and looked at the ceiling, which had unknowingly gotten close to him. It was as if he could see the world outside. He ordered loudly, everyone get ready. Everyone get ready. The day of release has arrived. It is time for the prison of bones. Under the gazes of all the mercenaries, Ricky's eyes focused and his gaze turned fierce. It's time to say goodbye. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 480. It was a small piece of sand. It was located in the middle of several sand dunes of different sizes. It slept quietly under the dimly lit sky. It was dead silent. Then, all the sand on the ground began to tremble slightly. Bang. A muffled sound rose. An irregular surface suddenly appeared in the center of the sand. Thud. As muffled sounds rose one after another. Countless grains of sand slid down from the gradually raised surface and fell into the dark hole underneath. The falling grains of sand rustled. The surface, which was several meters wide, continued to rise, revealing its grayish-black nature. More than 10 seconds later, a figure covered in dust and holding a torch was the first to emerge from the dark and mysterious hole. The figure patted off the sand on his body and looked around. Then he turned around, extended his hand to grab the second person, and pulled the latter out of the hole. Then the third, the fourth. More and more people climbed out of the hole. There were dozens of them. Then, a thin figure appeared from the hole, and was pulled out. He stepped on the sand. Cough, cough, cough. Thales, who was covered in dust, took off his towel and coughed out dust and sand in pain. He patted off the sand on his body. The temperature of the cold wind before dawn, and the smell of sand assaulted his senses at the same time. It made him shudder. It was familiar, yet unfamiliar. Thales subconsciously reached behind his waist, but he touched nothing. It was only then that he remembered that his dagger had been confiscated by Ricky. Behind the teenager, Tardin Bruley and Cannon's hands were tied tightly. They were escorted out one after another. Zacriel, Barney, and Belden were in an even worse state. They were even blindfolded, and were personally watched over by Klein and Joseph. Quick Rope seemed to be treated as an unimportant errand boy. He bitterly moved the equipment the mercenaries retrieved from the battlefield. From time to time he glanced at Thales, as if he was asking for help. Stake was also blindfolded. He was roughly pushed out under the watch of 2 mercenaries. Everyone came to the surface one after another. Isn't this the prison of bones? Thales stepped on the familiar sand. He ignored Quick Rope's resentful gaze behind him. While he cleaned up the mess on his body, he tried his best to observe his surroundings under the dim light. It's not even Bladefang's camp? The vast yellow sand around him surprised and terrified him. Ricky turned his head around under the dim eastern sky. How? Do you think we'll go back the way we came? Ricky threw away the torch in his hand and shook his head mockingly. The entrance to the prison of bones. I reckon that the people from the Secret Intelligence Department have already surrounded that place. Thales sighed internally. The prince hugged his arms and rubbed his body, which was suddenly exposed to the cold wind. He looked around in puzzlement. Where is this? It's not far from Bladefang's camp. Ricky raised his head under the gray sky and stared at the familiar small row of fortresses in the distance. But I can just see it. Thales narrowed his eyes and observed Bladefang's camp, which seemed to be right before his eyes. He felt dejected. In the desert, just in sight, was equivalent to walking for a whole day. So what would happen to them next? What are you waiting for? Thales asked while rubbing his hands together. This time, Ricky only glanced at him coldly. Timing. Opportunity. Thales frowned. While the cold wind howled, Ricky raised his head to look at the sky. Everyone, final check. We're leaving. Ricky walked past Thales, who was deep in thought, and walked towards Samuel, who stood in a secluded spot. He stared at the royal guards who were tied up tightly in the distance and whispered to Samuel. How is it? Samuel avoided the group and cast a glance at Zacriel before he shook his head. They refused to join us. Ricky frowned and exhaled. Barney. Samuel snorted softly. He seemed to be very displeased. Especially Barney. That guy's temper is harder than a rock. Ricky stared at the blindfolded Barney and clicked his tongue softly. But he just had to be the one who mastered the secret of the Northland military sword style. Samuel's eyes brightened. Then is he? But Ricky shook his head in disappointment. The thawing of glaciers. Both of them were silent for a while. Ricky swept his gaze over his subordinates who were doing their final checks and preparations behind him. He gestured at Zacriel with his chin. I've been trying to convince their commanding officer. If he agrees first. But Samuel shook his head firmly. Not Zacriel. The determination in Samuel's tone made Ricky a little stunned. The key is not Zacriel. Samuel looked at the slightly shorter and frail figure behind him. His expression was complicated. They are only loyal to him. Ricky looked in the direction of Samuel's gaze. He saw the teenager, who was covered in wounds, looked exhausted, and had a bruise on his chin. He stared at the sand under his feet dejectedly while he mumbled something. Ricky was momentarily stunned. His gaze lingered on Thales for a few seconds. You told me that you could make them fight amongst themselves. Ricky turned his head around, and his expression became stern. What happened after that? When that child appeared, all of you knelt together. What happened? Samuel was silent for a while. The sleeping Nalji and Heir appeared before his eyes. And the teenager's smile. I rest by the Emperor's side. It's nothing. Samuel looked up and shook off his memories. He tried his best not to look at Thales. He's just very convincing. Ricky raised an eyebrow when he sensed the alienation in Samuel's tone. Huh. Very convincing. Is that so? He cast Samuel a deep glance. I am very curious about one thing, Samuel. Ricky's words made Samuel nervous. Crassus narrowed his eyes. Before we arrived, did you manage to find out why the Knight of Judgment wanted to kill that child? Samuel's breathing froze for a moment. Why? He was silent for a few seconds. Ricky approached him slowly. What is it that you haven't told me yet? Maybe it's about the royal family? When he saw Samuel's expression, Ricky chuckled. All right, I know that you might not be able to let go of the oath you swore in the past. I completely understand. But Samuel took a deep breath and interrupted him. Zacriel did that. Samuel looked at Ricky seriously. Maybe it's because he's really mad. Really mad? Ricky frowned, and his face was filled with suspicion. Samuel lowered his head unnaturally. You saw it too. Zacriel was shouting about killing them just a moment ago. And in the next moment, he came back to help them. I think he's really mad. This time, Ricky stared at Samuel for a long time under the dark but almost bright sky. Samuel did not raise his head. Oh, he's mad. Ricky's gaze never left Samuel, but his tone became strange. No wonder it's so hard to communicate with him. He continued to observe Samuel's expression. Samuel coughed and suddenly spoke. Listen, you want the secret of Barney's swordsmanship. Sure, if we can take that child away. At that moment. Hey, Ricky. Uncle Ricky? Ricky, little dumbass? Ricky and Samuel turned their heads, and were surprised to see Prince Thales raise his hand high in the crowd and shake it at them. Little dumbass. Can we talk in private? Thales' forceful shake of his hand and loud shouts attracted many people's attention. Behind him, Marina even put her hand on the hilt of the sword by her waist. You said take him away? Ricky glanced at Samuel, sighed and walked back. I want to. Ricky went in front of Thales and resumed his calm and slightly humorous expression. Your Highness, don't tell me that you want to find a quiet place to pee, because you can do it on the spot. We don't mind. To his surprise, Thales smiled, revealing a row of teeth. I suddenly thought of a question about the Heir calamity. He went to the Tower of Eradication with all of you, right? As soon as he said that, the mercenaries who were busy with their own things fell silent. Many people looked in their direction. Ricky's expression changed. He turned his head and said to Samuel with a gloomy expression, watch them. Once he finished speaking, Ricky grabbed Thales' shoulders in an extremely rough manner, and dragged him to a quiet corner away from the crowd. Ouch, gentler. I'm still young, you can't. All right, I won't resist. Don't use any more force. While Thales stumbled and protested along the way, Ricky shook him off. Give me a reason not to knock you out, Ricky said coldly. But Thales only patted the sand off his body, panted, and shrugged. That dragon breaker or something else, that's what the Heir calamity wants, right? Thales smiled and said, your behavior in the prison made me feel that all of you don't have that much desire for this. There was a subtle change in Ricky's expression. And what all of you want is black sword with the sin of Hell's River. Thales' tone became formal. Yes, I know. Black sword was the one who brought that weapon back. Ricky's eyes widened a little. He stared at Thales for 3 seconds. My dear, I realized that. Ricky's tone could probably catch up to the temperature of the night in the desert. You're cuter when you listen to me seriously. Thales bared his teeth in resignation. The teenager turned his head to look at the crowd and scratched his head. Those names you mentioned, they took me some time to recall, but... Ricky narrowed his eyes. Thales turned his head around, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, the Iron Blood King was the king of the north who died in a heroic battle against the ancient orcs before the era of multiple kings. There was a drama from the age of the Empire that talked about how the Black Knight was put on trial for murdering his lord. Shalon Tannen was a name from the Tannen family in Northland. They were stripped of prestige Orchid region and removed from the 10 archduchy families of Ekstedt, because they attempted to murder the king. With every sentence Thales said, Ricky's expression became a little more gloomy. As for Crassus, he was the person who betrayed the Tower of Eradication, and established the disaster sword more than 100 years ago. Thales finished the last sentence. Ricky looked at him and snorted softly. This child, maybe Samuel is right. When he thought of this, Ricky said, "Correction, we are not called calamities." Thales interrupted him again. "Based on what you said, they were all people who awakened the sin of Hell's River, right?" Ricky raised his eyebrows. "You once said that the power of eradication is the person." Thales took a few deep breaths. "But it seems that every owner of the sin of Hell's River did not end up well, including Black Sword." This time, Ricky stared at him deeply, as if he had discovered something incredible about Thales. "I have a few friends who trained in the Tower of Eradication. They told me," Thales said tentatively, "the biggest difference between the disaster sword's power of eradication and theirs is that it surrenders to the worst aspects of power, madness, brutality, and pain. Even the opponent can feel it." "Am I overthinking things?" Thales paid attention to Ricky's expression. "Or should I really give up on the sin of Hell's River? Madness, brutality, and pain." Thales did not know if it was the Tower of Eradication or the disaster swords that agitated him, but Ricky's expression became unpleasant. "Your friend must have an extraordinary status." Ricky was silent for a while before he spoke. "You must know that we are the secret scars that the Tower of Eradication is most unwilling to reveal. Also, correction, we are not called Disaster Sword." Thales could tell that Ricky was changing the topic. He could not help but sigh. "I have seen how you fight. You cannot deny that you fight like beasts." Ricky snorted and shook his head. "Then you should know that we are stronger than the average swordsman of eradication, and we are bound by fewer restrictions." But Thales did not buy it. "What you taught me today, and what you said about looking forward to the day I reach the true world. Will I become a beast like that in the end?" Ricky snorted in annoyance. He was about to answer, but he suddenly remembered something strange. Ricky raised his eyebrows. "Why are you suddenly so talkative?" Thales froze slightly. He looked behind him furtively, as if he was afraid of being seen. Then he awkwardly raised the thing in his right hand. "Because of this?" Ricky saw the thing in Thales' right hand clearly. It was a dagger that shone with a cold light. It seemed to be the one he had seized earlier. Ricky's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously lowered his head and touched his bosom. "When did you steal?" Ricky did not manage to finish his sentence. Shik. In the next second, a gray blade that he was very familiar with appeared in the air. Like a battleship that broke through the waves, it pierced Ricky's left forehead, piercing his skull. Swoosh. The gray blade pulled out the skull, bringing with it an endless amount of blood. It splattered the sand red. "Ricky!" Thales gritted his teeth and ran a few meters to the side. Before he could greet the dark purple masked man who appeared again, he heard the mercenaries behind him, who had been paying attention to him, cry out in alarm. "Enemy attack!" Joseph gritted his teeth in hatred. He roared and drew his sword. With a few mercenaries, he rushed towards the figure in black who suddenly appeared. "CK me, it's him again." Klein was so angry that he laughed. He also brought a few people to surround him. "How many King times has it been?" But in the next moment, Klein noticed that something was wrong. Thud. A loud thud rose. Joseph felt a pain at the back of his head. His entire body spun, and he fell down. The three mercenaries beside him turned their heads subconsciously, and saw that the disheveled prisoner with his left arm in a splint had already squeezed into their midst. Klein lay on the ground and turned his head around while trembling. He watched in despair as Zachriel, who had broken free at some point in time and regained his freedom, easily and quickly knocked down 3 people. Or rather, he only knocked down 1 person, because the other 2 had knocked each other unconscious for some strange reason. Then he stepped over Klein's body. Zachriel limped towards the place where Ricky and Thales were. He only left behind a few words that floated in the air. The 4th time, Klein sucked in a breath in pain. "No. When did they break free?" Not too far away, Bruley, who had also broken free from his restraints, roared and sent a person flying. Barney Jr. knocked over the mercenary guarding him with a headbutt. Tardin snatched an axe and threw it to Belden. Cannon threw a throwing knife that came out of nowhere. The mercenaries instantly fell into chaos. Joseph, who was charging at the front, turned his head around in surprise. At some point in time, all the prisoners had broken free from their restraints. They used the shock brought about by Ricky's fall to quickly break out of the encirclement and regrouped with Thales. No, they are. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk an urgent sound rose. Joseph instinctively lowered his head, only to find that an arrow had been shot into the sand by his feet. F***ck, why didn't I hit you again? You're a F***king fake, right? Across him, Quick Rope tapped the crossbow of time in exasperation. But when he realized that 3 people were surrounding him, Quick Rope immediately felt as if his soul had left his body. He dashed towards Thales while flailing his arms. Help! Samuel roared in the crowd as he reorganized the chaotic team and formation. Don't panic, they're just a spent force. We have the advantage in numbers. Thales breathed nervously in the chaos and uproar that lasted only a few seconds. He turned his head and saw Yodel throw something at Barney and the others, who were running towards him. But before the prince could say anything, he heard a chilling rustling sound coming from nearby. A cold wind blew, and Thales turned his head around with goosebumps all over his body. Ricky, who was as pale as a corpse, climbed up from the ground again in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth, glared, and reached out to draw everlasting truth from his waist. You're courting death. But before he could finish speaking, Zacriel, who was the first to run towards him, had a stern expression on his face. He lowered his body, suddenly leaned forward, and extended his hand. In the next second, Thales widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He watched in shock as the heroic and imposing Knight of Judgment moved towards Ricky, who was resurrected. He threw a handful full of sand. Sand. Perhaps he did not expect the famous Knight of Judgment to be so despicable. Ricky, who had just drawn his sword, was caught off guard, and the sand landed on his head and face. Damn it! Ricky cried out in pain. He used his left hand to cover his eyes, which were covered in sand. He instinctively thrust his right hand forward, but Zacriel dodged it with an agile roll. Yes. That's it. In the chaos, Quick Rope, who had rolled and crawled over, clenched his teeth, swung his fists and shouted. Hit him again. Cannon, who had protected him until he reached Thales' side, frowned and looked at Quick Rope. Quick Rope's voice immediately became weaker. He looked at Cannon in embarrassment. The atmosphere. Don't worry about Ricky, he'll be able to counterattack soon. Samuel gritted his teeth and tried hard to restore order. He commanded the scene. Surround them first. In the next second, Thales saw Barney Jr. raise the item he received from Yodel, and he came to a realization. Do you think you can kill me like this? Ricky rubbed the sand in his eyes in pain while he swung his sword according to the sound of the wind beside his ears. But soon he heard a metallic sound beside his ears. Ricky closed his eyes and endured the pain in them. He only felt a huge force surging towards him and squeezing him from all directions. It squeezed him so hard that he shuddered. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a soft sound. Everlasting truth fell on the sand. As the mercenaries cried out in surprise, Ricky tried his best to open his eyelids a little, and saw the scene before him. Chains. At some unknown point of time, a vicious chain with countless barbs had already surrounded him from top to bottom, locking him down tightly. His left hand was chained to the left side of his face, and his right hand was chained to his body. He was kneeling on the ground. Barney and Belden held one end of the chain with cold expressions, while Bruley and Tardin held the other end. The 4 of them used their strength to pull the chain taut, one on the left, and the other on the right, locking down Ricky's movements. Come on, we know we can't kill you. Zacriel panted while his arm was suspended. He came in front of Ricky. Then I'll just trap you. The Knight of Judgment ignored the strange gazes from his subordinates and Thales and Quick Rope. With a calm expression, he rubbed off the remaining sand in his right hand, picked up everlasting truth in front of the immobile Ricky, and turned towards the mercenaries. By the way, it's a good sword. Thales exhaled and supported Quick Rope as he stumbled towards him. He recognized the chain on Ricky's body. It was the chain Stake had used to trap Yodel. Aha! Ricky, who was chained down, could not suppress his anger and roared. Zacriel. But just like Yodel just now, the more he struggled, the deeper the barbs on the chain pierced into him. The harder it was for him to break free. Thales panted, smiled, and gave Yodel a thumbs up. Well done. It had only been a dozen seconds since Yodel appeared and Ricky was trapped, but he felt as if he had experienced it for a lifetime. Yodel turned the supreme sword upside down, placed the hilt in front of his chest, and bowed slightly to Thales. In the next second, ripples appeared on the masked protector in black, and he disappeared into the air again. A few seconds later, under Joseph and Samuel's lead, dozens of disaster swords surged forward. They spread out from the front and surrounded the guards. But another figure was already in front of them. The Knight of Judgment's body seemed to have a certain aura. Wherever he stood, the mercenaries who had seen his abilities would freeze. Stay calm. Samuel blocked all the angry mercenaries in exasperation. He stared at Zacriel in front of him. Don't forget his abilities. Joseph gritted his teeth. He's badly injured. We just need to. No. Samuel shook his head resolutely. I can't take the risk. Don't forget that mask. Joseph roared angrily. Thales managed to calm his breathing after much difficulty. He observed that the situation had returned to a stalemate between the two parties. Ricky's eyes were shut tight. He was chained by 4 people. Thales supported Quick Rope and stood behind him. Cannon guarded him vigilantly by the side. Zacriel raised Everlasting Truth and stood calmly in front of the remaining mercenaries. The small sandy area slowly regained its silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. My old friend with the mask. Ricky tried his best to open his eyes a little while he was chained up. He tried his best to search for the mysterious figure. Marina said that you were killed. When did you come back? There was no response. Thales sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile. Underground, when your people were resting and waiting, when I dragged you along to talk about demons and the power of eradication, so that you could enjoy the pleasure of being a good teacher. Ricky froze for a moment. The teenager continued. Your old friend was lurking in the dark. He was busy untying the ropes, sending messages and making plans. What? The pleasure of being a good teacher? Ricky's chest heaved violently as he was chained tightly. He struggled again, but the 4 guards' faces turned red. They locked him down tightly. And you used this opportunity to lower my guard. And when the time was right, you would step aside and talk? Ricky's eyes were shut, but his voice was filled with anger that seemed to want to burn everything. Thales chuckled to show his tacit agreement. Under the gray sky in the east, Ricky's face was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said to Thales behind him, I underestimated you again, Your Highness. You're really sinister, cunning, and full of tricks. Sinister, cunning, full of tricks? Thales sighed. He turned around and looked in the direction of Bladefang's camp. You praise me too much. Thales turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the exasperated mercenaries in front of him, baring his white teeth. After all, I'm not a demon. Chapter 481. Thales did not like dawn. The last dawn that left a deep impression on him was 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City. It was the moment the calamities disappeared, and the great dragon soared into the sky. But when the night was about to end and the dawn came from the east, what he saw was not hope, but an abyss. At that time, he was just like he was now, experiencing disasters that ordinary people couldn't imagine. He forced himself to hold on with minimal supplies and rest, and faced almost unsolvable problems. In the tense atmosphere, Thales clenched his fists in the face of dozens of mercenaries who were glaring at him with hostility. Barney Jr., who could only use one arm, wrapped the chain tightly around his left shoulder. He leaned forward and tried his best to bind Ricky. A brilliant counterattack. So now, what do we do? Barney practically squeezed these words out between his teeth, which showed that he was in a difficult situation. The other 3 who were controlling Ricky weren't any better. They were prisoners who had just been released from prison, and after a series of battles, their supplies were far from being able to keep up with their consumption. All of them were panting and grimacing in pain. What to do? Thales took a deep breath and tried hard to get rid of the dizziness that seemed to be surging into his brain again. When they were captured by the disaster swords, Yodel, who was lurking in the dark, could only hastily inform Thales of his rescue plan. Ricky kept an especially tight watch on Thales. And that was the end of that hasty plan. But what happened next? Thales stared at Bladefang's camp in the distance and tried his best to think of a way out. Zacriel still held his sword with one arm. He stood in front of the mercenaries who surrounded him in a semicircle. He faced his enemies' furious gazes and gritted teeth. His expression was calm and composed. "This is very unwise, Your Highness. Zacriel, you must know that we bear no ill will." Samuel, who stood at the forefront of the mercenaries, tried his best to control the disaster swords so that they would not lose control while he tried to convince Thales. "You better listen to him." This was Ricky, who was tightly bound by chains. His face was covered in sand and dust as he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes tightly. What to do? Thales shut his eyes. Camp, prison, disaster swords, shadow shield. Let me think. Let me think. Quickly think of a way. However, at this moment, Quick Rope, who was standing beside him, screamed without warning. "Holy shit!" Thales opened his eyes and turned his head, just like all the other impatient people. They wanted to see what kind of trouble he was up to. Unexpectedly, Quick Rope did not seem to be the one who caused the trouble this time. Quick Rope stared at his empty hands in shock. He raised his head and lowered his head repeatedly. "This place is haunted." But before he could finish, another figure appeared in the ink-colored ripples, holding the black crossbow of time in his hand. It was Yodel. For some unknown reason, the moment Thales saw him, he felt a sense of security from the bottom of his heart. Just like many years ago, Quick Rope's mouth formed the shape of an O, and it did not return to normal even after a long time had passed. Before everyone's eyes, Yodel bent over in a practiced manner, stepped on the pedal, and strung the bowstring in a few seconds. He took out a small arrow with a special design from behind his waist and put it on the crossbow. F***CK. What the F***CK do you want to do? Josh, who was among the mercenaries, cursed and then fell into deep thought. Quick Rope came to a realization. He stretched out his hand and shouted anxiously, "Wait, there's something wrong with this thing's crosshair." But Yodel did not have any intention of paying attention to them. The masked protector raised the black crossbow, faced the camp, and pulled the trigger at the sky. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk there was a rapid and piercing sound. Be it the mercenaries or the royal guards, everyone was stunned for a moment. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of the crossbow was sharp and resounding, and those who heard it were moved. It spread from the sky and did not fade away. It spread through the wilderness, and it could be heard clearly within a radius of several miles. Of course, that included Bladefang's camp. Yodel tossed the crossbow back to Quick Rope. He ignored the latter's mutterings of "Why can't I?" who was greatly shocked. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of the crossbow began to weaken, but Thales' ears twitched. He had heard this sound before. This is the signal arrow of the White Blade Guards of Dragoncloud City? Under the surprised gazes of the prisoners, the prince looked at Yodel in surprise and delight. The masked protector nodded silently. Thales widened his eyes. "But how did you?" Yodel bowed and nodded. His figure began to blur again. "The Star Killer. You didn't finish rummaging through his luggage." The masked protector's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only one sentence was left in the air. "Though, I didn't waste it." Didn't waste it? Thales raised his eyebrows. He imagined the miserable scene of Nicholas the Star Killer waking up and realizing that he was lying naked on the wasteland. Everything from his horse to his luggage had been plundered, and he had no money at all. Thales put away his boring thoughts, and his mood lightened. "Very good. What we need to do now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements." "Oh no, I recognize you." Tardin, who was tugging at the chains with all his might, widened his eyes. He stared at the spot where the masked figure disappeared and hissed, You're that little girl from Renaissance Palace." But Zacriel, who had been paying attention to the enemy, suddenly spoke and interrupted him. "Tardin, focus. We don't have time to talk about this." The Knight of Judgment's stern rebuke drew everyone's attention back to the enemy. "I've had enough, and you reminded me of it." Joseph, who was at the forefront of the mercenaries, strode past Samuel and stared at the Knight of Judgment, who was like a natural moat. Since we're outside, switch to crossbows. The dozen or so mercenaries at the back did not hesitate. Filled with anger, they immediately put away their melee weapons and pulled out crossbows or shortbows from their backs or waists. What? Thales's expression froze. Zacriel frowned slightly. Crossbows? Great. Another thing I hate so much. Fire as many as you can. Load them up. Joseph's expression was ferocious. He pointed his long sword at Zacriel, who was frowning as well. Cover fire. I don't believe that I can't kill this son of a B***TCH branded warrior. Thales watched with an unpleasant expression as the mercenaries brought out more than a dozen crossbows of different sizes and a few ferocious bows. The crossbowman stepped on the pedal, bent down, and used a drawbar or a hook to load the bow. The archers quickly drew their arrows, nocked them, and loaded them on the bowstrings. The scene of countless crossbow arrows flying at him, and little rascal during the night of dragon's blood appeared before his eyes. No. However, beside Joseph, Samuel angrily pressed down on a bow that was knocked with an arrow. Ricky wants them alive. Especially that prince. The mercenaries froze for a moment. They hesitated while the two leaders disagreed with each other. But before they could react, Joseph turned his head around and grabbed Samuel's collar. He said angrily, "It's you who wants them alive. Because you can't forget that damn brotherhood. You royal guard. And I don't care about that. I care more about ourselves." Samuel seemed to be shocked by Joseph's sudden outburst. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at his former comrades, who were struggling at death's door, and then at the angry mercenaries. "Continue to load the bow." Joseph pushed Samuel away and ordered through gritted teeth. He turned around and said to Zacriel, "Listen up, branded warrior. Listen up, branded warrior. If you want to become a target, then continue to resist. Ricky won't die anyway." The mercenaries' actions caused the guards' expressions to change at the same time. Cannon subconsciously moved Thales behind him to protect him. Quick Rope looked around like a frightened bird, then hid behind Thales without anyone teaching him how to do so. The atmosphere became more tense. "Oh no, we can't wait for reinforcements." When he saw that the situation was not right, Barney Jr. gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said to the others, "Bruley later, you and Belden let go and cover Zacriel. Take down the leader at all costs, however." "No." The sudden interruption made Barney Jr., who was formulating a plan, choke on his words. "What?" The vanguard turned to the person who interrupted him with a displeased expression. The Knight of Judgment stood in front of the group and shook his head as he faced the countless crossbows that were about to be fully loaded. "We will retreat to the dungeon and seek cover." Zacriel's expression was calm. He gestured with his chin at Ricky, who had his eyes closed. "But before that, we will first chop off this monster's head. Kick it as far as you can. Wait for me to count 3, but, hey." Barney Jr., who had been restraining Ricky strenuously, was already irritated. When he was interrupted, his expression changed several times. He said angrily, "I am the chief vanguard." Thales, who had been feeling anxious, raised his eyebrows. "But he is the watchman." On the other side, Tardin tried his best to pull on the iron chain. He shook his head in agony. In the chain of command, he has to be a little higher. When he said this, everyone fell silent. Barney's expression froze a little. "No." Zacriel turned his head around slowly. He was incredibly calm, as if he did not care. "The legacy watchman is second only to the guard captain, and has the same rank as the vice captain when we are not at war. Higher. By a lot. High. A lot." Barney sucked in a deep breath. As if he was constipated, he turned his head back to its original position in pain. He bared his teeth and mouthed a rude word. He looked regretful, as if he was thinking, "Why didn't I kill this bastard with my sword just now?" The guards turned their heads away, trying their best not to look at the vanguard's expression. But at that moment, everyone?" Belden, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He stared at Ricky, who was trapped in the middle of the chain. There was fear in his voice that he could not hide. This man's strength. Everyone was shocked. They turned their heads. There's a problem. Right after he finished speaking, the chain in Belden's hands trembled. As if he could not control himself, he slid a few inches closer to Ricky on the sand. Belden was not the only one. Barney Jr., Bruley, and Tardin, the three people who controlled the chain, also began to slide at the same time. Thales glared at the chained Ricky. At some point of time, he had already freed his left and right hands from the chain. He held the barbed chain in a reverse grip and slowly pulled it back. What? The chain began to tremble violently. No. Barney Jr. stared in disbelief at the trail he left behind on the sand. There are 4 of us. What is going on? At that moment, a voice that caused fear to rise seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It lingered in everyone's ears. You think you've trapped me? Rough. Sharp. Hoarse. It sounded like the roughest scraping sound in their hearts. It was sometimes strong, sometimes weak, sometimes high, and sometimes low. Everyone in the area, be it the royal guards or the disaster swords, shuddered. But the terrifying voice that seemed to have risen from the bottom of their hearts and surrounded them endlessly did not let them go. But you didn't. The faces of the 4 people who held the chain twitched. Their breathing became disorderly, and they were dragged even further. Many of the mercenaries dropped their arrows or loosened the strings of their crossbows that were already half drawn. Some of them even covered their heads in pain. Zacriel shut his eyes and knelt on one knee. He panted heavily and relied on everlasting truth to support his body. You didn't. The voice went on and on. Thales could not help but shudder. He instinctively turned around and grabbed Cannon, who was swaying. Quick Rope was in an even worse state. He even screamed in pain and knelt on the ground while covering his ears. You didn't. Thales tried his best to stabilize his body, which felt as if he was about to lose his balance. He stared at Ricky in horror. What is this? The moment he heard the voice, his heart raced, and his blood surged. He felt a cold wind blow around him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. It was as if someone had brought out an endless nightmare. In the next second, Ricky, who was in the middle of the chain, shook his arms. The guards on both sides could no longer bear it, and the chains fell from their hands. Asterisk bang. Asterisk an ear-piercing explosion rang out. While many people closed their eyes in pain, Thales, who tried his best to open his eyes, was shocked to see. The chain shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground at Ricky's feet. It revealed the bloodstains on his body caused by the barbs. No. But this was not the most terrifying thing. Ricky gently wiped the sand off his face and gave Thales a disturbing smile. Thales tensed up. He felt as if there was some kind of power in that stare under the yellow light. After he was freed, the man seemed to be a little different? Imposing manner? Posture? Or something else? I told you before, don't think that you are smarter than demons, and don't think that you are stronger than demons. Ricky's voice was still terrifying. Under the faint light of dawn, his pupils shone with a rare and ominous yellow light. He stared straight at Thales. Thales was shocked and came to a realization. *T. My first target after I'm freed is... In the next second, Ricky moved and rushed towards Thales. The sudden change only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. Zacriel reacted the fastest. He roared, got up from the sand, and rushed towards Ricky. Stop him. The 4 royal guards who had their chains freed were second only to Zacriel. One after another, they gritted their teeth and got up to block Ricky's charge. On the other side, Klein, who had just recovered from his dizziness, pushed aside the crowd that was swaying left and right. He pushed aside Joseph and Samuel, who were at the front row and covering their ears in pain. He shouted in exasperation, "Attack!" The mercenaries roared in response. With the help of their powers of eradication, they stood up, drew their swords, and attacked. The once balanced situation became chaotic once again. The moment Ricky moved, Thales could not care about anything else. He instinctively turned around and ran towards the exit of the underground prison. But he had overestimated his own body. He had just eaten and rested, so he could still walk slowly. But now the more he ran, the weaker his legs became, and the darker his vision became. At the center of the chaos, Ricky stopped, turned around, and swung his arm at Belden, who was trying to intercept him from the side. Thud. Asterisk the penal officer, who only had time to protect his head and face, grunted. He was thrown backwards by the terrifying force and fell into the soft sand. In just a moment, Barney Jr., Tardin and Bruley, who were the closest to him, had already caught up to Ricky. Bruley roared and raised his arms to meet the attack head-on. Barney Jr.'s left elbow struck Ricky's waist, and Tardin kicked Ricky's knee. The three of them were prepared to suppress their enemy in unison. But at that moment, endless power of eradication surged from Ricky's body. It was like an endless abyss, allowing him to turn around calmly and face the three men. The three men who crashed into their enemy instantly felt the power of their attacks disappear without a trace. It was as if they had touched a ball of cotton that had no end, or a boundless abyss. Ricky only trembled slightly. Did you think that I was just a target that wouldn't die? The terrifying voice traveled into their ears again, causing the three men who held Ricky back to tremble at the same time. Oh no! Barney Jr. only managed to spit out half a word. In the next moment, Barney Jr., Tardin, and Bruley were either sent tumbling or flying in a straight line, like kites with their strings cut. They stirred up a cloud of dust on the sand, like splashing waves. At that moment, Ricky seemed to have become a different person. His gaze became more ruthless and fierce, and his movements became fiercer and faster. He became even crazier. Ricky snorted softly. He turned around and took a step forward, but Zakriel's sword had already closed in on him like a shadow. Ricky wanted to dodge, but he frowned when he realized that Zakriel seemed to be at the most perfect angle. He could not dodge at all. So he smiled faintly. Asterisk rip. Asterisk steel broke bone. Asterisk but Zakriel was stunned. His sword cut into Ricky's cheek from the side. It even cut open half of Ricky's lips, but it stopped in his mouth. Did you say that you want to cut off my head? Ricky, who had half of his cheek cut open and was bleeding nonstop, bit the sword in his mouth, literally in his mouth, and revealed a strange smile. Beautiful skills. His teeth and lips did not move, but that terrifying voice rose out of nowhere in an incredibly bizarre manner. It made Zakriel's body tense up, and he shuddered. Stupid idea. Ricky grabbed the sword by the side of his face, pulled it out and pulled it back. Zakriel immediately let go of the sword hilt, and only then did he avoid being pulled back by Ricky's great strength. In just a short while, the sounds of battle rose all around them. The mercenaries surrounded them. Barney Jr. and the others, who struggled to get up, had no choice but to fight against the enemies. Give up, before more casualties occur. Samuel went up to Barney Jr. and advised him through gritted teeth. F***CKU. Barney Jr. cursed and flung a chain he had grabbed from the ground. Thales, who had finally reached the exit of the dungeon, felt his legs go limp. He needed quick rope support to stabilize himself. Go and help them. Thales tested the lifeless sin of Hell's River and the mystic energy, which was almost taboo, while he said firmly to the hesitant Canon, stall for time. Go. Canon's hesitation only lasted for a moment before he shook his head firmly. No. You're more important. Thales was so angry that he could only clench his teeth and gasp for breath. On the other side, Ricky retrieved his silver longsword. Without waiting for his half-cut face to recover, he charged at the unarmed Zakriel. Zakriel dodged the sword and frowned. To his dismay, he realized that Ricky's strength seemed to be endless. His movements were fast and coherent, and there was no hesitation. But his moves were ruthless, his momentum was astonishing, and he was very oppressive. The Knight of Judgment, who had lost the initiative and was in a terrible state, was in a difficult situation. He was in danger a few times, but he could always avoid danger at the most critical moment. After he forced Zakriel to roll away in a pathetic manner, Ricky suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and swung his sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk he left a trail of sparks in the air. As the metal clashed, Ricky extended his right arm and stabbed a figure in the ripples in the air. Thales was shocked. You forgot something, Mask. Ricky turned his head to look at Yodel, who was gradually becoming visible. His terrifying voice rose again. The night is over, and dawn has arrived in the desert. And when you attack, I can see your footprints. The masked protector trembled. He grabbed the sword stuck in his left shoulder, and tried to stop Everlasting Truth from advancing any further. In the next second, Yodel seemed to have given up on struggling. Instead, he raised his head, shook his right hand, and the gray short sword shot out like lightning. Ricky only tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. "You missed." Ricky sneered and looked at the masked assassin, who was trembling and kneeling on the ground because of his terrifying power of eradication. But the one who answered him was not Yodel. Instead, it was a gray short sword that pierced through the back of his neck and came out of his mouth. He did not miss. Zacriel, who had appeared behind Ricky at some point of time, said coldly. Ricky trembled. He felt his cervical vertebrae being severed, and he could no longer feel anything below his neck. He could not help but let go of the longsword. No, Ricky widened his eyes in disbelief. His oral cavity was clearly destroyed, but his terrifying voice still rose out of nowhere, causing Zacriel to shudder involuntarily. How did you? Zacriel tightened his grip and stopped Ricky from continuing. Do you know what abilities this legendary anti-mystic equipment has? The Knight of Judgment shook his head in disgust and pushed Ricky's body away. As expected, legendary anti-mystic equipment? Ricky fell down powerlessly. He watched helplessly as Zacriel pulled Yodel up, patted the latter's shoulder, picked up Everlasting Truth, and turned to him again. Zacriel raised his longsword coldly. I'm not telling you. However, in the next moment, Ricky held on the ground. His howl was shrill. It shook people's hearts. All the people who were fighting in the field shuddered. They could not control themselves and instinctively knelt down. Thales used all his strength to hold onto the metal plate at the exit of the dungeon. Beside him, Cannon and Quick Rope had already knelt down. They were in great pain. What in the world is this? On the other side, Ricky struggled to get up at an even faster speed than before. He used his arms to block Zacriel's trembling longsword. It was as if he no longer needed time to regenerate and recover. Zacriel and Yodel looked at each other, then at Ricky in shock. The yellow light in Ricky's pupils became more obvious, and strange, charred muscles could be seen faintly from the wounds all over his body. Then don't ever speak of it again. Ricky stared at Zacriel and Yodel in front of him. For the first time, a resolute killing intent appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Zacriel instinctively trembled in the face of danger from his skin to his blood. In the distance, Thales saw with his eyes wide open. Ricky shook his arms, and Zacriel and Yodel were sent flying. Zacriel fell to the ground and coughed up blood in pain. Covered in blood, the horrifying Ricky walked towards Yodel. Your great mask. The last person who killed me twice without me being able to fight back. My name is Jasmine Lorraine. Ricky lifted the masked protector from the ground and covered his right hand with the dark purple mask. Then let us see what's under your mask. No. Zacriel, who fell to the side, extended his hand in pain and fear. That mask. You can't. Ricky laughed savagely. He grabbed the edge of the dark purple mask, and infinite strength surged from his palm. For more than 10 years, Thales had never heard Yodel cry out in pain or in pain. The masked protector was a man of few words. Even when he was injured in battle, he would only let out a grunt. Until this moment. Aha! Yodel roared in pain and anguish. Under Ricky's incredibly delighted, savage laugh and endless strength, Yodel struggled even more. His limbs trembled uncontrollably, and the extent of his movements was so great that it was as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture. No, when Thales saw this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He instinctively snatched the crossbow of time from Quick Rope's hand. Give me the crossbow. Quick Rope was shocked. But at that crosshair, at that moment, asterisk whoosh, asterisk a shrill, sharp sound rang. It was as if the morning light had broken through the darkness. What followed was an even more piercing explosion. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the mercenaries, the royal guards, and everyone else froze and raised their heads. Under the faintly glowing sky, a dazzling spark flickered in the air. It flashed so much that the figures on the chaotic sand swayed wildly. The spark was not the only thing that broke the chaos. Asterisk woo. Asterisk a melodious horn call came from afar. Clear. Loud. Penetrating the hearts of people. 8. Chapter 482. The expressions of all the mercenaries on the field changed. Cavalry. Beside Thales, Cannon, who had been lying on the ground and listening, was the first to shout. His voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. A large number of cavalry, very close. Soon, even without Cannon's reminder, Thales sensed something. The gravel beneath his feet began to tremble. The inexplicable vibration was getting closer and closer, coming from behind the sand dune above their heads. Just like the waves. The mercenaries and royal guards lowered their weapons when they realized what was about to happen. Looking at the cluster of sparks, listening to the horn, and feeling the tremors on the ground, Ricky stopped what he was doing. The madness and bloodlust in his mind stopped for a moment. That was... woo. Thales narrowed his eyes amidst the light and the horn. He felt something. True enough. Behind Ricky, a shadow suddenly appeared at the top of the dune below Sparks. A white shadow. A speeding white shadow. And it was rapidly approaching the chaos under the sand dune. Woo! Amidst the sound of the horn, the speed at which the white figure approached was comparable to that of a soaring eagle. In just 2 seconds, it was right in front of him. Hence, Thales quickly saw its appearance clearly. It was a white horse. A galloping white horse. Pure white. Flawless. Graceful. It moved its 4 hooves at an astonishing speed. It was like a streak of ink-colored lightning. However, its movements were unhurried and extremely elegant. It was so loud that people even ignored the sound of hooves. Woo! The horn continued. Everyone was stunned. That's... Barney Jr. stared at the white figure in a daze before Samuel pushed him away. Samuel panted as he wiped off the blood on his face caused by the chains. It's him. If you don't want to die, don't move. Thales also looked at the white figure in surprise, but when he saw the figure on the horse, he immediately realized that it was a knight. It was a knight with an equally elegant and calm posture, but his speed was so fast that he could not see his appearance clearly. Soon the sound of galloping hooves became clearer and slower. Thales subconsciously raised his head. He suddenly discovered that, at some point in time, under the dim light that gradually appeared in the east, countless black shadows had already appeared on the surrounding sand dunes, looking down from above. Cavalry. That's right, they were cavalry. Countless cavalrymen. His footsteps rumbled as he crossed the hill. Just like the others, Thales turned his head to the left and right and stared at the top of his head in a daze. He watched as the cavaliers who suddenly appeared reined in their horses, and under the long but clear sound of the horn, they slowly urged their horses to descend the slope. They closed in on the little patch of sand, like the waves of the sea over the reef. It was unstoppable. If Thales, who had been talking to the suzerains in Dragoncloud City, still did not know what thousands of cavaliers meant, then he understood now. Several thousand cavalrymen. This meant that no matter how wide your field of vision was, the moment you opened your eyes and raised your head, all you could see was this group of black cavalry. There are no blinks. This meant that no matter how good one's hearing was, when they advanced in unison, the only thing that filled one's ears was the sound of their hooves galloping. No exceptions. This meant that no matter how mature and calm one's mind was, when thousands of war horses weighing hundreds of pounds came over with a weight that made one's heart palpitate, the only thing that could remind oneself was that one's heart was beating faster and faster uncontrollably, to the point where it was about to jump out of one's chest. There was no room to breathe. Everyone was stunned, except for Zacriel. As the person who was the least affected and the most focused, the Knight of Judgment stared at Ricky, who held Yodel hostage. In the next second, he seized the opportunity when Yodel was absent-minded and suddenly moved. He appeared behind Ricky and strangled the latter's neck. Thud. Ricky was forced to let go of Yodel. The battle began again. The sound of the horn changed. The cavaliers on the sand dune, whose faces could not be seen clearly, froze. They seemed to be hesitating about this strange battle. Only the white silhouette that appeared first was still rushing down. But under the sand dune, Ricky, who was threatened, roared in anger. His anger rose, and he activated his great strength. With a roll, he threw Zacriel to the ground. You're really annoying, Knight of Judgment. Ricky picked up his longsword. His terrifying voice rose again, and it made many people tremble again. But before Ricky could raise his sword, Yodel's figure and his strange gray shortsword appeared again. The blade pierced through Ricky's chest. "Aya!" Ricky roared shrilly. He turned around and swung his sword. Yodel shuddered and rolled to avoid the attack. But he could not go any further, because in the next moment, the white figure that first appeared on the sand dune closed in on him. It went straight to the center of the battle between the three of them. It was like a gust of wind that blew away a lot of sand. Ricky only had time to dodge to the side and narrowly avoid the white horse's charge. But Thales saw in surprise. The white knight rose into the air and shook his arm. In the next second, a long spear that was completely white and even shone with a faint light magically appeared in the knight's hand. It swept through the air along with the white knight's movements. Thud. The white spear hit Ricky's chest. With the momentum from the horse, Ricky flew out with a cry of pain. He landed on the sand slope behind him, and countless waves of sand were stirred up. The white knight in the air also trembled because of the recoil. But he easily adjusted his posture in the air. The long spear drew a trajectory on the sand, and he landed gracefully. Thales was shocked. He understood that this was an ally. But in the next moment, the white knight suddenly turned around. The tip of his spear turned like a snake and lashed at Yodel, who had just ambushed Ricky. Thales tensed up. Whose side is he on? The masked protector nimbly parried the spear, and with a nimble but slightly pathetic roll, he avoided the attack. But on the other side, Zacriel frowned deeply. He picked up Ricky's longsword and wanted to help Yodel out of the predicament. But the white knight seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He withdrew his spear and turned around. A shocking scene appeared. With a crisp mechanical sound, the white spear, which originally had its rear hand acting as a lock and its front hand acting as an axis, magically changed its length. It retracted its front and thrust backwards, and the second tip of the spear protruded from its owner's rear hand. It was only then that Thales realized that it was a double-headed spear. And it can retract freely? In the blink of an eye, the white knight had already turned around. His front hand became his rear hand, and he thrust his spear at Zacriel. The moment the spear and the sword were about to clash, the Knight of Judgment's expression changed. He knew very well that a sword was at a huge disadvantage against a spear. He instinctively withdrew his sword, took 3 steps back, and barely avoided the white knight's thrust. The white knight was slightly surprised. He seemed to be puzzled by Zacriel's perfect evasion of his confident strike. At that moment, Ricky let out a shrill roar again, and it made everyone's hearts palpitate. In the billowing sand, Ricky rose again and rushed back into the battlefield. He rushed towards Zacriel, who had yet to gain his footing. The Knight of Judgment gritted his teeth slightly, but before he could react, a figure flashed in the air. Yodel appeared in Ricky's path and intercepted his knee. Whoosh. As the horn continued to sound, the battle between the three of them resumed. Ricky's momentum was aggressive. He was incredibly angry after being toyed with repeatedly, and he wanted to kill Zacriel. Yodel, who was hidden in the dark, moved back and forth. He dodged in a disheveled manner and tried his best to stop Ricky. While Zacriel defended himself calmly, he tried to find a chance to counterattack and cut off the demon's head again. But before Thales could react, the white knight moved again. He dragged his spear behind him and strode across the sand at an astonishing speed. He charged into the battlefield between the three people. At that moment, Thales felt his vision blur. In the chaos, the white knight did not have any qualms. He thrust his spear left and right, and it flew swiftly. He struck the enraged Ricky repeatedly, forcing the latter to slow down. At the same time Zacriel used the momentum to counterattack. The white knight thrust his spear forward and accurately intercepted the Knight of Judgment, causing him to return empty-handed. Occasionally, the white spear would strike at a cold and baffling angle. When ripples appeared in the air, it forced Yodel, who had intended to launch a sneak attack, back into the shadows in a flustered manner. The three of them were like 3 wolves fighting against each other, but before they could touch each other, they were interrupted by the strange spear in the middle. Everyone, including Thales, stared at the chaotic battle in a daze. That white knight, he's fighting against 3 alone? The figure moved back and forth in the sand. Thales felt his eyes sting as he watched. The White Knight's body was incredibly agile. His feet were not his only fulcrum. He would occasionally move back and forth while the two ends of the spear tapped on the ground as an axis. Every single time he would avoid danger. Thales could not help but be reminded of the flying locust blade. And his two-headed white spear was like the most amazing weapon. It could extend and retract at will, and its length did not matter. It could move left and right, front and back. It could be used in any position and from any angle to deliver the fiercest and most precise attacks. With his agile body and fierce attacks, the White Knight swung his spear in the air with a whistling sound, and it brought with it an intimidating momentum. He did not need to defend. He could force the enemy out of the threat zone. Finally, after the chaotic battle lasted for nearly 10 seconds, Zacriel seized the opportunity. He rushed forward, turned his longsword, and changed his target from Ricky to the White Knight. The new knight frowned. He moved his body and parried with his spear, but in the next second he found himself in an awkward position. He was separated from Yodel, and could only watch as Zacriel pounced on Ricky. Rip. The longsword cut into Ricky's shoulder blade. That's it. But Ricky raised his head swiftly, and with a fierce voice that had never been heard before. It made Zacriel frown and retreat. This voice seemed to be very unique. Thales, who was standing a little further away, cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. Then you're finished. With a ferocious expression, Ricky pulled out everlasting truth from his shoulder, and rushed towards the unstable Knight of Judgment. Yodel wanted to go forward, but he too swayed under the shrill voice. But at this moment, when everyone was in a terrible state because of the roar, only the White Knight moved. He faced the incoming attack without being affected in the slightest. Like a white feather fluttering in the wind, he gracefully and calmly swept past Yodel. Only the White Knight's voice could be heard amid Ricky's terrifying voice. Quiet. It was a cold, clear voice. It was like a clear stream in an endless pool of filth. It cleansed people's hearts. It could not be questioned, refuted, or disobeyed. Ricky, who was still angry just a moment ago, instantly fell silent, as if he could not control himself. In the next second, the white spear lashed down like lightning. It struck Ricky's shoulder. Thud. That dull thud seemed to have come from the bottom of his heart. Ricky's longsword fell, and he knelt on the ground. Very good. The White Knight said softly, and then withdrew his spear. Ricky did not stand up again. He shook his head, as if to wake himself up. Soon, Ricky raised his head again, and stared at the White Knight before him in disbelief. The yellow light in his eyes slowly faded away, and the wounds on his face slowly healed. You. Ricky mumbled. Thales, who was slowly approaching, finally saw the White Knight's appearance clearly. The knight was of average height, and he was slender. He looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in a white riding uniform, neat and clean. He walked with an upright posture, and he had a natural imposing manner, as if he could not be shaken by the chaotic battle just now. The only thing that stood out was, the knight's left shoulder, where his pauldron should have been, was covered with a grayish-white, ugly and huge skull. It added a murderous air to him. The White Knight seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head warily. The moment he turned his head, the teenager felt as if he had used a blade to cut through the waves. The sharp mark he left behind was fleeting, but it was unforgettable. Under the light of dawn, Thales was stunned. Because Thales suddenly realized that the man who had descended from the white horse was really a little too handsome. He was so handsome that when his facial features turned to Thales, it was as if lightning had broken through the air. Even in broad daylight, he had the illusion of dispelling the darkness. His jet-black hair looked like the most ideal ink color for an oil painting. It complemented and highlighted his white traveling uniform. His skin was fair, but in the desert that was filled with yellow sand, he exuded a rare, robust, and heroic air. Below his left ear was an exquisite, sparkling silver earring. It was right above the ugly skull, and his gaze Thales stared blankly. He only felt that the pair of faint amber eyes hid the most beautiful, but also the most lethal blade. It attracted every connoisseur, and at the same time, stabbed every person who was overly engrossed in it. The White Knight glanced at Thales and turned his head back. It was only then that Thales realized that he had rudely stared at him for a few seconds without taking his eyes off him. The handsome white knight no longer paid attention to Ricky. Instead, he turned to the other two. Under his gaze, Yodel sheathed his supreme sword and quickly vanished into thin air. Smart, the white knight said coldly. The battle stopped without a sound. The empty space under the sand dune became quiet again. The white knight withdrew his right hand, and the magical white spear shrank to the length of an elbow, as if it was a magic trick. He put it away behind his back. He glanced at the mercenaries and royal guards behind him as if nothing had happened. His expression was very indifferent, as if there was nothing there. But it made the people behind him nervous. The white knight did not say anything. He turned around and gestured at the sky. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sound of hooves could be heard again. The cavaliers on the sand dune began to move again. The mercenaries and royal guards raised their heads warily. The cavaliers on the sand dune from all directions were getting closer. There were many of them, and there were already hundreds and thousands of them in sight. More cavaliers were still appearing from behind the sand dune, and they were slowly descending the slope. Coupled with the size of the horses, they looked like black ants that covered the entire mountain from afar. They came from every direction in a black mass, and it was incredibly oppressive. It was only then that Thales recognized them. The cavaliers in the front row all raised their bows and aimed at the crowd under the sand dune with hostility. It was as if they were going to fire 10,000 arrows at once with just one command. This made the people under the sand dune even more nervous. Hey! Barney Jr. was about to speak when he saw Hope, but he was held back by Samuel, who was behind him. Don't speak carelessly, Samuel said in a low voice. At the same time, he swept his gaze over his former colleagues with a warning gaze. He gestured at the white knight with his chin. That bastard doesn't like people interrupting when he's doing things. Under the nervous and wary gazes of the crowd, the handsome white knight walked to Zacriel. He lowered his head and looked at the warrior, who had a bloody nose, a swollen face, and wounds all over his body. He looked incredibly pathetic, but he still continued to fight. The handsome man's voice was cold and hollow. There was an inexplicable power in it, and it was like a cold current in the silent air. I recognize your brand. The man raised his head. Like an eagle, he accurately captured the figures of Barney Jr. and the others in the crowd. And all of you. The expressions of the royal guards darkened at the same time. Zacriel also stared at the white knight in front of him. He narrowed his eyes, as if he remembered something. I recognize you too. A few seconds later, the Knight of Judgment smiled. Young man. Zacriel sighed. You are this generation's prison guard. 8. Chapter 483. Prison guard? Thales' heart clenched. He remembered something and quickly walked forward. Behind him, Quick Rope caught the crossbow he threw in a flurry and caught up with Cannon in a disheveled manner. It's not easy to forget that face when you escorted us to prison. Zacriel's voice was a little dejected. Before him, the white knight's expression did not change, but there was a hint of weariness in his exquisite and handsome features. And you should be in prison, the handsome man said coldly. Not here. Zacriel shook his head and said nothing. The cavaliers around them drew closer, and they almost dyed the yellow sand dunes in front of them black. They were piercing and oppressive. The man in white turned around. The skull on his left shoulder swayed slightly. He looked at Ricky, who sat on the ground. Blood whistle, sword peddler. This time, there was a shocking chill in the man's eyes. All of you shouldn't be here. All of you should be where you should be. There was a disturbing meaning in the handsome man's words. Many of the mercenaries could not help but gulp when their identities were called out. Ricky's appearance had returned to normal. He stared at the knight in front of him and answered respectfully, I'm sorry, Your Grace. I'm sorry, sir. We're on a mission. Ricky shrugged. His expression was resigned and innocent. But we ran into some accidents. The handsome man frowned slightly. Your mission? At that moment Thales, who had already approached the knight and could no longer hold back, spoke loudly. Don't believe him. I am the second prince. But in the next moment, the white knight suddenly moved. He turned his right arm, and the tip of a spear appeared out of thin air to attack Thales. The teenager, who was thinking about how to explain, did not even have the time to react before he felt his body sway. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the air became blurry. The moment Thales could see the scene in front of him clearly, he was already leaning against Yodel's chest, protected by the latter's left arm. In front of the masked protector, the Grey Supreme sword blocked the white tip of the spear. Cannon and Zachriel had already drawn their weapons without a sound. Their expressions were solemn, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Interrupt me again. The White Knight stared at Thales. His amber eyes shone with cold, murderous intent, causing others to forget about his handsome face. I'll kill you. Thales stared blankly at the tip of the spear that was only a few inches away from him. He was momentarily speechless. You can't. Yodel shook off the tip of the man's spear and pulled Thales up. You don't know who he is. The White Knight retracted his spear. The spear turned back into a short spear, and was sheathed on his back. I don't care. The handsome man said coldly. The same goes for you, Anonymous, no matter what your relationship with the Secret Intelligence Department is. The earring on his left ear swayed gently, still as exquisite as before, as if he had not seen the tense scene just now. Cannon and Zachriel, who were the closest to them, sighed in relief. It was only then that Thales regained his breathing. He touched his heartbeat, which had started beating again, and stared at Yodel in astonishment. But the masked protector just shook his head without saying a word. As usual, the White Knight turned to Ricky again. Your mission? Ricky smiled. Ongoing. Crassus of the Disaster Swords looked at the increasingly dazzling red light in the east in resignation. I believe that you will see the progress very soon. The White Knight was silent for a while before he spoke again. Your accident? Ricky sighed. Please allow me to introduce you. Ricky extended his hand and gestured at Thales. This is Prince Thales Jadestar, one of our accidents tonight. Ricky's expression was resigned when he said this. Whispers immediately rose from the cavaliers who were closer to him. The White Knight frowned, but it made his face, which looked like it came out of an oil painting, even more vivid and eye-catching. He turned his head and sized up Thales carefully. It was probably the first time in his life that he was stared at by such a handsome man. Thales felt that his clothes and appearance did not quite fit the standard of a prince. For some reason, he felt his face burn. The White Knight turned his head and spoke to Ricky again. I need an explanation. Thales was shocked. But Yodel immediately pressed down on his shoulder and stopped him from speaking. Williams doesn't like to be interrupted. The masked protector bent down and whispered into the teenager's ear. And he is serious. As Yodel spoke, he added another sentence in his heart. It doesn't matter if you are a prince or not. Williams. Thales was surprised. Oh, it's my fault for not introducing you. That caused the misunderstanding between you, respected Prince Thales. Just as Thales searched for the memory of this name, Ricky seemed to have just come to his senses. He gave Thales an apologetic smile. The one standing before you now is the legend of the battlefield at the eastern border of the desert. The mercenary leader extended his hand to gesture at the ridiculously handsome knight before him. Adjectives flew out of his mouth as if they cost nothing. The Thunder Wings on horseback. The ruthless killer who can travel 10,000 miles. The terrifying nightmare of the mixed breeds and barren breeds. Thales looked at the handsome knight before him and listened to the adjectives. He only felt his heart become a mess. Legend, thunder, killer, nightmare. Compared to the black mass of cavaliers around him, the White Knight's figure was particularly eye-catching. And the only master of Bladefang's Dune. Ricky sighed slightly. The gaze he gave the man became more complicated. Baron Roman Williams. Roman Williams. Baron? Thales frowned. Roman, on the other hand, only listened to Ricky's words coldly, not saying a word. Of course, you can also call him. Ricky heaved a sigh of relief. He used the tone he was most wary of to call out that name. The legendary wing. The legendary wing. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. His thoughts raced. Among the three commanders of Constellation, the one with the most terrifying reputation, the most contradictory, and the most complicated. He rose to power during the Bloody Year and the Desert War. He slaughtered countless people, and he even trapped and killed 6,000 orc captives alive. He once returned to Eternal Star City with a triumphant reputation. He brought his army along with the king and paraded around Eternal Star City. From then on, he was rumored to be the one who could conquer Western Desert with his face. The legendary wing? The legendary wing himself, the handsome and terrifying Roman Williams, who was rumored to be fierce and terrifying, stared at Thales indifferently. His expression did not change. At that moment, Thales' gaze was fixed on the hideous skull on the knight's left shoulder. He recognized it. It was an orc skull. However, at that moment, bang. A loud sound came faintly from afar. It was like thunder behind the clouds. The crowd burst into an uproar. The cavaliers stationed on the sand dune were also shocked. They comforted their anxious horses. Thales instinctively looked in the direction of the loud sound, and he was immediately shocked. It was Bladefang's camp. A puff of black smoke rose slowly from the direction of the camp. Everyone stared blankly at the unique situation in Bladefang's camp. Only Ricky, who sat on the ground, exhaled and smiled. Roman turned his head around. Anger could be seen in his eyes. He roared angrily at the cavaliers on the slope. Frank. However, even his roar was clear and penetrating, as if it had the power to cleanse people's hearts. Soon, a gray-haired middle-aged knight in full armor walked out of the crowd and looked at the camp in the distance, where black smoke rose. The eternal oil has exploded, sir. The old knight named Frank frowned and said, "Those damn old soldiers. Those damn old soldiers. After we left, they didn't even know how to manage military supplies and logistics." But at that moment, a second puff of black smoke rose slowly from the other side of the camp. The legendary wing's expression became even worse. Wait, that is, Frank's gaze focused, and his tone began to change. The second source of fire, in the direction of the shops. It's arson on purpose. His voice caused a commotion among the cavaliers. Many of them began to whisper anxiously, but with just a turn of Roman's head, everyone who was swept by his gaze subconsciously shut their mouths. The army returned to silence. But as if the heavens wanted to play a joke on this handsome knight who liked silence, a few seconds later, a horn that was hurried and made people panic came from the direction of the camp. Woo, 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 3 consecutive blasts. The sound spread throughout the wilderness. This time, the mercenaries and the cavaliers finally erupted in a shock and uproar that was difficult to suppress. The handsome Roman seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He did not bother to restrain his subordinates, but quickly turned his head around and shouted in the direction of another hill. "Felicia!" A commotion rose among the cavaliers. A red-haired female cavalier shouted, and chased away the people who blocked her way. She rode to the foot of the sand dune. It was clear that Felicia was a rare beauty, but she had strangely shaved off the left side of her head, and there was a strange tattoo on her face. It reminded Thales of Ralph, who was beside him. "Sir, the messenger has confirmed it. It's an invasion alert," Felicia said in exasperation. 7th grade. As they watched the smoking camp in the distance and listened to the increasingly urgent horn blasts, the commotion in the army grew louder. In the midst of the commotion, the legendary wing lowered his head and said nothing. Perhaps it was because of his attitude, or perhaps it was because of the strict military discipline, but soon, the restless cavaliers calmed down. What left a deep impression on Thales was that when an astonishing number of cavaliers calmed down from the commotion, the soundless silence that instantly disappeared was also astonishing. In the terrifying silence, Roman slowly turned his head around and looked at Ricky, who was on the ground. "You." Ricky exhaled softly and raised his head with a smile. He stared at the legendary wing, who had an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength and numbers, without flinching. "Yes, Lord Baron. What you are seeing now is our mission." Whispers rose among the cavaliers. Thales frowned and looked at the crowd. Stake had been knocked unconscious during the chaotic battle just now, and he was still unconscious. Roman's expression was calm. There was not a hint of emotion on his handsome face. "How did you do it?" Ricky shrugged and spread his hands in resignation. Oh, this is all thanks to my comrades from Shadow Shield. This time, Roman interrupted him without hesitation. His tone was cold. What happened? Ricky was silent after he was interrupted. He lowered his gaze and pondered for a while before he raised his gaze. The prisoners in White Prison. Ricky's tone was natural, and he was not panicked at all. They have been released and they are looting and causing chaos in the camp. Ricky smiled and continued to speak. And the military supplies warehouse, which concerns the survival of the garrison army, is burning fiercely. It is shaking the army's morale. The Cavaliers began to stir again. Ricky looked in the direction of the camp and clicked his tongue. But now, the suzerains of Western Desert, the only ones who have the garrison army in the camp and have the strength to deal with them, are on the verge of internal strife and mutiny because of an assassination attempt by a feuding noble. As for the highest level of alert, level 7, Ricky listened to the indistinct sound of the horn beside his ears and chuckled. The gray mixed breeds and barren breeds led by Shattered Stone Tribe and Shuren Tribe have sneaked back from outside the camp. They are preparing to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack and invade Bladefang's camp while it is busy with its own affairs. They will plunder to their heart's content and wash away the humiliation they suffered during the Desert War 11 years ago. Shattered Stone Tribe? Thales was shocked. The army on the sand dunes around them finally burst into an uproar. The middle-aged knight, Frank, was first stunned before he roared in anger. F***CKU. But Roman suddenly raised his hand. Frankie's curse was stuck in his mouth. In the next moment, the army became quiet again. No one dared to whisper anymore. Roman raised his head and glanced at the camp where black smoke billowed out. Indeed, they are selling swords, Roman said coldly. You have exceeded my expectations. Ricky nodded. He looked rather sentimental. Tonight is not an ordinary night. There are some small surprises. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. In the next moment, Roman suddenly spoke. So, what do you want? When he said this, the royal guards, Frank, and Felicia looked at the legendary wing in surprise. Ricky smiled. You do have sharp reflexes, Your Grace. He stood up and gestured to his subordinates before he bowed respectfully. We, the friendly and kind Blood Whistle, are your mercenary companions, Baron. Ricky hooked his finger. Klein immediately patted an unconscious captive awake and brought him forward. We will offer you the highest person in charge of Shadow Shield in Northland, Stake. Ricky looked at the frightened expression on Stake's face when he woke up in front of the Cavaliers. He smiled faintly. His appearance will make the assassins who have been causing trouble in the dark give up on their target and flee in all directions. The legendary wing frowned and did not speak. We will also return the only heir of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar. Ricky extended his arm to the nearby Thales, who could not help but grit his teeth. His status is enough to suppress those wild and unruly suzerains of Western Desert in your camp. Ricky observed the other man's expression and seized the opportunity to smile humbly. Of course, we will also offer you an opportunity. Ricky pointed at the camp in the distance, where black smoke billowed out. You do not have to waste those opportunities on us bumpkins who have hostages in our hands. You can use them to quell the chaos and turn the tide. This time, even Zachriel began to frown. He reevaluated the man who had been a crazy, ruthless, and belligerent demon just a moment ago, but had now become the level-headed and wise Crassus. The legendary wing still did not speak. We Blood Whistle will use all of the above to buy from you, Your Grace. Ricky nodded respectfully. Our lives, safety, and freedom. Chapter 484. The crimson hue in the east began to fade, and the sky became brighter. But the atmosphere on the sand became stranger. Under countless gazes, Roman, who was as handsome as a painting, stared coldly at Ricky, whose armor was damaged and covered in blood, but who was not injured at all. Thales sucked in a deep breath and turned to look at his surroundings. The Cavaliers who were ready for battle, the nervous mercenaries, the royal guards who had complicated emotions, and the many and exquisite Bladefangs camp in the distance. He was deep in thought. Finally, the legendary wing turned to Stake, who was guarded by Klein. Shadow. Shield? Roman looked into Steak's eyes, which were filled with indignation and pain. Steak stared at the handsome man in front of him and realized something. He no longer struggled pointlessly, but frowned and fell into deep thought. More. Ricky raised his arms with a smile on his face. He has a close relationship with all of you here. Aside from the fact that he is the mastermind behind most of the chaos tonight. The leader of the disaster swords pointed at Blade Fang's camp in the distance. His tone was mysterious. He is also the main culprit who colluded with the enemy to sneak into Blade Fang's dune and assassinate Herman Jadestar during the bloody year 18 years ago. Thales sighed. Steak closed his eyes in indignation. At that moment, the sand became quiet. For a moment, only the howling of the wind could be heard. Even the intimidating gaze of the legendary wing froze. In the next second, the cavalier officers in the first row on the sand dune burst into an uproar. What? Frank frowned in disbelief. Are you talking about Ghost Prince Tower? And the fall of the camp? This person? For a moment, countless pairs of eyes were trained on Steak. Ricky nodded and looked at the scene he caused with satisfaction. A surprise gift, right? Zachriel, who was obviously exhausted, sat on the ground and stared at Steak with a profound gaze. Damn you, Samuel, that guy. Barney Jr. pushed Samuel hard, but perhaps because of the arrows around him, he did not continue to attack. Did you always know? Samuel only pursed his lips and did not speak. In the slightly chaotic scene, Thales looked at the person who had the most authority. The legendary wing did not say anything, and he did not restrain his subordinates, who were in an uproar. The White Knight only stared at Steak, who had his eyes closed. His attitude was unclear, and he did not move. That's impossible. The female knight, Felicia, gritted her teeth. It was obvious that she had recalled some unpleasant memories. When I was young, I saw the scene of an execution. The king had already killed the assassins that night. But at this moment, the silent Roman finally raised his right hand. The uproar of discussions and whispers in the army were all put to a stop. It was as if that hand possessed supreme majesty. Soon enough, the mercenaries and royal guards quietened down. Everyone looked at Roman's actions with solemn but nervous expressions. However, the legendary wing only turned his head around slightly and looked at Ricky. Evidence. The corners of Ricky's mouth twitched. He reached into his bosom confidently. I have a letter. But halfway through his words, Ricky seemed to have remembered something. He put down his hand and looked at the prince in the distance with a strange expression. Ahem, our prince has a letter written by Prince Herman. On it is the signature and date of his death. It is the spoils of war that the leader of the assassins took away that year. Steak opened his eyes and stared at Ricky in disbelief. Roman's gaze immediately shot towards Thales like lightning, and Thales shuddered. Yodel's words rose in the air and crept into Thales' ears. Give it to him. Thales frowned and cast a glance at the legendary wing's perfect face, but he still obediently took out the letter and handed it over with trembling hands. Roman stared at the expensive letter. He was silent for 2 seconds before he slowly took it and opened it to read. Steak's expression became even more gloomy. Ricky only said nothing and waited quietly. Finally, under the gazes of hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes, Roman put down the letter. Ricky exhaled. See, I didn't lie to you. So, the legendary wing did not speak. Only his amber eyes shone faintly, reflecting the boundless desert. Crassus, do you think that he will let you go just because you used the prince and me as a bargaining chip? At that moment Steak, whose face was ashen and defeated, let out a broken laugh that was close to despair. He is the legendary wing. He is resolute, ruthless, and merciless. Under everyone's disgusted gazes, Steak coldly stared at Ricky, who betrayed him. He said viciously, let's not talk about whether he likes your threat or not. Obviously, it will be more beneficial for him to eat all of you. The mercenaries' expressions instantly became very unpleasant. At that moment, a voice that was not very harmonious rose into the air. Ahem, about that. Everyone frowned and turned to the teenager who was ignored. Can I get it back? Thales ignored Yodel's anxious reminder from behind him. While he touched his head, he smiled foolishly and extended his hand to Roman. You know that it belongs to my uncle? Everyone stared at him in a daze. It was as if someone had popped a balloon, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Roman frowned for a few seconds, as if he wanted to re-evaluate the teenager who dared to interrupt him again. And Thales could only brace himself and endure it. His smile froze. Fortunately, perhaps because he had confirmed his identity, the legendary wing did not threaten to kill him at every turn. Instead, he extended his hand in an abnormal manner and returned the letter to Thales. Asterisk tick tick. Asterisk by the side. Ricky narrowed his eyes and imitated the sound of the clock. Time is passing, Your Grace. He pointed at the smoking blade fangs camped in the distance. Roman did not answer him. Instead, he turned to the third dune. Duro. On the third dune, a sturdy knight rode out from a group of cavaliers who were dressed very casually, and arrived in front of the legendary wing. Thales and Quick Rope both moved. They recognized him. It was Duro. He was the psionic warrior they met on their way back. He was the boss of the Freak Squad in the Stardust unit. The lads are ready, Your Grace. Duro, whose left arm was thicker than his right, answered respectfully. Anytime. Roman stared at the camp in the distance and nodded. Of course, if you want, we can snatch the prince back right now. Duro looked at Thales. It was obvious that he did not recognize the teenager, who was even more disheveled than he was during their journey in the desert. He then glanced at the mercenaries in disdain. Then we only need one charge. We don't even need to use Karl's rotating troops, and we can crush all of them. Duro's gaze was filled with hostility and murderous intent, just like the other cavaliers' gazes. His words made the mercenaries and the royal guards nervous. Only Ricky sighed unhurriedly. I have another piece of news for you, Your Grace. Crassus, the current leader of the Disaster Swords, narrowed his eyes. One of your deputies seems to be called Duro? In the next second, Ricky pointed at Duro, then at Stake. He has been selling information to Shadow Shield for a long time. Thales frowned. He first remembered Duro's act of accumulating wealth. Then he remembered the conversation between the three parties in the tavern. Duro, who was named, was first stunned, then his expression changed. He urged his horse to charge at Ricky. He was furious. F***ck your mothers. At that moment, Klein and Joseph instinctively moved closer to protect Ricky, who was still smiling. The cavaliers in the first few rows also aimed their bows and drew their swords. Even Thales' arm was grabbed by Yodel, who was hiding in the dark. The scene instantly became chaotic. At that moment, whoosh, white light flashed. The white long spear instantly appeared in the legendary wing's hand, and he stabbed it into the sand with one hand. At that moment, Thales felt as if the air around him had been replaced by water. All the noisy sounds stopped. Roman spoke softly, but he sounded as if he was talking in his sleep beside everyone's ears. Silence. Thales shuddered. This sentence seemed to have some sort of power that forced the chaotic crowd to stop their hands and mouths. They also subconsciously stopped moving. 1 second, 2 seconds, no one spoke, no one moved. The scene instantly became quiet again. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. The legendary wing then pulled out his long spear and put it back on his back. The people in the area looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. They seemed to have remembered how to breathe. Sir. Duro's steed raised its front hooves. It stood up like a human and stopped moving. Duro pointed at Ricky angrily. He was so angry that his lips trembled, and he spoke incoherently. This son of a B***teach. He's so bad, so bad. But the legendary wing only glanced at him. His words. Is it true? When he saw his superior's face, Duro's words instantly froze. But he immediately reacted. How is that possible? I don't know this so-called assassin at all. However, Ricky gently pushed Joseph away, who was shielding him behind him. He chuckled and said, but he told me that your wife and daughter are seriously ill, right? Duro was stunned. Maybe you'll do something unusual for them? Duro gritted his teeth. He glanced at the cavaliers around him and said angrily, Don't you King slander me. At that moment, the legendary wing spoke softly again. I hate arguing. It was just 3 short words, but they were like holy words from a religion. They instantly made Duro and Ricky shut their mouths. Roman raised his head slightly. His eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at Duro. You only need to say yes or no. Duro panicked. Of course not. I was promoted by you, and I have always been loyal to you. But he was interrupted by his superior again. But you don't sound so sure. The legendary Wing's voice was still steady and hollow. It sounded as if it came from the horizon. Duro instantly froze. He stared into his superior's eyes and instinctively lowered his head. He seemed to be hesitating. My wife and daughter are indeed not in good health, Your Grace. Duro's tone was a little soft. He rubbed the reins with his hands, and he spoke with great difficulty. I can't pay for my labor. Sometimes I will think of ways to earn some money with some merchants. The legendary Wing frowned. Felicia, who was by the side, saw Duro's embarrassment. She could not hold it in anymore. Your Grace, we should deal with these things in the future, but the camp. But before she finished speaking, Frank, who had urged his horse to her side, pressed down on her shoulder. The middle-aged knight shook his head at the puzzled Felicia. As a bystander, Thales frowned slightly. Earn money? With information? Ricky snorted softly and looked at Stake. Your wife and daughter are not sick. They are just periodically poisoned by these assassins. At this moment, Duro's expression finally changed drastically. He turned to Stake, who seemed to be unafraid of death. What? Ricky said sarcastically. You don't have to thank me, but this is the cause. On the other side, Stake, who was subdued, laughed so hard that he bent over. The legendary Wing looked at Duro quietly. So you are indeed selling information? Duro's face was livid. He looked around at his colleagues and was extremely flustered. It's just some unimportant information. You know, Bladefang's camp does not have a police station. The merchants are always worried about security and want to get some insider information. His colleague Frank sighed softly. But Roman interrupted Duro. For example, this time the so-called information about the various armies gathering in Bladefang's camp, and the main regular army mobilizing on a large scale? Duro's words died in his throat. He was terrified, and the successive blows made him unable to react to them. But I don't know, Your Grace. I really don't know about those merchants. The legendary Wing still responded coldly. By the side, Felicia could no longer continue watching. Your Grace, she said tentatively. We should first rescue the camp. But Roman interrupted her without hesitation. The camp is always impregnable. He stared at Duro, who was drenched in sweat. The coldness in his voice even infected the air. But my deputies may not always be the same. These words caused Frank and Felicia, who were beside him, to shudder and fall silent at the same time. Duro shuddered. Your Grace. Roman took a step forward and slowly approached Duro's steed. Your family member is seriously ill. Why didn't you come to me? Duro was clearly taller than Roman when he rode on the horse, but at that moment, he looked like a trembling mouse that saw a cat catching mice. In the next second, Thales only saw a flash of white light before his eyes, and it was followed by Duro's pained screams. The cavaliers in the first few rows cried out in surprise. When the shocked Thales turned his gaze around, Duro had already landed on the ground. The leader of the freaks did not die. He lay on the sand and panted in shock while he stared at the white spear in front of his chest. The tip of the spear was only a few inches away from his throat. True, because you know, Roman said coldly. I don't care. The legendary Wing turned around, and the white spear returned to his back. It was only then that Duro breathed a sigh of relief after surviving a disaster. Just like the other cavaliers. Snake shooter, Roman said loudly. On the third sand dune, a cavalier was pushed by someone, and he hurriedly urged his horse forward. By the looks of it, he was a little flustered. Your Grace. Thales recognized him. He was another psionic under Duro's command, and he had met him once in the desert. The legendary Wing looked up. From now on, you are the new leader of the freaks. The cavalier known as Snake Shooter was stunned. He looked at leader Duro, who was on the ground. But Frank grabbed his arm by the side to stop the panicked Snake Shooter from continuing to speak. As for you, After today you will retire. Roman looked at Duro, who was lying on the ground with a dazed expression. Go to Nikolai and solve the problem of money. You have too much in common, ranging from stupidity to blindness. He snorted coldly and turned around, allowing Duro to be helped up by Snake Shooter and Felicia. But in the next moment, the legendary wing walked towards Stake. This instantly attracted many people's gazes. Under Ricky's signal, Klein gently let go of Stake's arm. So it's you. Roman stared at Stake coldly. 18 years ago, you extended your hand to the camp, and now, you extend your hand to my army. The legendary wing's voice was light and hollow, but there was a chill in it. You. Stake froze for a moment, as if he was frightened by the other party's aura. He then sighed. It's just work. Stake lowered his head and coughed violently a few times. He looked very disheveled. Just like you, Your Grace, I only obey orders from a higher authority. Thales remembered something, and he frowned slightly. I do not obey orders, assassin. The legendary wing answered coldly. I only protect my property. Roman walked forward slowly. As he spoke, his handsome facial features seemed to have turned into a sharp steel blade in an instant. And he stared at everyone who stared at him. And Blade Fang's camp is my property. No one can touch it. Roman stared at Stake intently. No one. Stake stared at him in a daze, as if he was a little frightened by the Baron at this moment. You don't need to be like this, Your Grace. I have already admitted defeat, and I will cooperate with you. Stake seemed to have lost his composure a little when he sensed the meaning behind the other party's words, but he still tried his best to save himself. All of this, including all the assassinations during the entire bloody year, was the handiwork of our master. His name is Tung. The Secret Intelligence Department definitely knows him. And I can help you, help the Secret Intelligence Department, and help Constellation find him. Stake cast an indignant glance at Thales. He has a terrifying secret in his hands, including the mastermind of the bloody year. It concerns the fate of all of Constellation. Frank and Felicia looked at each other. Even Zachriel pursed his lips tightly. But this time Stake made a miscalculation. But Blade Fang's camp belongs to me. The master of Blade Fang's camp, the legendary wing, Roman Williams, stared at Stake and said softly, It belongs to me. It only belongs to me. Thales watched this scene quietly. Stake was anxious. Of course, and you protected it very well. Listen, I know who participated in this incident. The Northlanders, the secret room, and even other forces of power. I can bring you to them. I still have a lot of resources that can be used by my subordinates. You can treat me as. But in the next moment, the legendary wing moved. A strange white light instantly flashed and turned into a long spear that went straight for Stake's heart. Asterisk rip. Asterisk, the sound of flesh being torn rose. Thales tensed up. In the next second, Stake lowered his head in a daze and saw endless blood gushing out of his chest. No. He did not understand. The legendary wing continued speaking. He was cold, unwavering, and emotionless, as if he did not hear Stake's words. That's mine. He stared at Stake from above, as if he was looking at a powerless, struggling worm. Stake seemed to finally understand his fate. He lifted his gaze from the fatal wound on his chest, and tried his best to squeeze out a final, broken smile. Then, it turned into a ferocious look. Phantom. Phantom shadow shall never be destroyed forever. But the white light flashed again, and it sliced through Stake's neck. Stake's fierce last words came to an abrupt end. Those who want to take it from my hands. Roman held the severed head expressionlessly, and let the spear in his right hand drip with blood. You will have to pay the price. Stake's headless body fell limp on the ground. Thales widened his eyes as he watched this scene. Shadow Shield Stake, the person who once manipulated the situation in Dragon Cloud City and Blade Fang's camp at night, died quietly in a corner of the desert just like that. He did not even have time to finish his last words. But in the next moment, Roman retracted the spear in his hand, turned it into a short spear, and stabbed it into the head's mouth. His next action made Quick Rope cover his mouth in horror. I made a. Thales stared at Roman's actions in a daze. He leisurely and skillfully used the short spear to tear the flesh on the head back and forth. Cut. Everyone's expressions changed. Amid the terrifying sound of friction, flesh and bone flew, and blood flowed. Roman's movements were skillful, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was cutting vegetables. The people around him felt a chill in their hearts as they watched. Fortunately, Roman did not like to talk much, or else Thales guessed that he would definitely hum a tune at that moment. Soon after a few seconds, only 2 bloody holes were left in Steak's eyes, which had died with everlasting regret. His lower jaw had also been separated from his head. The head became even more hideous, and the blood continued to drip down. It made Thales' skin crawl. Roman put away the spear and turned the head in his hand left and right with great interest. That expression, it was as if he was watching a craft. This thought made Thales feel disgusted. Everyone's expressions were unpleasant. Only Frank coughed. "Sir." The legendary wing then turned around and tossed half of Steak's head to Frank. The latter endured great disgust and caught it. He turned the bloody eye holes to the other side. Roman's expression was indifferent. He did not show any emotion, but Thales felt that he was in a good mood at that moment. He grabbed a handful of sand and rubbed the bloodstains on his hands. "Deal with it on the spot first, then burn it after the war." "Burn it?" Thales frowned. Kairusa Shattered Stone Chief's quality is not bad. In the face of his subordinate's strange gazes, Roman shook his shoulders and tapped the ugly half of an orc's skull on his left shoulder. "It's just that it's been more than 10 years and I'm a little tired of wearing it. I want to change it." The legendary wing pointed at the ferocious head that Frank had tied onto the horse and said softly, "Be gentle." End of chapter. Chapter 485. Be gentle. Thales felt suffocated when he heard that. Under almost everyone's unpleasant expressions, Ricky coughed. "Can I treat this as a deal being made? Since we've done you so much. Help?" This sentence brought Roman, who had just completed his artistic creation, back to reality. The legendary wing slowly turned around and walked towards Ricky. His footsteps were slow, but there was a rhythm to them that made one's heart tremble. Klein and Joseph stared at the Baron, who made them shudder uncontrollably. They wanted to brace themselves and go forward, but Ricky stopped them. The leader of the mercenaries went up to him without fear. "Sir?" Roman and Ricky stared at each other. One of them was indifferent, and the other was calm. The people around them became nervous. Many of the mercenaries and cavaliers tightened their grip on their weapons. The royal guards instinctively stood together and drew closer to Thales. But Thales lowered his gaze and sank into deep thought. Finally, after a few suffocating seconds, the legendary wing snorted softly. "Take your men and get lost. Bladefangs do no longer welcomes you." Once he said that, many people breathed a sigh of relief. "And if you dare come back." Roman did not continue. Ricky smiled and nodded. "Very good. Very fair. Then good luck. And happy working with you?" Ricky extended his palm. But the legendary wing, with an indifferent expression, did not even look at him. He walked past him and walked towards his subordinates. Ricky raised his eyebrows and retracted his palm in resignation. The cavaliers in the first few rows put away their weapons when Frank and the others signaled them to. "That's great," Quick Rope whispered gratefully behind Thales. "No need to fight anymore." On the other side, Roman led his white horse back and loudly gave orders to the people around him. "Felicia." At that moment, Roman's previous bloodthirst and abnormality were gone. He became agile and straightforward, and he had his own awe-inspiring presence. "Send out the flying wing cavaliers. Occupy the lookout points around us and observe the enemy. Don't be in a hurry to engage in battle. If the Baron and mixed breeds really come, I want to know each and every one of their positions." The female cavalier shouted in response to the Baron's orders. Under her lead, hundreds of cavaliers on one of the sand dunes turned around in an orderly manner and disappeared into the rolling sand. The legendary wing turned his head around. "Frank." "Po." "Equip the Edgebreaker cavalry and feed them the last of their rations, including those who have only been here for a month. Especially Po, You're new recruits who came from the inland. I will come later. Remember, we all have 4 legs. Try to fight outside on flat ground. Poe, another knight beside Frank, seemed to be a little puzzled. Shouldn't we first light the beacon and ask for help? Roman answered without hesitation. Who are you pointing at? Ruins or Brave Soul's castle? You must know that the men of the western desert are shivering in their camps, waiting for us to save them. Frank and Poe nodded in response, then led their respective subordinates to ride away. Thales quietly watched Roman deploy his troops. His frown deepened. Just like that, half of the cavalrymen left in a grandiose manner. The scene was no less imposing than when they had first arrived. Snake Hand. The new leader of the freak squad was stunned for a few seconds before he hurriedly replied, "My lord." Roman glanced at him. "Prepare the guards, especially the freaks. Once we deal with the outside, there will only be thugs and rebels left in the camp. It won't be very difficult, but it will be very troublesome." Snake Hand hurriedly responded to him, and led his new subordinates away in a rather unpracticed manner. There were immediately only 200 to 300 cavaliers left on the sand dunes around them. By the looks of it, they were Roman's most trusted personal guards. Before Thales' eyes, the mercenaries began to count their luggage and number of people under Klein and the others' orders. Roman finally turned around and ordered the remaining cavaliers, "Carl, you and my personal guards will bring the prince to the first supply outpost in the east." Thales instinctively raised his head. The legendary wing lowered his head and stared at Zachriel, who sat on the ground. "Also, keep an eye on the prisoners in the prison of bones. Send them back after the war," Roman said coldly. "They do not belong to the sunlight." The expressions of the royal guards darkened at the same time. Roman walked to his white horse. The cavaliers surged forward and stared at the prisoners with hostile gazes. Thales sucked in a deep breath and refused a cavalier officer's attempt to help him up the horse. "They helped me a lot in the prison of bones. They even saved my life." The prince walked forward and attracted many people's gazes. "Can you let them go?" Barney Jr. and Belden's eyes sparkled. But the legendary wing only shook his head coldly. "They are prisoners." Roman did not even look at Thales. He just packed his luggage and minded his own business. "And I am the prison warden. Move faster. We still have a mess to clean up." Thales clenched his fists tightly. On the other side, 3 cavaliers roughly pushed Bruley, who seemed to be the biggest among them, to the ground. The latter struggled continuously. "Hey," Barney Jr. protested, but he was immediately pushed down by countless cavaliers and tied up. Thales took a deep breath. "It's nothing. Don't resist." Zachriel calmly waited for the cavaliers to drag him up from the ground and tie his hands. At the same time, he tried to persuade the others. "We are just returning to the place where we belong." His tone was very normal, as if this was just a stroll. Very soon, Tardin Cannon and Belden were all escorted away. Barney Jr. gave him a sarcastic and resigned smile. Zachriel gave him the most profound expression. Thales stood where he was and watched everything quietly. "Cheer up, everyone. At least we saw real sunlight and not those damned flames." Tardin was forced to walk, but he still straightened his neck and looked in the direction of the sunrise. He smiled with tears in his eyes. It was as if he could not bear to part with the last ray of sunlight. Thales watched expressionlessly as the cavaliers took away the prisoners from the royal guards and tied the ropes from their hands to their mounts. Belden, who was the last to be escorted past him, sighed at Thales. "Take care, Your Highness. We can only escort you up to here. At least you are safe." Thales nodded bitterly. He had a lot on his mind, but he did not speak. "Hey, I'm not committing a crime." The prince turned his head and found that Quick Rope was also escorted away. The pitiful man struggled, and he was so excited that he shouted with a Camian and Northland accent. "Why, Thales. I'm not. I'm the prince's favorite attendant. My father is new. That something Casso." But the cavaliers ignored his protests and continued to escort him to the row of prisoners. Thales shut his eyes tightly while he struggled and shouted. Then he opened them abruptly. "Baron Williams." For the third time, The prince rejected a cavalier's invitation to get on his horse. He walked resolutely towards the legendary wing and said loudly, "Let them go." Under Roman's surprised gaze, Thales gritted his teeth. "Anyway, the prison of bones has already been broken. If you are worried about your responsibility as a prison guard, to guard the prison of bones, then," he raised his head, "I will bear the responsibility. In the name of the heir to the kingdom, Thales Jadestar." His voice attracted a lot of attention. Roman glanced at the cavaliers around him, who were somewhat curious about the prince. They lowered their heads and went about their own tasks. The legendary wing turned his head around and strode forward until he was a few inches away from Thales. He lowered his head and looked down at him. "Before you tell me what to do, tell me, Prince," Roman said coldly. His handsome face had a different kind of sharpness at this moment. "Do I look like your father?" Thales pursed his lips and gritted his teeth. Roman did not intend to wait for his answer. He snorted coldly. "Then don't cry to me." The legendary wing lowered his body and whispered into Thales' ear, "That's right. Because I don't care whose son you are, or which kingdom you are going to inherit." Thales' face immediately turned livid with rage. "But you are a baron of the kingdom. You are stationed in Constellation's territory, and you control the regular army of the royal family." The prince suppressed the anger in his chest with great difficulty. His face was red. The baron snorted. "Very well. Then let me guess. What you're thinking now is when I become king, I'll make you pay. Am I right?" Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. "Don't wonder how I know what you think." Roman sneered and whispered, "Because that's what the trash would think." Once he finished speaking, Roman straightened his back and left in front of Thales, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. The prince was left alone in the wind, trembling in anger. Ricky walked over from the side. He looked at Roman's back, then at the sullen Thales. He seemed to have understood something, but he only shook his head. "I guess this is our separation, Your Highness." Thales suppressed his temper and turned to him. Ricky smiled faintly. "Don't forget your sin of Hell's River. We are full of expectations for your future." Thales clenched his fists tightly. "Samuel also has a brand on his face. If I remind Williams that Samuel was also rescued by you from the prison of bones, do you think he will be locked up with Williams?" Ricky was taken aback by the words that came out of nowhere, but he quickly reacted. "Yes, it's possible." Ricky shrugged and smiled. "But do you really have the heart to do that? After Samuel suffered for so many years for your royal family, he still ended up like this?" Thales took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "I see." Ricky glanced at him in puzzlement. In the end, he raised his eyebrows and strode towards his mercenaries. As he listened to the sounds of the prisoners being locked up in the distance, Thales clenched his fists for the last time before he released them. Thales closed his eyes and whispered to the air, "Yodel, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to do me a favor." A few seconds later, a weak and hesitant voice came from the air. "I can't win against Williams." Thales opened his eyes swiftly. "No. I want you not to show yourself." A questioning voice rose in the air. But Thales only stared at the backs of the royal guards who were tied up one by one. He said softly, "No matter what happens." Once he finished speaking, Thales did not wait for Yodel's response. He strode forward and caught up to Roman and Ricky. "Hey, pretty boy." William's back froze. "And you, dummy." Ricky stopped in his tracks. Under the strange gazes of many people around them, both of them turned around at the same time and frowned at Thales. But this time, Roman frowned a little. He felt that the prince seemed to be a little different. "We have to talk, the three of us, in private." Thales strode over and waved his hand to signal the others to do what they were supposed to do. "Perfect timing. I'm very hungry. It's best if we can have something to eat and drink." The teenager's footsteps were exaggerated, and his tone was casual. The way he ordered people around made it seem like this was his home. Roman and Ricky looked at each other. They did not seem to be able to react to the situation. Thales, on the other hand, put his hands on his hips and stared at them arrogantly. A few seconds later, the legendary wing exhaled. He looked at Thales as if he was looking at a lunatic. "We're in a state of war now. We don't have time to satisfy your royal extravagance. Roman shook his head in disdain. Your Highness. Thales snickered. The teenager put his hands on his hips and pointed at Roman arrogantly. No, you are not in a hurry to save them because everything is under control. He turned to the side and pointed at Ricky. And you are not in a hurry to leave either, because you are not worried. There was another period of silence. The situation was a little awkward. The prince's terrible sense of humor seemed to have ruined it a little too much. A few seconds later, the legendary wing no longer wanted to pay attention to Thales. He snorted, turned around, and left. Ricky shrugged, flashed a mocking smile, and turned around to leave as well. By the way, not a bad attempt, child. Thales sighed as he watched them leave into the distance. Do I have to be so straightforward? However, after Thales' next sentence, the situation changed. Or do I need to tell everyone after the war that the two of you are actually in cahoots? At that moment, Roman and Ricky shuddered at the same time, and they immediately stopped moving. A few cavaliers who were closer to them seemed to have heard something. They looked over in puzzlement. Thales smiled. He walked forward. As he slowly approached the duo, he lowered his voice. And the legendary wing himself is the culprit and mastermind behind the disaster in Blade Fang's camp from last night until today? 1 second. 2 seconds. Finally, on the 3rd second, Roman and Ricky, who were frozen on the spot, turned around at the same time. They looked at the smiling Thales. At that moment, there were no words that could describe their expressions. The teenager walked until he was face to face with them and stopped. The wind blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. The gazes of Roman, Ricky, and Thales interacted with each other in this atmosphere. They looked at each other, and they stared at him together. Baron, we need to depart. A cavalier officer approached from afar and reminded Roman. But the legendary wing turned around in an unusual manner. He said angrily with a fierce tone that was rarely seen on him. Do what you need to do. The officer was so frightened that he took a step back and quickly walked away. Many of the cavaliers and mercenaries who were staring at them instinctively lowered their heads. Roman took a deep breath and turned his head around to stare at Ricky. His tone was impatient and displeased. What did you tell him? Ricky's face turned green and red as he gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. But at the same time, Thales quickly blurted out. I told him everything. I told him everything. Ricky turned his head around and stared at Thales in disbelief and resentment. What? Thales still had a smile on his face. He gave the mercenary leader a thumbs up. By the way, not a bad attempt, Ricky. Roman's expression was unpleasant. He looked at Ricky, then at Thales. The legendary wing took a deep breath. He felt that he had nowhere to vent the power in his arms. Then, in front of the two adults, who were almost petrified, the dirty teenager sat down cross-legged. Now can we talk? Thales puffed out his chest. With his bruised face, he said to the two people in front of him with strange expressions. Then, I want food and drink. What? At that moment, Roman's handsome face was filled with anger. His expression said, How dare you? And Ricky's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Oh. Thales suddenly remembered something. He patted his thigh in a pompous manner, turned around, and pointed at the prisoners who were being escorted. He added, Same for them. End of this chapter. Chapter 486. The fire in Blade Fang's camp had died down, but the black smoke continued to rise. The legendary wing's subordinates stood in formation and watched the prisoners wolfing down their food in puzzlement. The mercenaries stood further away cautiously. What happened? Tardin stuffed a piece of dry food into his mouth. He did not even have time to drink water. Is this the parting meal? As he ate, he cast a glance at the sand dune in the distance. There were 3 figures, 2 big and 1 small. The first 2 were standing very stiffly, while the small figure sat cross-legged on the ground, and also wolfed down his food. Beside him, Tardin shook his head and continued to bury his head in his food. What does it matter? Barney Jr. grabbed a piece of hard bread. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. I can't think of anything worse than today. Zachriel sat a little further away from them. He chewed on the jerky in his mouth and stared at the three people in the distance. If I want to enter the prison of bones, beside him, Quick Rope ate heartily while tears streamed down his face. At least I won't sob. Can I take a bite of your jerky? Thank you, Sob. I mean, I won't leave grass, it's not tasty. I won't leave any regrets, Sob. His sincere cries made everyone frown. At that moment, Barney Jr. put down the bread in his hand and spoke airily. Why did you come back? All the royal guards froze. Only Quick Rope was left to stuff himself with food. Barney Jr. raised his head and looked at the Night of Judgment. You can't possibly think that we can go back to the past just because we killed a few people together, right? The Vanguard's eyes burned. Do you think that everything can be the same as before? Brotherhood? Brotherly love? Belden patted Barney Jr.'s shoulder with a troubled look on his face. The latter snorted coldly. Zachriel did not speak. He just stared into the distance without moving. The wounds on his face and shoulder were clearly visible. So what are you going to do? Barney said sarcastically. Still want to kill the prince? The Night of Judgment shuddered slightly. And you are still not going to tell us anything, even if we already know his secret? By the side, Belden sighed and tried to persuade him. Barney. Zachriel was silent. All the guards were silent as well. Quick Rope was the only one who carelessly swallowed his food. When he sneakily extended his hand towards the food of the person beside him, Tardin slapped him away. Barney. Finally, the Night of Judgment raised his head. His gaze was unfocused. Don't ask. Barney Jr. was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth. You bastard. But he was interrupted. Do you know there was once a disaster in this world? It was invisible and limitless, but it was endless, because it lived in everyone's mind. At that moment everyone, including Quick Rope, was stunned. Even someone as wise as Prince Tormund, and as brave as the hero Raikuru are helpless against it. The Night of Judgment looked into the air. There was an unquestionable coldness in his voice. There are some things the less people know about them. Constellation will be safer. His voice fell. What was left was a lingering silence. And the endless sandstorm. However, in the distance, the three people under the sand dune did not have such an atmosphere. When Thales painstakingly tore open the fifth piece of jerky, he could even feel the two pairs of eyes above his head exuding a cold aura that was as sharp as a blade. He was forced to swallow it in 2 mouthfuls with water. The prince wiped his mouth with his sleeve without a care for his image. When he touched the swollen part of his mouth that was hit by Quick Rope, he could not help but grit his teeth. The legendary Wing and the leader of the mercenaries stood in front of him and watched him eat. One of them had his hands behind his back, and the other stood with his arms crossed. The two of them looked at each other, and their gazes became more and more impatient. Thales burped. Before he was torn to shreds by their gazes, he finally spoke. The key. Roman and Ricky were stunned by the word. What? Ricky asked, puzzled. Thales' next words caused Ricky's expression to change. The key that can open Black Prison. And even the exit. If I remember correctly, you told Stake that you coincidentally found another key outside the camp. The prince noticed the gradual change in their expressions. But when you told me that fate is a bigger prison, and you have the key, perhaps the only key to open it. Thales narrowed his eyes and pointed at the legendary Wing, whose expression became more and more unpleasant. I can't help but think, what if there is really only one key ? At that moment, it was as if someone had struck the air with a heavy hammer. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. The legendary Wing stood dumbfounded and did not move. Thales burped again. I ate too much. Sorry. Then I followed this clue and retraced everything that happened. The teenager's finger slowly moved and pointed at the long-closed exit of the prison of bones. Thales' eyes lit up. Guess what? I connected all the strange clues one by one. The prince smiled. His tone was a little relaxed and dramatic, but it was obvious that the other two did not have a sense of humor. They only stared at Thales coldly. It was obvious that they were in a bad mood. Thales looked around him and awkwardly put away his smile, which showed that no one was supporting him. He chuckled dryly. Ricky, after you walked out of the prison, you were not in a hurry to escape. Instead, You were leisurely waiting for the so-called opportunity? The mercenary leader's expression became worse. And Williams, who should have led the light cavaliers to search for me in the desert, just happened to appear here. The legendary wing in front of him became even more gloomy. But Thales persisted. He continued to attack the two with his words. After Williams appeared, even if he did not care about my existence, he only vaguely and anxiously asked you about the mission. Even if he did not care about my existence. What is accident? The teenager looked at Ricky again with a smug expression. In front of an overwhelming army of cavaliers, you unwittingly used me, who was not even in your hands, as a hostage, and arrogantly threatened the famous legendary wing. Perhaps it was because you were not threatening him, but handing over a mission to your employer? Thales took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. And just now, I specifically mentioned the prison of bones to the two of you. Roman and Ricky were stunned again. They recalled what happened just now. Thales sighed. Williams, you were indifferent to the strange fact that he appeared here with the prisoners from Black Prison. You turned a blind eye to why Black Prison was breached. Ricky, you were not worried about Samuel, who also had a brand. It was as if you were confident that even if Samuel's identity was exposed, you would have a way to escape unscathed. And both of you seem to have forgotten about the damn exit of the prison of bones that we just walked out of. Look. Thales waved the jerky in his hand and bit into it. There are too many suspicious points, too many strange things, so much so that things have become very clear. At first, Roman and Ricky would exchange glances to exchange their dissatisfaction and anger. They even opened their mouths to speak. But as Thales spoke more and more, and his reasoning became more solid, they no longer looked at each other. They only stared at the ground in a daze. Thales pointed at Ricky with the tip of the jerky he had bitten, then at Roman. The two of you have been in cahoots since the beginning. From the moment you obtained the key to Black Prison without any obstacles, to the moment he stood here and watched Bladefang's camp burn. Thales said a long string of things and looked at the two people's almost petrified expressions. He finally nodded in satisfaction, grabbed his water skin and drank a mouthful. Both of them were silent. It was as if a few centuries had passed. Finally, the legendary wing closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He extended his hand to Ricky and flattened his palm. On the other side, the leader of the disaster sword stared at the teenager indignantly. With an expression as if he had eaten **T, he brought out the rectangular crystal green strip that Thales was all too familiar with from his bosom. The key. Thales smiled. As expected of someone from Renaissance Palace. Roman coldly took the key to Black Prison from Ricky's hand. You were born cunning. Thales raised his eyebrows and bit the last bit of jerky into his mouth. No, this is just a simple observation and deduction, he said vaguely. I think that any normal person would be able to tell. His words made Roman's expression turn even more unpleasant. Ricky let out a long sigh. He laughed in resignation, snorted, and shook his head. Ha 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 ha. Just because of a damn key. Ricky's laughter stopped. He gritted his teeth and exhaled. He stared at Roman indignantly and discontentedly. That's why I told you that you can't ignore this just because there are few people who know the truth about Black Prison. At the very least, you should put on a show of a theft, but that damn pride of yours. Roman snorted coldly in response. And you brought a large group of tourists in for a free tour. And you even flaunted the key in front of everyone for 5 minutes? Thales watched the two argue through the corner of his eyes. They are more familiar with each other than I thought. As his thoughts wandered, the legendary wing turned his head to look at Thales. So you know Prince? Baron Williams said coldly. We were the ones who destroyed Bladefang's camp. At that moment, Thales felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by William's sharp and deep eyes. The legendary wing raised his head and looked around. He gestured to his subordinates, who were waiting anxiously for him, to hold their horses. Then, how dare you expose our scheme so brazenly? Roman lowered his head and observed his surroundings. At the same time, his tone was threatening. Do you really think that the Nameless can protect you? Ricky stood beside him and flashed a similarly malicious smile at the youth. Thales' heart froze. He gulped. No, but I thought that what you want can help me. The legendary wing snorted coldly. Then what do I want? Thales met his gaze and raised his finger with great difficulty. Roman and Ricky turned their heads and looked in the direction of Thales' finger. Then they immediately frowned. The prince pointed at the cluster of fortresses in the distance, which had smoke rising from them. He said softly, "Blade Fang's camp." Roman and Ricky fell silent again. Thales sucked in a deep breath. My past experience told me that if a series of events happen one after another, they must be connected. There must be an invisible clue that connects everything. In the beginning, I thought that I was that clue, because the Secret Intelligence Department wanted my return, Shadow Shield wanted my secrets, and the Northlanders wanted the value of my identity. Thales raised his head and looked straight at Ricky. But gradually, all of you appeared. You got involved in the situation out of nowhere, and mixed everything together. I couldn't sort everything out, so I thought that it was a coincidence that connected us together. The leader of the disaster sword seemed to be deep in thought. But what if it's not a coincidence? Thales changed the topic. There was wariness in his eyes. What if all of you appeared because of me? Roman and Ricky looked at each other. The teenager's lips curled up. Then I remembered that the disaster swords No Blood Whistle is first and foremost a group of mercenaries, and second, a loser's support group. Ricky was instantly stunned. He immediately protested in dissatisfaction. Hey, but Thales did not pay attention to him and continued to speak. He continued, "Yes, all of you are selling swords." With a serious expression, he punched his palm. What if your goal tonight was to fulfill your employer's wishes first? Then the sin of Hell's River, Black Sword, the secret in the prison of bones, and Zacriel? Thales looked up, and his expression became extremely serious. Then who is the most likely to hire a 100-man group like you, which is strong enough to fight a series of battles, and can even cause chaos in Bladefang's camp? Ricky pursed his lips. The teenager was a little thirsty from talking. He picked up the water skin, but found that it was empty. He could not help but frown a little. But unexpectedly, in the next second, a heavy water skin was thrown into his arms. Thales looked up and saw that the legendary wing had retracted his arm. Continue. The teenager raised an eyebrow. He gulped down a mouthful of water and said eagerly, "Ricky, tell Zacriel that more than 100 years ago, your leader made a deal with the Red King of Constellation, and the disaster swords were able to operate as mercenaries in the Western Desert. You also told the tavern owner, Campa, that you know the background of my home. You know that it is the place where Queen Erica, the conqueror of the North, and her remaining followers, who were ousted by the Red King more than 100 years ago, went into exile. You said it as if you saw it with your own eyes." Ricky's expression changed slightly. Thales sighed. "I guess it's not a coincidence, right?" Ricky's expression as he looked at Thales became more and more solemn. Thales took a deep breath and sensed that his senses and balance had recovered slightly. He stood up again. He looked at Ricky seriously. "So, I guess that more than 100 years ago, the disaster swords came to the Western Desert for no other reason than to accept the Red King's employment to destroy the remaining followers of the Conqueror of the North?" No one spoke. The wind stirred the sand slightly. The horses in the distance neighed uneasily. Ricky suddenly spoke. "It's even simpler." Thales was puzzled. "What?" Ricky raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the sky above the desert. He felt the wind and sand wash over him. He said with a sigh, "The Red King is a person who does not like complicated matters. He sent Hill Crassus to the Western Desert to bring back his own sister, Queen Erica's." The mercenary's gaze became fierce. "The head on her neck." Thales immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Bring back his own sister's head. The old saber by King Chapman's side appeared before his eyes again. Thales could not help but start thinking about the origin of the Red King's title. He also remembered what Gilbert had said to him when he was young. The history of Constellation has never lacked bloodshed. Roman's gaze was cold. He did not say a word. Thales resisted the urge to look at the skull on his shoulder and asked tentatively, "Yes?" He asked tentatively, "Then Crassus, did he succeed?" Ricky only gave him a mysterious smile. This made Thales feel uncomfortable. Thales coughed and tried hard to get rid of other thoughts. He returned to the topic at hand. In short, from the day blood whistle was established, it was closely related to constellation, or more accurately, to the interests of the kingdom's central government in the borders of the Western Desert. Under the duo's increasingly solemn gazes, the teenager turned to Roman. And another veteran who sold swords told me that ever since the Desert War and the Bloody Year, Blade Fang's camp has been under the direct command of the Baron of Blade Fang's camp, which is under the jurisdiction of the royal family. Thales stared at the legendary wing with a burning gaze. Over the past decade or so, with the support of the royal family and the threat at the borders, your regular soldiers have truly turned this place into your private land. The legendary wings. Blade Fang's camp. Thales looked at Roman, who did not bat an eyelid. It is also a sharp knife that the kingdom's central government has inserted into the vital parts of the Western Desert to control the suzerains in the West, be it in terms of military affairs, politics, or commerce. The legendary wing did not say a word. He only stared at Thales with a piercing gaze. His almost sharp facial features looked like the most perfect sculpture of nature. Thales sucked in a breath before he exhaled. But during this month, I saw many interesting details on my way from the desert to Blade Fang's camp. Thales stared into Roman's amber eyes, which were like vortexes. For example, Constellation's Prince rescue team that ventured deep into the desert was formed by the regular soldiers of the royal family and the suzerains of Western Desert, who did not fight against each other. For example, the soldiers who stood guard at the entrance of Blade Fang's camp and collected tolls were actually soldiers from the Fakenhas family. They had been here for so long that they had already surpassed their term of service. For example, the amount of supplies sent by the armies from all over the Western Desert was so much so that it was ridiculous. It was so much that some black-hearted merchants could smuggle them out of the camp to earn the difference in price. For example, the soldiers who started patrolling the camp and were in charge of capturing people and sending them to White Prison were recruited soldiers who had not set foot in Blade Fang's dune for many years. They did not even know the severity of the law enforcement. Every word the prince said caused Ricky and Roman's expressions to become even more profound. Roman sucked in a deep breath. "You are very observant, and you are very detailed." "So?" Thales smiled. He lowered his head and recalled the bad old man who smoked a pipe. "When I was still a hostage in Dragon Cloud City, one of my subordinates once told me that my father had already negotiated with the suzerains of Western Desert, led by the 3 great clans, so that I could safely return from Extet through the desert. They were absolutely trustworthy." Roman furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Ricky, on the other hand, breathed softly. He seemed to be slightly surprised. Thales exhaled. "He said that Renaissance Palace paid a huge price to make the nobles of Western Desert completely stand on our side and welcome my return." Thales turned his head, and his eyes shone with a sharp glare. "Blade Fang's camp, right?" At that moment, Roman did not speak. But the legendary wing's eyes shone with a complicated light that had never been seen before. This made Thales even more certain. He observed the other party's expression and slowly said, "King Kessel completely or partially handed over the royal family's control over Blade Fang's camp. He gave up the initiative in the western frontlines in exchange for the support of the suzerains of Western Desert." Thales thought absent-mindedly about everything he had experienced since the day of the state affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City. In exchange, he obtained the largest mobilization of military forces and logistics from the great clans of Western Desert after the war. In exchange, he obtained the Western Desert and the royal family to join forces, enter deep into the desert, press against the Alliance of Freedom, and intimidate Extet. In exchange, he obtained the chaotic eastern part of the desert. For 2 to 3 months, it was uninhabited and not a single blade of grass grew there. Thales' heart sank. In exchange for my return. The teenager no longer thought about other things. He raised his head. "But you." Thales' gaze was fixed on the legendary wing. "Roman Williams. You were not happy. Especially when the deal behind the scenes had been completed, and the suzerains of Western Desert entered Blade Fang's camp in a mighty wave." His tone was very certain. Roman looked back at him slowly. His gaze was cold. Because you have long regarded Bladefang's dune as your exclusive property. Thales shifted his gaze to the orc skull on Roman's left shoulder. He repeated what the latter had once said to Stake. And anyone who wants to take it from your hands will have to pay the price. They all have to pay the price. Chapter 487. My lord, Felicia and Frank's men are already in place. Post troops are also on standby. In the distance, a cavalier who looked like a messenger arrived not too far away from them, and reported to Roman in a loud voice. They are waiting for your orders. The legendary wing did not turn around. He continued to stare at Thales, who had a solemn expression on his face. The exquisite earring on his left ear, and the ugly skull on his left shoulder formed a stark contrast. Tell them to continue waiting. The messenger did not hesitate in the slightest at the strange order, and quickly left. The three of them still stood facing each other. In this case, everything is clear. Thales watched the cavaliers leave into the distance and solemnly said to Roman, "You couldn't do it yourself. You couldn't let your subordinates suspect anything. You couldn't let the camp see through the truth. You couldn't let the cunning nobles be on guard. So you bribed Blood Whistle. Maybe your old friends. After all, they're war mercenaries. They even worked with the government before." The legendary wing was silent. Ricky, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly and gave Roman a funny expression that said, "See, I told you." Thales stared at the legendary wing without blinking. "You asked them to create chaos and conflict in Bladefang's camp, which no longer belongs to you, such as releasing the prisoners from White Prison, disrupting the logistics and garrison, or something else." Thales looked at the royal guards in the distance. "And the reward you gave them was the key to the mysterious Black Prison. It allowed these mercenaries, who had nowhere else to go after running into a wall in the Tower of Eradication, to obtain the information they wanted the most." After Thales finished speaking, he waited for the other party's response. Roman did not say anything, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Payment?" On the other hand, Ricky sighed and looked at the prince mockingly. "Your Highness, what kind of information is worth risking our lives for? Come here to risk your life for this guy." Roman remained silent. "Maybe it's not just a reward," Thales quickly added. "Maybe someone gave you a 'if you don't do it, I'll kill you' look." The mercenary leader's expression froze. Thales stared at the expressionless Roman, and gestured with his chin. "Just like this." Ricky turned around, looked at Roman's cold face and laughed. He laughed for a few seconds. "I'll kill you if you don't do it? Ha 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 ha, yes, I must say." Roman snorted through his nose without even turning his head. "Funny?" Ricky's laughter stopped abruptly. He leaned back slightly and pushed his palms forward, making a humble expression that said, "You guys continue chatting." Thales observed their interaction, and could not help but frown. So, does Roman know Ricky's true identity? Did he know that his partner was actually a mutant that would not die a normal death? "So, that's your story?" Roman said in disdain. Ricky shrugged beside him. Thales' gaze moved back and forth between the two of them. One side represented the government, and was a powerful and pure commander. On the other hand, there were black mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife and lived outside the law. Protection and destruction, occupation and abandonment. One white and one black, one straight and one reverse, one inside and one outside. So that was how it was. Two sides of the same coin. Bladefang's camp drifted between war and blood. It was filled with chaos and evil. It was filled with scum and criminals. It had always operated like this. This was how the legendary wing controlled his territory. What about outside the camp? The teenager suddenly understood something. These stories. Thales sighed and continued his topic. They are all things that a normal person can think of. But what really shocked me is, Thales hesitated and pointed at the smoking Bladefang's camp in the distance. Orcs and barren bone people. When they heard the new term, Roman and Ricky frowned again and looked at each other. Here comes the question. When the entire eastern part of the desert was sealed off, how did the gray mixed breeds, the warriors of the Shattered Stone tribe, including the barren bone people, foresee the future, travel lightly, and gather together to form a large force? They almost perfectly hid from the regular army and the conscripts, as well as the patrols, and invaded the camp that was in civil strife. Thales looked at the smoking Bladefangs camp in the distance again. How did they force the suzerains to panic and have no choice but to sound the level 7 alarm? This question made the two people across him frown. Roman lowered his eyes. His expression was so cold that it could not be any colder. Thales raised his head and met his gaze without flinching. Everyone is saying that the legendary wing is the orc's worst nightmare. He shows no mercy when he slaughters the mixed breeds. Thales muttered to himself as he recalled the terrifying encounter in the desert. But a few days ago, when the Stardust unit under your command and the Chroma family's Raven Whistle-Light Cavaliers chased after Shattered Stone Tribe, Kandarl Nushin and his small troop managed to escape from the Stardust unit's pursuit. Because of this, Duro, the leader of the army, almost fell out with the nobles who recruited the soldiers on the spot. When he heard that name, Roman's gaze on Thales became even more unfriendly. Thales frowned. Tell me, Roman, did you purposely expel Duro and make him leave the camp because you were dissatisfied with him selling the information? This made Ricky frown as well. Roman had unknowingly clenched his fists. Thales said softly, and you know that orc leader really did tell me a lot of things. At this moment, Thales' tone was deep and serious. Quite a lot. At this moment, a crack finally appeared on Roman's almost perfect facial features. It was as if his mask was starting to shatter inch by inch. The fiery red of the sun faded away and turned golden. The atmosphere became tense at this moment. Tell me, Baron. As an isolated and helpless glacial orc from the north in the xenophobic and dangerous desert for 20 years, Thales sucked in a deep breath. How did Nushin gain power step by step, slowly become stronger, and finally become the war chief of Shattered Stone Tribe? He stared at the skull on the legendary wing's left shoulder. What about you, who also stayed in the desert for 20 years, and even the handsome orc bone on your left shoulder, which has the same surname as Shattered Stone? Does it matter? This sentence seemed to make the air freeze. Just like how Roman pursed his lips tightly, in that second, he seemed to have truly turned into a statue. The silence lasted for a long time. Even Ricky lowered his head and did not move. Finally, when Thales could not help but speak again, the legendary wing snorted. Kandarl Nushin. There was an unusual anger hidden in his tone. It did not bring warmth, but coldness. That damned, restless glacial bastard. What did he tell you? No one knew that at that moment. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Shit. It's actually true. He tried his best to breathe, and recalled his brief encounter with the cunning orc. Tell your father, and tell Morat. I found you first. And I know who you are. Wow, orc. The leader of the disaster swords waved his hand in a rather awkward manner. I'll temporarily avoid the next part. You know, military and national affairs. But Thales shook his head. It's fine, Ricky. Even though the teenager was talking to Ricky, his gaze never left Roman. I won't ask about these secrets. On account of our friendship, you can continue listening. Ricky curled his lips and cast a glance at Roman, as if asking for his opinion. But the legendary wing did not say a word. He only stared at Thales, as if he wanted to dig out something that did not exist from his eyes. The teenager sorted out his thoughts again. So, the official statement will be like this. When the legendary wing left, Bladefang's camp fell into chaos, and the orcs and Baron Bone people heard about it and made a comeback. Not only could the local nobles in Western Desert not protect the camp, but they also suffered great losses and made a fool of themselves. Thales' gaze was fixed on Roman. And when the flames of war burn, and all hope is lost. Baron Williams, yes. He is still the most terrifying and reliable legendary wing. He has returned with his invincible army. While people are shivering in fear, and while the lords are moaning and running away helplessly, he has descended from the sky, defeated the enemies, quelled the civil strife, defended the camp, and saved the world. The prince sucked in a deep breath. That's what you want. You want Bladefang's camp to rely on your strength again. And remember that you, Roman Williams, the legendary wing, are their true, only, and eternal master. Thales extended his arm and extended it towards Bladefang's camp in the distance. The wind and sand swept past his palm, and it was slightly cold for a moment. But the sun shone on the back of his hand, bringing warmth. Cold and heat intersected on both sides of his palm at the same time. It was like the temperature of the desert. It was like the legendary wing's gaze at that moment. That's why you are not in a hurry to rescue them. On the contrary, your men have long since withdrawn in the name of searching for me. Thales felt the wind and sand blow at him. He said with a myriad of emotions. On the contrary, you can't wait for Shadow Shield, orcs and Barren Bone people to cause more chaos. You can't wait for them to cause more trouble for the camp. You can't wait to deal a heavy blow to the military strength of the suzerains of Western Desert, crush their reputation, burn the supplies they prepared for a long period of time, and make their panicked army have no place to stand in Bladefang's camp, which they lost and regained. Roman did not say anything. His handsome face was also blown by the wind and sand, but it did not seem to affect him at all. Thales sighed softly. You want to shatter their dreams and destroy their hopes. You want them to be utterly humiliated and lose all their prestige. You want them to suffer heavy casualties and retreat in dejection. You want them to lose everything, from their bargaining chips to their morale, so that they will never be able to rise again. Then, you can rightfully reclaim Bladefang's camp, which belongs to you, from the ruins. Roman and Ricky did not say anything. This time, the silence was exceptionally long. In the next second, Thales' gaze focused, and his pupils gradually focused. Of course, what you did not expect was... He stared coldly at Roman and Ricky. I appeared. Yes, the cause of all this is the prince hostage who caused you to lose Bladefang's camp. Thales Jadestar, who was supposed to meet up with the army in the desert, has mysteriously entered Bladefang's dune. He was involved in Ricky's operation with Shadow Shield and the Northlanders. Roman hugged his arms tightly and exhaled slowly. I told you. Ricky extended 2 fingers and hooked them in the air. He said to Roman in resignation and awkwardness, I told you. Accident. Roman did not answer. Thales snorted coldly. I understand that you do not like me. Because of me, you lost Bladefang's camp. And perhaps you also lost your army and power. And you want to take all of this back. Thales stared straight at the legendary wing. I can help you, as long as you promise me a few things. At that moment, Roman slowly raised his head. The handsome knight stared at the horizon in the distance. His gaze was profound. What makes you think that you can come up with a few pleasant stories? His voice was as calm and clear as ever. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Thales sucked in a deep breath. Because if you don't agree... Thales mustered his courage and tried his best to make his voice sound confident and calm. Then the entire camp, the entire Western front lines, and even your subordinates who respect you greatly will know that the beautiful and alluring legendary wing is actually a hypocrite who colluded with the orcs and framed the camp. He is their true enemy. Roman's gaze shifted. And the suzerains of Western Desert, such as the famous Duke Fakenhas, will also know that you put in so much effort to chase them away dejectedly and occupy Bladefang's camp for yourself. Thales gritted his teeth and said, And I promise you, when that happens, Bladefang's camp will never be yours. The legendary wing lowered his head swiftly. It gave Thales quite a shock. When you threatened me, did you know that you had no bargaining chips in your hands? At that moment, Roman's murderous aura surged. Even if you knew this, what could you do? Thales' heart tensed. He stared at the legendary wing with a dark expression. Roman snorted coldly. He turned his body to reveal the royal guards in the distance. The latter were anxiously waiting for the results of the battle, under the watch of the cavaliers. On the contrary, look at my bargaining chips. Your prisoners have had their fill. The legendary wing took a step forward, and there was a faint, oppressive air about him. Listen, Prince. Threaten me one more time. Roman's handsome face, which was originally eye-catching, seemed to have become aggressive at that moment. I'll kill one of them. Until I kill them all. Thales clenched his fists in secret. Ricky noticed that the atmosphere was becoming more and more off. He frowned and instinctively took a step back. I can even knock you out right now and send you back to the capital. The legendary wing's words were as sharp as a knife. For the sake of your and their lives, you had better not resort to foolish actions. Roman slowly lowered his body, until his amber eyes were at the same level as Thale's. A warning look flashed in his eyes. Because you are so weak. Aside from a useless title, you have no bargaining chips or power. Thales instinctively gulped. He felt a heavy weight on his chest, and there was a bitter taste in his mouth. Damn it. Damn it. Roman stared at the trembling teenager who was so angry that he could not speak. He snorted softly and straightened his back. Follow the cavaliers back to the capital. Bladefang's camp is not prepared to entertain you. He turned around and was ready to leave. Ricky spread his arms by the side and put on an expression that said, "Do you understand now?" Thales breathed deeply. Damn it. He only has a good appearance. Bastard military ruffian. I've had enough. Thales sucked in a deep breath for the last time before he opened his eyes swiftly. Ricky. The prince's sudden words caused the two to stop in their tracks. This time, Thales' tone was calm and indifferent. If one of my subordinates who are prisoners loses even a single strand of hair. Ricky turned his head around in puzzlement. Or I will be knocked out and sent away by this pretty boy. Roman narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Then, after you leave this place, spread the fact that you were hired by the legendary wing, including the truth you just heard. Spread it to Bladefang's camp, the entire kingdom, and especially to the ears of the nobles in the western desert. Tell them everything. Ricky was instantly stunned. The legendary wing frowned. You sure are humorous, Your Highness. The mercenary then laughed involuntarily. Why should I? Thales suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. Because I promise you in the name of Jadestar, just like what the Red King promised the first Crassus. Thales' eyes were burning. He glared at Crassus of the Disaster Swords. As long as you complete my request, you will forever have Thales Jadestar's friendship, and you will also have a place in Constellation. Ricky froze for a moment. Roman's expression slowly changed. But Thales still gritted his teeth and continued speaking resolutely. And I will tell you Blacksword's hiding place, the details about Blacksword, and Blacksword's power of eradication. I will even tell you the whereabouts of the Dragon Breaker and how to use it. By the way, the name of that weapon is the Blade of Purification. It is indeed a legendary anti-mystic equipment. It once sealed a calamity in Dragoncloud City 6 years ago. The information contained in this sentence was too much and too heavy, so much so that the two could not react for a moment. They were stunned on the spot. Then Ricky shuddered slightly. What? Purify? Thales raised his head swiftly. This promise is valid forever. You can fulfill it at any time. Ricky was stunned. But Thales' next sentence made the expressions of the two people in front of him change at the same time. Now, Your Grace, if you want to touch my people, then you better kill Ricky as well. Thales said fiercely. Unless you believe that in the future, in the face of benefits, this sword seller will uphold his conscience and loyalty, reject my temptation, and keep your secret. At that moment, Ricky's expression could not tell right from wrong, and it was incredibly interesting. He stared at Thales in a daze. The legendary wing's expression changed as well. It changed from indifference to shock and anger. But Thales continued speaking anxiously. But you cannot be certain how much Ricky has told his subordinates. So the safest thing is to kill all of them. At that moment, Thales' gaze was incredibly cold. Leave no one alive. Ricky's expression instantly fell. Your Highness, this. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Roman, as if he could not understand how the situation had changed so suddenly. Thales snorted coldly at Ricky. His gaze never left the legendary wing, who was extremely shocked and furious. What? Did you really think that I called you over to listen in because we are good friends? Ricky's gaze changed. He glanced at Roman and said fiercely to Thales, F***CKU. F***CKU. Thales snorted softly. You're welcome. Ricky sighed and turned to the legendary wing. Baron, you know me very well. It's impossible for me to. This Jadestar brat. Roman did not even look at him. He only nodded slowly. I know. Ricky seemed to want to say something, but in the end he turned his head around in embarrassment. They stared at the prince with dark and displeased expressions, but Thales could feel that their gazes were meeting less and less. You. Roman took a step forward coldly. He slowly raised his arm at Thales and extended it to the white spear behind his back. You don't understand him. And you don't understand your own situation either. Roman gently pulled out the shortened spear. As he watched Ricky's actions, Thales began to feel nervous. He sucked in a deep breath and shouted, "Where is he?" Roman's arm froze for a moment. "Before you attack, my bodyguard. Where is the nameless person you mentioned?" Thales suppressed the fear in his heart and turned to Ricky. "Don't you find it strange?" Obviously, Ricky had recalled some unpleasant memories. He turned his head around warily and looked at his surroundings. Thales cocked an eyebrow in all apparent seriousness. That's bad." Roman frowned. His expression was terrible. Thales sneered and said, "Because once I am knocked unconscious by you, he will immediately run to Duke Fakenhaz's bedside and tell him everything, especially Prince Thales' suggestion. No matter how badly the legendary wing forces them, no matter how disastrous their losses are, no matter how humiliating they are, the nobles and suzerains of Western Desert must never withdraw their troops. They must not leave, and they must not let go." Thales gritted his teeth. "They must be rooted in Blade Fang's camp like they have taken root. They must not let anyone interfere with the matters of power there, even if the other party is the famous 3 commanders of Constellation." The legendary wing's grip on the spear tightened. The prince pointed in the direction of Blade Fang's camp. "Because that is what His Majesty promised them. It is the reward they deserve after they save the prince. It is their most legitimate property. No matter what kind of crisis they face, they cannot give up on it. I will let them know that Blade Fang's camp belongs to them alone." Thales panted and stared at the person in front of him. The legendary wing's breathing quickened, and he glared at the person in front of him. He turned his head and stared at the empty sand around him, but the only thing that answered him was the rustling of the wind. Thales enunciated each word slowly. "Now, either you take action and wait for my nameless or Ricky to tell on me." His words made Ricky, who was beside him, unhappy. "Let them bury all the hard work you've done over the past few months. Let them forever lose your army, your status, your power, your reputation, and Blade Fang's camp, which you've fought for more than 10 years. Or put away your weapon and listen to my conditions." The moment he finished speaking, Roman's spear trembled slightly as he gripped it angrily. Ricky stared at the prince in disbelief. "You..." The legendary wing's voice changed. It was no longer pleasant and clear, but terrifyingly sharp. "Do you believe that if I throw caution to the wind?" But Thales interrupted him fiercely. "Do you believe that you will kill me now?" Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at the incredibly handsome but terrifying legendary wing. "Of course." He gritted his teeth and said, "Because in this world, all the good-for-nothings who only know how to respect power will think so." Roman's gaze changed. It changed from disgust and disdain to anger and hatred. There was also an ominous glint in his eyes. "Because they are so poor that they only worship power." Thales frowned. "And this way of thinking determines that even if they have power, they will only be good-for-nothings." He suddenly remembered Blacksword. He remembered Blacksword's figure when he charged into the sea of flesh and blood without hesitation. He remembered what Blacksword told him about the truly powerful. For some reason, when that scene appeared in his mind, Thales felt much more at ease. It was as if his fear and anxiety had been flattened. "Good-for-nothings? How dare you say that?" Roman's words came out through gritted teeth, and they were filled with hatred. Thales sucked in a deep breath and said airily, "You know, Roman, many of my enemies are just like you right now. They either only care about my identity and status, or they only care about the talents of my subordinates. They think that the young prince has no bargaining chips or power aside from that. He is just a weakling who cannot lift a sword and is worthless. But all of you have made the same mistake." Roman narrowed his eyes slightly, but the anger in them did not subside. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the short spear in his hand instantly elongated, revealing a ferocious and sharp tip. Thales instinctively shrank back. "Steady, Thales. Steady. He only wants to knock me unconscious." And before that, Thales clenched his fists and forced himself to speak. The bargaining chips and power you speak of are only important. They are only important in the hands of those who know how to use them. The fear in his heart slowly dissipated, and the trembling of his body disappeared from his senses. Because what is important is not the bargaining chips and power, the prince said softly, but the people who use them. At that moment, Ricky's gaze when he looked at him was different. Thales raised his head, and his gaze was bright. It went straight for the legendary wing, who was extremely enraged and mighty. Please allow me to reintroduce myself, Your Grace. In the face of the handsome man with an imposing aura, the teenager smiled. Thales Jadestar, I do not need to become a king. I can also make you look bad. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. The anger in the legendary wing's eyes was at its peak. All sounds disappeared. Only Thales' heartbeat became incredibly piercing to the ears. 1 second. 2 seconds. The third second. The tip of the spear trembled before Thales' eyes. For a moment, the teenager's hair stood on end. The lifeless sin of Hell's river surged uncontrollably. He almost thought that the legendary wing was about to stab him with the spear with a terrifying expression. But, a few seconds later, the tip of the spear was still moving slowly and pathetically. It drooped down. Finally, the legendary wing lowered his arm. He seemed to have used his entire life's worth of strength to complete this action. A few seconds later, all sounds returned to the teenager's ears as his blood returned to normal. Thales then closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. He felt like he had escaped a disaster. Roman suppressed his anger with a smile. As if he was so angry that he nodded slowly. You're really not afraid of death. Roman slowly put the spear back on his back. Ricky also breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's not that I'm not afraid of death. As he watched the tip of the spear return to its original position, Thales relaxed his shoulders. He also smiled. But, I believe that the legendary wing, who has roamed the desert alone for 20 years, and even when faced with the threat of the desert and the ostracism of the nobles, he still managed to slaughter his way out and make a name for himself. You're much smarter than trash. Roman quirked an eyebrow. Thales stared at him intently. So the deal is complete? Roman ignored him. He stared at Thales for a long time. Then, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Thales looked at him in puzzlement. Surprisingly, the legendary wing turned around and slapped Ricky's shoulder hard. You're not really going to tell on me, are you? Ricky sighed by the side and flung the man's hand away in resignation. I like my head very much. Especially when it's still on my shoulder. Roman sneered. Thales stared at them in a daze. He did not understand what was going on. A few seconds later, the legendary wing turned around. Child, how dare you threaten me with the ownership of Bladefang's camp? But do you think that everything that is happening here, is it really just my will? Thales' expression froze a little. There are less than 2,000 regular soldiers stationed in Bladefang's camp, and there are less than 500 cavaliers. Roman snorted coldly. But this time, all the regular soldiers stationed in other places from Western Desert to Central Territory have been called over as reinforcements. There are even quite a number of rotational soldiers from Broken Dragon Fortress who are on standby duty. There are more than 2,000 cavaliers among them. All for the sake of being able to match the local forces in Western Desert. Do you know what this means? The legendary wing sneered. Do you really think that they are just here to bring you home? Thales' expression darkened. I know. The teenager seemed to have suffered a blow. He said resentfully. This time they mobilized their soldiers and used the excuse of welcoming the prince to test Western Desert's strength. Thales raised his head and stared at the burning camp in the distance. He was absent-minded. And once they find their weakness, they will hit them hard, weaken their strength, attack their reputation, extinguish their ambitions, and strengthen their influence and control over the borders and the desert. At the same time, they will show their strength and make the restless suzerains return to their original, obedient forms. Thales first thought of the Arund family in the Northern Territory, then he thought of Dragon's Blood, and he could not help but sigh slowly. Killing many birds with one stone, not wasting anything. This is indeed very fitting, his way of doing things. The three of them were silent for a while. So you understand how big this matter is and how many people are involved. Even the Secret Intelligence Department is involved. Ricky pressed his hand against his waist. He seemed puzzled. Then, why are you still so rash? The sun continued to rise. The gloomy and cold desert began to turn into a boundless golden color. You said before, Ricky. Thales was a little dejected. The power of eradication is the warrior himself. And the sin of Hell's River is not just waiting to be imitated. Ricky was first stunned, then he smiled. The legendary wing chuckled. By the looks of it, his anger and murderous intent had faded away. This made his face look especially dazzling like the sun. Thales, am I right? Roman walked forward slowly. He pressed down on Thales' shoulder with one hand and stared straight into the teenager's eyes. The conflicts in the desert may come and go, and there will always be fights and stops. His eyes reflected the sand dunes and the endless meandering horizon of the wasteland. Thales was a little absent-minded as he stared at him. The Baron stared at Thales with a profound gaze. But you better remember it. The legendary wing's expression was extremely complicated in that second. The war in Renaissance Palace. It will never end. Thales was first stunned, then he fell silent. Renaissance Palace. Ricky curled up the corners of his lips and shook his head at Roman. The legendary wing snorted softly and let go of Thales' shoulder. Tell me, what exactly do you want? So that you will no longer be naughty and ruin your father's plans? At that moment, the stone in Thales' heart was finally lifted. He took a deep breath and expelled the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. The teenager looked into the distance, at the group of people who were watching them anxiously and expectantly. Roman and Ricky also turned their gazes. Those prisoners in the Black Dungeon, they are all former royal guards. Barney Jr., Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, and Zacriel. At that moment, hesitation flashed in Thales' eyes. I know, a group of stubborn old men who won't die. Roman stared at the Knight of Judgment from afar, frowned, and nodded. Thales closed his eyes gently. You want me, the jailer, to turn a blind eye and let them go? The legendary wing asked softly behind him. In the next second, the prince opened his eyes resolutely. No. He frowned and his gaze was cold. I want you to, Thales said coldly. Kill them. Chapter 488. When Thales stepped on the sand under his feet in exhaustion, most of the royal guards stood up and waited with solemn expressions. They were filled with reverence. Only Zacriel, who sat the furthest away, turned his head towards him at a moderate pace. Thales plowed through the sand step by step in the desert. Every step he took sank into the sand, but every time, he would use all his strength to break free from the grit and take the next step. Just like always. Finally, Thales stopped in front of everyone. He quietly stared at the disheveled and gloomy royal guards. This is the group of people. Quick Rope, who was fighting against the army biscuit, rolled his eyes and quickly scrambled to his feet. He pointed at himself and flashed a flattering smile that said, Hey, it's me, it's me. Belden looked at Barney Jr., then at Zacriel. When he realized that neither of them looked like they wanted to speak, he could only sigh. Your Highness. But Thales interrupted him. It's over. The prince smiled before the astonished crowd. Even though thousands of people witnessed the scene of you escaping from prison, Thales' voice became downcast. But it's over. Over. Belden and Tardin looked at each other, and they could read the surprise in each other's eyes. The prince turned around and looked at the desert at dawn. Groups of cavaliers came and went as they were dispatched to deliver Roman's orders. He then watched Ricky return to his men and placate the mercenaries who were pointing at them. The official statement is that during the civil strife in Bladefang's camp, the legendary wing personally executed every fugitive and left no one alive. The royal guards looked surprised and bewildered. They looked at each other. The teenager said airily, So all the prisoners who were imprisoned 18 years ago have passed away. Do you understand now? Everyone slowed down their breathing and digested the news. Thales' eyes dimmed. I wanted to do more. I wanted to reopen your old cases, clear your name, and restore your reputation, but he did not continue speaking. The royal guards were silent. They looked at each other from time to time, and their faces were filled with hesitation and confusion. Your Highness. Belden sucked in a deep breath, as if he had gathered a lot of courage. Oui, but Thales continued to speak to himself. Baron Williams will take care of the rest. Be it the Secret Intelligence Department or the Army, you will not be stopped again. Barney Jr. frowned. As for how to leave this place, conceal my identity, conceal my name. Thales swept his gaze over the tired and injured royal guards in front of him. His voice was hoarse. You are all experts with great skills. I believe you will have a way. Concealing his identity, concealing his name, Belden and the others looked at each other. They could not understand each other. Without waiting for the others to react, Thales looked at the grinning man. Do me another favor. Take Quick Rope, this guy with you. Take him away from this place. Make sure he stays out of the sight of those with ulterior motives. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Quick Rope, who was still smiling foolishly, froze. Don't ask who he is or where he came from. Thales looked at Quick Rope with a tired expression and forced a smile. This is what I owe him. Quick Rope was stunned. After saying this, Thales sighed and stepped on the soft, cold, and lifeless gravel under his feet. Now. He raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. All of you are free. Free. The moment he said this word, all the royal guards were stunned, including Zacriel. Free? At that moment, confusion and perplexity filled the air. Bruley and Cannon followed his gaze and looked to the east in puzzlement. They seemed to be slightly shaken. Barney Jr. stared at the sand under his feet and sank into deep thought. Belden and Tardin stared at everyone in a daze. They did not know what to say. Quick Rope's eyes darted around, as if he knew that this was not a good time to speak. Only Zacriel stared at Thales without moving. Enjoy it. Thales cast them a few deep glances, flashed a gratified smile, and turned around. He staggered towards Roman, who stood with his white horse at the foot of the sand dune. He looked as handsome as a man from a painting. Your Highness. At that moment, Belden finally could not help but speak. What about you? His words dragged the people who were immersed in their thoughts out of the indescribable atmosphere. Thales stopped moving, but he did not turn his head around. I am a prince, remember? Thales exhaled and looked at Roman, who was in the distance. I will go back with them to Bladefang's camp first. Then, I will return to Eternal Star City. Return to my starting point. To face my fate. Thales clenched his fists. My future. Your Highness. Belden took a deep breath, looked to his left and right, and nodded at his colleagues. Let us follow you. Be it Bladefang's camp or Eternal Star City. Thales frowned slightly. Belden took a step forward and pressed his hand against his chest while facing Thales' back. He said sincerely, this sword will only be swung for the Emperor. It will only be broken for the Emperor. Tardin and Cannon also pressed their hands against their chests and followed him solemnly. There is no other use for it. Thales shuddered slightly. He turned his head around slowly and looked at the group of wounded and exhausted veterans who still tried their best to puff out their chests and straighten their backs. Perhaps, just like 18 years ago. Thales could not help but feel a little sentimental. At that moment, the desert was silent. Quick Rope, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, looked around. He was so embarrassed that he managed to suppress his urge to ask if he could leave first. A few seconds later, Thales chuckled softly. First of all, I am not the Emperor. The prince sighed. There have been no emperors in this world for a long time. The guards lowered their arms. They were slightly surprised. Secondly, I cannot convince my father, and he will only throw all of you into prison again. Thales swept his gaze over each of them, then looked at the brand on their faces. Or worse. The guards did not seem to be able to react for a moment. They looked at each other at a loss. Thales smiled, shook his head, and silently rejected the offer before he left. He left behind a group of confused and puzzled guards. Another gust of wind blew, dispersing some of the heat that had risen slightly. But we are already dead. Tardan's bleak voice rose into the air and stopped Thales in his tracks. Tardan stared at the sand under his feet in a daze. He slowly raised his head. Your Highness, we have nowhere else to go. His words caused the rest of the guards to become emotionally unstable. Zachriel, who stood the furthest away, even turned his head away. Let us serve you. This is the only value I can think of. Tardan said in anguish. Thales exhaled. The only value. He remembered the guard's oath, and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Royal guards, huh? As he felt the indescribable sorrow, the teenager nodded and smiled. If this had happened in the past, when I was young, perhaps I would have said, all right, come serve me. But now, the prince was dazed for a moment. He then raised his head and looked at everyone sincerely. He received their gazes of confusion, indignation, emptiness, or disappointment. It has been 18 years. You have already paid a great price for Constellation, for Renaissance Palace, for the Jadestar royal family, and more importantly, for yourselves and your own choices. Many people shuddered. Thales slowly walked back to Tardan and looked at his puzzled gaze. What all of you need is rebirth. Thales wanted to put his hand on Tardan's shoulder, but regretfully realized that because of their height, this action was a little awkward. You need to be truly free, unfettered, and without any restrictions. The teenager shrugged in resignation. He could only clench his fist and tap Tardan's shoulder lightly. Live. The wind blew, and Thales' words were blown into the distance. All the guards stared at the prince in front of them in a daze. Silence and confusion enveloped the place for a moment. And believe me, all of you will always have a place to go. Thales revealed a gentle smile and looked at the east, where the sun had just risen. A better place. Tardan stared at the prince in a daze. Belden opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he did not say anything. But Barney Jr.'s sonorous voice rose and attracted his attention. Based on Constellation's history, being a prince is definitely not easy. Thales frowned and turned his head. He watched Barney Jr. pass through the crowd and arrive in front of him. You will need a hidden force outside your field of vision. We are very suitable to be your swords outside Renaissance Palace. Barney Jr. stood in front of the crowd and stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Thales was stunned for a second. As a prince, gazing at the wild, hiding power. At that moment, Thales remembered many things. For example, the map of Renaissance Palace that King Nuvan gave him. For example, the Raven of Death's crazed gaze when he was on the verge of death. And the Black Prophet's gloomy tone from a long time ago. This made Thales a little absent-minded. What a coincidence. Thales raised his head and smiled at the crowd. Stake, that guy from Shadowshield just now also said something similar to me. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Shadowshield? You want to become my secret, sharp blade. But Thales immediately burst out laughing. Power. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Thales raised his head with a sigh and looked at the endless desert. Yes, I pulled all of you out from the dark dungeon, from the bottomless abyss, and from the eternal nightmare. He shook his head, spread his hands, and sneered. So I have gained your loyalty? And you can become my power? The prince's words, which seemed to be muttering to himself, confused everyone. And then we get along well with each other, build up our achievements, conquer the world, and leave our names in history? Thales stared at the sunrise in the distance. There was a teasing look in his eyes that others could not understand. Good story. Enough to write a book. The guards looked at each other, surprised and bewildered. Belden asked tentatively, Your Highness. But Thales quickly snapped out of his daze and spoke with a complicated expression. A long time ago, I knew a man. He always smiled and watched the children fall into the endless abyss. He watched them struggle helplessly. Then, with a smile, he appeared as a savior and extended a helping hand to them. In this way, he could occupy a flawless high ground, and with impeccable ethics, he would be rewarded for his kindness. He would feel no guilt, shoulder no burden, and rightfully become the master of those who were saved. He would gain subordinates who were loyal and grateful to him. Thales sighed softly. His words made Belden and Tardan look at each other. They had puzzled expressions on their faces. The prince looked around at the people in front of him. He stared at their scattered and tired figures and said desolately, "If I change my perspective and writing style, and hide the evil behind the false beauty, a person like him would be enough to become the main character of a legendary story. His image would be perfect, and he would naturally achieve great things in the ending of the final chapter, and bring harmony to the world." Thales said airily, "Except, I was once one of those children." The group fell silent. Thales was quiet for 2 seconds before he raised his head. "You know, Zacriel's words are somewhat reasonable. I am thinking, did I do everything to help all of you, or to help myself?" The veteran guards were stunned again. Only the Knight of Judgment looked straight at him. His gaze was obscure. Thales looked straight into everyone's eyes with a profound gaze, and called out their names. "Barney, Belden, Tardin, Canon, Bruley, Zacriel." The people who were called could not help but instinctively straighten their backs. "Listen up," Thales said solemnly and seriously. "I am not the one who saved you, but yourselves. Your freedom is something that you have earned with your own hands. You don't owe me anything." His words stunned many of them. "You were tortured, and you escaped with great difficulty." Thales looked in the direction of the camp. His tone was firm. "Not to pledge loyalty to me, not to change a pair of shackles, not to change a master, not to stay where you are, not to return to the abyss of power." The prince looked at everyone with an unquestionable gaze. Even Quick Rope subconsciously stood at attention. "If you become my subordinates after you escape from the prison of bones, and become the second prince's bargaining chips, then everything I did today, and everything you endured in the past, will be meaningless." Thales tightened his throat and sighed. "I will just use the selfishness of another Jade Star to tie you back to the game of the past, push you back into the vortex 18 years ago, and let the nightmare repeat itself. All of you do not deserve such a fate." At that moment, everyone was speechless for a moment. Zacriel's gaze on him changed. "Do you know what you are doing?" Barney Jr.'s voice rose slowly. The vanguard frowned, as if he was determined to refute Thales' words. "Let's not talk about anything else. At least, we all know your secret." He bit down on the last word very hard. It also made everyone's expressions change. Even Thales' expression darkened. "My secret." Quick Rope subconsciously grabbed the crossbow of time in his hand. Barney Jr. ignored Belden and Tardin's gazes and gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "For your safety and interests, if you don't use this chance to bind us to your side and strengthen yourself, that would be very unwise." Barney Jr. said coldly, "If there is even the slightest leak, the fate that awaits you will be very bad." Thales was silent. Belden patted Barney's shoulder, but the latter just ignored him. But a few seconds later, Thales raised his head and smiled in a relieved manner. "Not long ago, I met a prince, another one." Everyone was puzzled. Only Quick Rope's expression changed drastically. "The way we choose to live determines our end. It has nothing to do with power or status. If I always seek personal gain, live in fear, and even try to curry favor with others, and care about power and interests." Thales looked at Quick Rope in the crowd, seemingly unintentionally, and sighed. "Then I will never be able to break free from the shackles of fate." His words made everyone fall silent. Thales looked at each of them. "Just like all of you right now, your choice will determine whether you will obtain another set of chains with a different name, or..." Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "True freedom." Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Even Barney Jr. lowered his head slightly. While many people began to contemplate, a voice that had not been heard for a long time pierced through the sandstorm. "You are not like your father." Everyone turned their heads, and to their surprise, they found that the person who spoke was Zacriel, who stood at the periphery. "Father." Thales recalled the scene of his first father-son meeting in Mindy's hall. He thought of the Northern Territory, Dragon's Blood, and Bladefang's camp. He thought of the crown and scepter on the throne. "Father." But Thales was only slightly absent-minded before he smiled. "Because I am not him," he said with certainty, "and I will never be." Zacriel stared at him, then suddenly snorted softly. "Not necessarily." This made Thales' smile fade a little. However, Zacriel said his next words. Your mother is already dead. Thales was instantly shocked. The Knight of Judgment said faintly, don't look for her anymore. In an instant everyone's gazes turned to Zacriel. Already passed away? What do you mean? Thales asked in surprise after he registered what he meant. You know my mother? There in Jarana? But Zacriel only shook his head. His expression became indifferent again. No. Remember what I said? This time Thales stared at him for a long time. What he said? Passed away. Then. In the end, the prince could only sigh helplessly in the face of Zacriel, who was as silent as an ice cube. Forget it, I guess you won't tell me anyway. Zacriel did not answer. He only stared at him coldly. But Thales immediately snorted softly. She is already dead, don't look for her anymore. Do you know what's the most interesting part about languages, Zacriel? Zacriel frowned. The prince narrowed his eyes. People always like to put the important points at the end. These words made Zacriel stunned. Thales smiled. The neighing of war horses rose in the distance. The prince sucked in a breath and gave up on asking more questions. He turned his head to look at the rising sun. Royal guards, this is the last time as Thales Jadestar order. No tell you. The royal guards were instantly filled with respect. The prince said faintly, the nightmare is gone. The darkness is no more. He swept his gaze over everyone seriously. Barney had a stubborn expression, Belden had a worried expression, Tardin had a gloomy expression, Cannon had a cowering expression, and Bruley had an indignant heart, the silent Zacriel, and the dumbfounded Quick Rope. From now on you are truly free. He flashed a smile. Live. Once he finished speaking, Thales did not care about the others' reactions. He turned around resolutely and walked towards the sand dune in the distance. Roman was waiting for him there. Thales dragged his tired body and walked through the sand, just like how he came. He walked towards his destination. The morning sun shone on his back, and it reflected a golden light. It's over. Compared to these, everything in the dungeon flashed before his eyes. He was filled with emotion. What a pity. Your Highness. Belden's faint, choked voice came from behind him. But Thales only shook his head and continued walking. Stop. Royal guards. A faint, muffled sound came from behind him. Thales did not turn around while he was in a daze. But in the next second, more muffled sounds came one after another. The cavaliers and mercenaries in the distance seemed to have seen something. There was a slight commotion, and they cast their gazes in his direction. Thales stopped walking because his thoughts were interrupted. Roman frowned in the distance. Ricky also stopped talking to his subordinates. They all looked in his direction. Thales turned around in puzzlement when he was reminded by these abnormalities. He was immediately stunned. The morning sun shone on the endless yellow sand. 6 stubborn figures stood on the horizon of the desert like they were cast from iron. They leaned forward slightly. The light and shadows were blurry, but they formed neat and uniform figures. They were washed by the morning sun and the wind. Thales stared at the scene before him in a daze. Zacriel, Barney Jr., Belden, they were the royal guards. The wind blew gently. At some point in time, all the royal guards had knelt down on one knee on the sand. They did not say a word and did not move. Their faces could not be seen clearly, and their expressions could not be discerned. They only placed their right palms on their chests and swung their left arms back in the prince's direction. They bowed their heads deeply. It was as if they were paying their final respects. At that moment, Thales looked at the 6 kneeling figures, and he suddenly felt his chest sink. He pursed his lips. But Thales did not say anything in the end. He raised his right fist with the ghost of a smile on his face, and tapped his chest gently. Then he turned around resolutely. Behind him, the 6 figures lowered their heads even more. The legendary Wing frowned as he watched the scene before him from afar. In the distance, among the golden sand dunes, 6 men covered in wounds knelt firmly on the ground. They lowered their heads and saluted in the same direction. Near them, under the slightly white sky, the thin and weak teenager walked over slowly. His footsteps were arduous but firm. His expression was anguished and gratified. He looked like an oil painting. Jadestar, Roman mumbled and snorted coldly. Joseph stared at the six figures in annoyance from the Disaster Swords team. He said in disdain to Samuel, who was staring at them with a slightly dazed expression, "If you want to, you can join them. You won't be able to forget them anyway." Samuel's expression darkened. He then turned to Joseph. "I thought you would know better than me." Joseph was stunned. "Know what?" Samuel snorted softly and looked at the horizon. "Will you forget your wife and children, Joseph?" "Wife and children," Joseph froze. He subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword hilt and gritted his teeth. When he saw Joseph's expression, Samuel sighed. "Yes, I know. But once some things are lost," Samuel said in a melancholic tone as he watched the six figures slowly stand up from the ground on one knee. "Then there is no turning back." In the next moment, determination returned to Samuel's dazed gaze. "Aside from the future, we have nowhere else to go. We have nothing." Samuel turned around and left on his own. He left Joseph behind with a complicated expression. Joseph looked at the six figures, then at Samuel's back. Klein walked over and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Joseph shook his head. "It's nothing. TSK, you self-righteous bastard from the Empire." He grumbled indignantly and turned around to pack his luggage. In the distance, Thales suppressed his desire to turn around and walked forward step by step. Then, Quick Rope's voice rose from behind him. "Hey." Thales turned around in shock and subconsciously caught the package in his arms. "Your luggage." Quick Rope stood behind him. His tone was a little dejected. "And your crossbow." Quick Rope tossed the crossbow of time to him again, forcing Thales to be flustered. Quick Rope sighed and looked at the royal guards who slowly got up and gradually walked into the distance. "Are you sure you don't want them? They'll be great help, and it's rare for them to have such a deep bond with you. They'll be loyal to you, and they'll be willing to die for you." Thales struggled to hang up the package. He exhaled and smiled. "Maybe." Quick Rope frowned. "You know, your status is not good to begin with. If you have them as your subordinates, at least when you run into an accident in the future." He did not continue. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. "Yes, that's right. So, Disaster Swords," Thales suddenly said. "Did you know? They specialize in searching for those who fall into the endless abyss and make use of the despair and emptiness in their hearts. They make empty promises, capture their spirits, and take advantage of their perilous state to use them when they have nowhere else to go, even if the person who pushes them into the abyss is not Ricky." Thales looked at the puzzled Quick Rope and said seriously, "And I hate that feeling." Quick Rope narrowed his eyes to show his puzzlement. Thales sighed and averted his gaze from the back of the royal guards to look at the sky. "It's as if there's an invisible hand in fate, torturing these pitiful people until they're riddled with scars, crazy, and desperate, just for today, when I stand here, to make them willingly become my chess pieces and be used by me until I complete the predestined ending." Quick Rope was stunned. Thales said airily, "But I can't do it. But I can't do it. I can't be that hypocritical, shameless, and selfish. They're not my chess pieces. Just like how I'm not a chess piece of fate." Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Quick Rope sighed. "If my father were here, he would definitely scold you for being stupid." "King Nuven?" "Yes. Maybe." Thales smiled. "Did you know that Ricky said that my power of eradication has been drifting with the flow, swaying left and right, and has no direction?" "I think he's right," Yizichin said. "So I made my choice." Thales stared at Quick Rope. "Just like how you also made your choice. That's all." This sentence made Quick Rope's expression fade, and he looked like he was deep in thought. A few seconds later, Quick Rope suddenly spoke. "You're different." Thales was stunned. "What's different?" Quick Rope shook his head. "I can't say, but..." Quick Rope frowned and sized up Thales. "I can feel it." Compared to the Thales in the desert, Quick Rope put on a serious expression. His expression was solemn and serious. "You seem to have gained something, but also lost something." Both of them faced each other and were silent for a few seconds. Thales raised his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. "Maybe. I've grown up." Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. You know, I've learned a lot during this trip. Thales sighed slightly and looked to the northwest, in the direction where he came from. He was a little dazed. It's even more than the total of the previous 6 years. Quick Rope looked at him and sighed. So this is your farewell. You're going back to be a prince, right? Thales snapped out of his daze. I guess so. With a barely discernible sadness, he teased him in resignation. Back to the chains of power. The chains of power. Quick Rope was silent for a few seconds. As a prince, Thales, what do you think of my father? Quick Rope asked abruptly. As a king? Thales was stunned. King Nuven? When he thought of this name, Thales recalled many things from the past, and he could not help but frown. Extet's Wrath the Seventh. As the king? As he looked at Quick Rope's sad and indignant expression, Thales sighed softly. He was a well-deserved hegemon of his generation. He had great foresight, outstanding skills, wise and cold. But he's not very lucky. Thales lowered his head dejectedly. Yes. Quick Rope seemed to have recalled something. He nodded absent-mindedly. How do you think you are compared to him? Me? Compared to King Nuven? Thales was stunned again. In just a few seconds, he recalled how resolute he was when he challenged Pofret, how ruthlessly he poisoned Arikos, how dignified he was when he ordered the archdukes, how resolute he was when he delivered his triumphant return, how courageous he was when he personally went to war against the calamities, and how he hid behind the scenes and schemed against him and Lampard. Thales could not help but laugh. No, even if I spend the rest of my life, I'm not as good as him. Quick Rope was silent. His expression was unpleasant, as if he had recalled some unpleasant memories. Listen, Thales. A few seconds later, Quick Rope sighed. I don't know how wise Extension kings like the Dragon Knight King, the Frost King, Steelbreaker, and the Whisperer can lead thousands of troops and rule the land. I also don't know how Constellation kings like the King of Renaissance, the Oathkeeper, and the Virtuous King can prosper the country and bring about great rule. When he mentioned so many people's names, his tone was not as relaxed and humorous as usual. It was rather serious. Thales was not used to it. In that second, Quick Rope's face was full of seriousness, and it made Thales subconsciously straighten his back. It was as if the person before him had become Mariah Walton again. But after today, I know at least one thing. Mariah stared at the teenager. Thales, be it my father or my elder brothers. He shook his head slowly, but his tone was firm. They can't even compare to your little finger. They can't even compare to you. There was silence. There was a long silence. As he stared at Mariah's resolute and unquestionable gaze, Thales was completely stunned. He said what? Mariah, you, Thales, who finally managed to react, instinctively opened his mouth. But Mariah interrupted him. Thales. King Nuven's second son approached Thales slowly, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Become a king. A good king. At that moment, Prince Mariah Walton's eyes shone with a sparkle that was rarely seen. Because after today, I believe that you will be better than them and the other kings. You can prove that even when you are shackled by the shackles of power, you can also live in a different way. Bookmark for easier reading. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.